I'm recording.
Well, you guys can give your own recap of what happened.
All right.
Either of you.
So as far as I recall, we
And I'll plug in where.
scheduled our prison transfer with Occam.
Yes.
Prison transfer happened. I quickly head back. I noticed the shady figure. Get back. Calvira's getting kidnapped. I try to stop. Alex gets back a little bit later. He tries to stop. I stopped him at the manhole. Occam says he's gonna decide he's gonna install a dictatorship, and
It's not what he said, but.
and
Yeah, well, sounds important. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I was saying, this is all really. If you don't want to hear
Important.
this, then yeah.
Alright, I'll be back. What the fuck? I'll be in the other threat honor. Yeah. But yeah, he says pretty much that he's just gonna storm into the council and pretty much like demand answers, start calling the shots, and he acknowledges the fact that he has control over the entire military.
And
So-
the favor of the people, incredibly so.
Yeah,
Which was
so it's
only
pretty much-
enhanced after you guys got back from the mission with Jeb.
Yeah, so he's pretty much saying he's gonna rule with an iron fist.
We had that amazing
Calvira wakes
line
up.
about a sparrow in an iron forest, or whatever the
Oh,
fuck.
absolutely! Oh, absolutely! I was like, sparrows in your iron forest.
Good shit, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, you're good, Mom. But smoking in the kitchen again.
Oh yeah.
But
God bless.
so
would you like some?
she didn't sound like that. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are all accurate assessments of what happened. The assassins you guys fought were all obviously members of the Quiver. They had Cobra tattoos. They had these effects on them that seemed to subside when you down them, where they were like sort of had this like weird flicker going, where like gave them some sort of it was difficult to hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were bitches.
Gave them some sort of weird after images. They also used a poison, which is uncharacteristic of poison. It like sort of remained on their blade, as opposed to being used after one use, which was also interesting.
Magic poison.
So yeah, you guys had that conversation, and the night sort of as the night went on, Occam sort of stayed in Calvira's room for a long time, but eventually he would come downstairs and sort of just like this is still the night of, by the way. Eventually he would come downstairs and he would like and he would just sort of like feel that it was right for him to give her some space. His sort of like insane bloodlust sort of subsided a bit, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna give her some space. Like, she's been through a lot. So he's gonna come downstairs and sort of just without a word to any of you, just sort of take a fucking seat and just sit down and just sort of look at his hands. So by this point, like that would be sort of like I'm just giving you guys a chance to say anything here. That would be after Inuyasha's whole conversation with him. After Inuyasha's conversation with Veshna and Softail. If you guys don't say anything here, we can pass to the next day.
I thought we passed the next day anyway, because remember I went onto the roof, I think.
Oh yeah, right. Wait, you guys already went and did your own shit. Okay, so what I just said happens, but none of you know about it. Fucking, since you guys all went and did and fucked off to your own shit. But yeah.
What did we wait? I'm pretty sure I'm still there.
Oh wait, did you stay in the room?
I did not do any after that conversation. I'm in the mansion.
Okay. Oh no, yeah.
Yeah,
You're in the mansion, but you're not like in a room anymore, are you?
I mean, I'm in like
Like
I'm
the area.
outside. I was planning to stay outside of her room or by the front door, like however it's laid out.
Cool. Yeah, cool. So we're going to the next day, right? What do you guys what are you guys doing? What's the plan here?
All right, so I remember I said I don't remember what time it was when that was all done, but I said that I wanted to get up mad early.
Mad early and go see the Chancellor.
Yeah, like go to his estate or whatever you call it.
Right, because you knew that people said that crack ass in the morning. That's when he's training with his wyverns.
Hey, are you in? Sorry.
No, go on. Oh, did you have a question? Like about Discord or whatever. Raph's in the other
No,
chat if
sorry,
you
I
need to
forgot
talk to
my
him.
mic was unmuted.
Okay, alright, you're good. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you know he trains like crack ass in the morning. Fucking, and that's the main time you catch him. That's his morning ritual. People know this. You'd also know that morning ritual is relatively sacrosanct to him.
Who?
It is.
Sacrosanct?
It's extremely important. Like,
Oh.
he wouldn't totally, like, he's not totally about it being disrupted, but I mean, like, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
These are
okay,
weird
don't
times.
use that many syllables.
Yeah. But, so yeah, you're gonna do that early in the morning. So, just are you gonna say anything to anyone before you leave?
Nope.
Alright, so you go off. Inuyasha, what do you do?
I'm pretty much just waiting until Ichabod gives the signal of Calvira is awake.
Okay, so after some time, you'd be outside her. You'd be outside the room as usual. By this point, Akam would also be waiting outside the room with you. Again, no words here.
Nope, I'm not talking to Occam.
So Ichabod would come out, and he would say quite simply that she's awake, but she's not really, she's not really in a talking mood. And I mean, if you guys want to go from there, Orlando can step in.
She's awake, but not very talkative. Understand?
Yeah, I just kind of nod, and I say, "How long do you think it's going to take for her to fully recover?"
Shrugs. Calvira has been through ordeals before, and she is young. But it is difficult to say. Everyone has their own pace.
I just kind of nod, a little somberly.
Occam rolls his eyes at that.
Okay. Well, essentially, I say, well, I'll until she feels fit enough to be able to speak with any of us, I'll be staying at the estate.
Okay. Occam's gonna look to Ichabod, and he's gonna say she trusted you enough to watch over her, so I'll trust you too for now. If her situation changes, you come find me. Got that?
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear that. I don't think I heard that correctly.
If her situation changes, you come find me.
Sorry, one more time?
If her situation changes even slightly, if she has something different for breakfast, if the temperature of her bath is 5 degrees higher, you let me know. Do you understand?
I understand. I don't care, but I understand.
Good. And he's gonna turn and he's gonna turn to Inuyasha and he goes, same thing goes for you. You understand, of course.
I just kind of I look at Occam. I don't say anything. I just look at him, like, sternly.
Right, he's looking at you and he goes, understood then. And he's gonna turn and he's gonna go down the steps. He is thundering. He's not so much like last night when you talked to him, Inuyasha, he had this sort of like rage about him, this bloodlust, but today that seems to have been like settled. He just went from Super Saiyan to like Super Saiyan Blue, you know. He just like he's like, oh, and he just fucking absorbed it.
Can I call to him? Like, is he just he's walking straight out of the estate?
That's his plan. You can say something to him if you'd like.
Yeah. Can I just I just kind of want to quickly ask him. It's like, so where are you headed?
And he's gonna look at you and he's gonna sort of like he's gonna smile for a second and like sort of like a flash of a smile, and he's gonna go, I'm gonna go do my duties as a councilman.
I sort of nod and I say, I thought so.
And then he's gonna, if you have no further questions, he's gonna turn, he's gonna leave.
Mm-hmm.
So when he leaves, Ichabod turns to Inuyasha and says, well, he says, I suspect you, says, I'd be a hypocrite to give you orders after he, after ignoring that oaths. Oaf's orders, but I will say that the Archmage's business is her business alone. I'd appreciate. He says, neither of us have any real place telling anyone else about it. Understand? He catches himself saying understand. He's like, right?
So I look at Ichabod and I say, just so we're clear, are you saying not to tell anyone about the attack from last night?
Saying that neither of us need to be taking orders from that oaf.
Mm.
Calvira wants someone to know, wants him to know that she's wants him to know anything about his situation. She will tell him. Neither you nor I should be reporting to him.
I nod. I'm just like, that's something I think we can both agree on.
I will note that outside the from outside the door, you guys can hear just sort of consistent like sort of loud like it sort of in the silence of the estate that sort of fills the spaces between your words. You hear really loud scribbling and scribing coming from the other side of the Calvier's door.
Oh. Well, shit. At that, I sort of start to reach towards the door, and I look at Ichabod and I say, "Is she working in there?"
Sounds like it.
All right. So at that point, I open the door and I go to walk in.
All right, and when you open the door, you see that Calvira is still in like she hasn't changed or anything. She's still in her night clothes, whatever she had been wearing when Ichabod finished working on her. And she's at her desk, and the desk is covered in different pieces of paper. The floor the floor around her chair is starting to become filled with them as well. And she is just going, like, you see like many writing utensils sort of burn through, and then sort of like she just keeps grabbing new ones, and she's just scribing onto pieces of paper over and over. Looking at the pieces of paper on the floor, you don't quite understand what they are unless you have like spellcraft or knowledge arcana or something. Which I don't know if you do. If you do, let me know.
I don't think I
Okay.
do.
Ichabod is both.
Yeah. Ichabod already knows what these are. But yeah. So she's just like scribbling, and didn't you notice that on the papers are sort of like these symbols, and it's like the same sequence of symbols over and over and over again. And she doesn't seem to respond to your opening the door.
So when I see all of that, I walk over to Calvira and I kind of I place my hands on her shoulders, not to like shake her, but to like jostle her a little bit. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing outside of bed? I said, you shouldn't be working on anything.
And then freaking
Ichabod, as you say that, Ichabod just chuckles behind him, just.
freaking she sits there, and then
God, I gave her Adderall.
the moment you put your hand on her shoulder and say that, you see that she's writing with some sort of like graphite tool, and as you say that, she sort of just pushes it a little harder into the paper and it snaps. And then at that, she just sort of like is just holding the broken piece, and she looks back to you and she's like, "What do you know of my work? Do you know anything about what I'm writing right now?"
I look back at her and I say I don't. I said, but I do know that you were half dead yesterday. You should not be working.
Ichabod's gonna
today."
like put a hand on Ignatius's shoulder, and he's just gonna shake his
The
head.
moment he puts the hand on his shoulder, Calvira would just like raise a finger,
Oh.
and she would go, "I'm not working. This is practice I do. It helps keep my head together. Now, if you mind, I'll be back to it."
Okay. Oof. All right. Okay. I'm gonna say, fine, if it helps.
She's gonna add and point to it. She goes, "This would only be work for a novice."
I said, well, if that's what helps, then that's what helps. I said, but if you're capable enough to do this, then I have something I wanted to speak to you about once you were able. Could I ask you about it now?
She's gonna she's gonna sort of like look at her like sort of just broken utensil and just look to her right and see that she's running out of them and she needs to retrieve more. And she's gonna go, fine. And then she's gonna stand up and she's gonna go to leave the room and she's gonna like, I have to retrieve more utensils. And she's gonna sort of like push past you and head out into the hallway and start going down the hallway to like another room.
All right. So
But
I
you
guess
can talk and
I'm just
walk.
I'm just gonna follow past her and start talking.
I'd imagine Ichabod follows along, or is he just gonna let this diffuse how it does?
He'll like be aware of it, but I don't think he's gonna follow them too closely.
Roger. All right,
Um,
so go on.
Yeah, so as I'm walking behind her, I say, I'm just going to put this frankly. Considering everything that happened, I have a feeling you know where Occam is headed to right now.
I don't really care much for what Occam's doing with his time.
I said, I don't... I'm taken a little back by her saying that, but I sit here and say, I don't know if I really believe that.
I don't really care much for what you believe.
I said, the leader of place's armed forces is going to stage a coup today. I said, that seems like a pretty big issue.
So be it. And then by this point, you guys get to like a sort of side room. There's just a closet, and she's sort of just like reaching up, to, grabbing things off of high shelves, sort of tiptoeing to it, and just like grabbing different pieces of paper and like utensils and stuff.
I'm getting I don't know. I start to get frustrated, but then I just kind of take a heavy sigh, and I say, "Listen, these issues with the council and everything are ultimately up to people like you and Occam." I said, "I'm not going to overstep anywhere that I don't need to. So this is the one time I'm going to ask."
Well, you're towing that line, so speak carefully.
I nod a little bit, and I just say, is there anything that you want done about what Occam is doing right now?
She's gonna sigh and just sort of like she's not really gonna answer right away. She's gonna like sort of struggle to get a book off the top shelf, not really be able to reach it, and she's just sort of get frustrated at that and just sort of just sigh and just sort of lean back into the side of the doorway. And she's gonna go, listen, I know Occam. He talks big, but he made a promise to me. He's not going to do anything overly rash. I assure you that whatever he's doing will be in my and the realm's best interest. Don't forget, we're investigating traitors on the council, are we not? Perhaps a coup is what Zadros needs.
Alright, I give a slow nod, and I don't respond to what she says. I just lean over her and grab the book that she was trying to grab and drop it in her arms, and I said, then that's all I'll ask.
Alright,
So-
she'd start the walk back to her room. Do you say anything there?
I say, if you need anything, I'll be outside. I'll be staying on the estate's grounds.
She's gonna look to you and say, you've done enough for me. And thank you.
I nod and I just say, right.
You saved my life.
Hmm.
What the fuck am I, chopped liver?
You're not here, she'd thank you too if you were, cunt. But go on. As you were.
Yeah, so I just nod to her and I say, no thanks needed. And I just head outside.
Alright. So she's gonna go back in and you hear more scribbling. Alright. you're gonna sit after you. So you just sit hanging out on the top floor of the estate, like just really nervous about in case anyone else shows up here, just tries to. Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
Or are you just hanging out on the entire estate in general? But,
No, like I'm outside, like either at the very front of the estate, just sort of like either meditating or doing some like just swinging my sword training. But I am trying to stay on the alert.
All right. After some time, you hear some familiar footsteps coming up the stairs toward the floor you're on. Veshna's in her workout clothes, but she's yet to work up a sweat. Really, she looks at you and she goes, So how's the how's she doing?
I kind of just looking at my sword, and I say, well, physically, it seems she's doing just fine. Say, mentally, she's about as depressing and what's the word that I'm looking for? What's the word when you're like completely like nothing matters?
Oh, fucking nihilistic.
Yes. I was like more intense and nihilistic than Occam. That's what scares me.
She's sitting there, and and Veshna sort of sits there for a moment. She goes, Well, I'm surprised she's even up yet. That girl has a far stronger will than I'd imagined. I'd have at least slept in for the day after something like this.
Yeah, I just kind of nod along and I say she's indeed strong. I said that's.
Ichabod's probably. I imagine Ichabod like, dramatically walks in while they're talking.
All right, go for it. By the way, this isn't right outside her door anymore. This is like down the hall.
Yeah.
She might look like just a girl, but you do have to admire her drive.
Yes, quite.
Seems like everyone else seems to forget what she's already been through, even before all this. She's not some dove you need to protect, you know.
Veshna's gonna sort of look to Ichabod and go, I guess there really was a whole lot more to the duo that my men caught that day.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Strong-willed and what's the word I'm looking for? Headstrong. Headstrong, I think, is the good word for it.
Yeah. Well, I just came up here to say that I understand that you're nervous and that talking to Inuyasha now, and I understand that you're nervous and that things are a bit hectic, but what are you to do? Stand up here on guard 24/7? Have you eaten anything today?
Kind of snicker a little bit, and I just say, oh, the warrior princess worried about me. I'm flattered.
She smirks at that. She goes, not worried per se. No, just the last workout we got in together was the best I'd gotten in weeks. I suggest you eat something, and the offer's on the table. You're free to join me for another.
I smirk and I just say, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Right then. And she'd look at Ichabod and she'd nod, and then she'd head back downstairs. Do Ichabod and Inuyasha exchange anything here?
I ask Ichabod. I say, working so closly with Calvira, I say, does the state of this place, Zadraros, does it ever concern you? Do your concerns ever go past worrying just about Calvira?
You still might worry for the girl. But, to answer your question, no. I could care less if this whole nation burned down the next day. Despite what Calvira says, I don't think she feels the same way, though.
I nod. I say, I can't tell what is the right thing to do.
Yes, that is a difficult thing to think about. I gave up on the right thing to do a long time ago. I simply do what I want. Much easier that way.
I smirk a little bit at that, and I say, I'm starting to realize that that way of thinking might be for the best.
At times, you do seem to be of a better nature than most folks, so perhaps what you want simply is the right thing. But who can say?
I nod and I just say, well, for all it's worth, thanks for the advice.
Anytime. Well, anytime I'm not busy, of course, but
Alright, and then at that, I'd probably end up heading downstairs.
All right. What do you do?
Honestly, I think, thinking about that, I'm gonna wait by the door. I want to wait a while for Softail to come back.
Roger. All right.
Yeah, depending on how long it takes.
Okay. All right. And we'll find out how long it takes right now.
Yes.
So Softail,
Yes.
crack of dawn.
Did all of what just went down happen post, like, technically, like, well, not after I left?
That would have happened probably as like that would have happened after you left and after you got there, most likely. That would have been like an early morning exchange, not a crack of ass dawn exchange.
Got it.
But yeah, so you make your way toward the estate. It's not too far from the the Chancellor's estate. It's not too far from Calvira's, and eventually you reach this what appears to be like a really large sort of like probably like 3-floor freaking like mansion type thing. Seems structurally different than Calvira's estate and far newer. Calvira's estate has this like sort of old world vibe to it, and this definitely feels like it's a newer thing. So when you get to the front door.
Oh no.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you just spying?
I wouldn't call it spying, but I'd say eavesdropping.
Oh, so you're just like gonna like climb shit
I'm gonna
and
just walk around back, see what I see.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you just walk around back, and you see like that the back is this entire it's this large fenced-in area. Probably about like half the size of probably about like half the size of a football field. How 100 yards, 50 yards. So yeah, there you go. But about half the size of that, and fucking and you just see like immediately you see the Chancellor like sort of in a way you've never seen him. Ordinarily or normally he's wearing these very like noble like courtly type attire. He looks very well put together. His beard is like sort of like well kept. His hair is sort of like is straightened and pulled back into like sort of like knot top of his head. But here his hair is like flowing and wild, and his beard is unkempt as it could ever be. And he's not even wearing a shirt. He's literally just wearing like sort of like
Is he ripped?
like to just. Oh yeah, he's shredded.
Oh,
but freaking he's wearing just like some very loose pants. And you see him sort of like taking a sort of taking a defensive combat stance. And as you look to the skies, you see these massive beasts just sort of swirling around in the air above him. You fought a black dragon, so you know that these beasts are at least cousins to them. But these have are particularly like they look really like hard. Their scales like a steel color that reflect in the sun as they sort of soar through the air and do circles around each other. And sort of you watch that for a moment, and you look and you see Vividin taking this defensive stance. And both of the wyverns at sort of at the same time swirl down and sort of attack him from either side. Freaking sort of like with their tails, which you notice seem to be extremely sharp at the tips. And Vividum sort of in taking his defensive stance, sort of just like at the last moment before what you'd imagine would be him getting literally cleaved in two by these two wyverns, he sort of catches the meaty part of each tail, and then sort of literally just sort of like twirls them and sort of throws the wyverns out of balance. And they seem to like regain their balance, like they like beat their wings a little, regain their balance, and then they just sort of start swirling again, and he takes the same defensive stance. And then when they attack him again, this time it's with a wing, the next time with a bite. And you notice that each time he deflects it. Upon a closer look, you see that his eyes have been closed the entire time.
Oh shit. This man's elite as fuck. Cool. I would, well, upon walking around back and seeing this fucking SeaWorld-esque fucking show with putting on, I fucking...
Fuck SeaWorld, no, I'm kidding.
I'd find a nearby perch, not trying to hide or anything, like, if, very easily, like, notice, and just kind of sit back and fucking watch the show, take some fucking notes. I'm like, holy shit, look at this. You gotta live with this fucking asshole. Like...
But yeah, so that goes on for the better part of like another 45 minutes. Literally just, and then they attack him, and he deflects it, and then that happens again, and again, and again, without break for about 45 minutes.
Nice.
Eventually, one final time, they swoop down to attack him, and he catches both of their heads, and just sort of like, and sort of twirls them around, and just sort of pulls them into the ground next to him. And now let's just see the next to him. They are like way bigger than him, like seeing him just sort of standing next to each of their heads is like kind of baffling.
Can I get like a scale comparison to like?
Well, let me think. Fucking technically they're large. I mean they're large, but like they're beefy. Fucking
Are they size like a semi truck? Are they the size of like what am I?
They're about the size of like God, how big are fucking large creatures?
A horse could be considered a large creature.
No, yeah. How big are these guys? Though? I'm checking. I mean, you remember the dragon you fought? They'd probably be like twice that size, and that dragon was like the size of like a small fucking like shack or something. So they're probably about the size of like a house or something. Okay. A little like a small like house, which is pretty big considering they're standing next to a dwarf.
Yeah.
But yeah. So he sort of pulls them down next to him, and then they sort of sit there, and he walks away. He walks toward the estate, and he comes back out with some meat, and he literally just starts tossing it to them, like fucking hunks of meat that are like probably about as long as his arm, and he just fucking one hand just starts tossing it up, and they just start catching it in their mouths and chopping down.
Gotcha.
After that, he just sort of stay in the yard and meditate for a bit. Do you do anything at this point?
Nope. I'm not
nope.
doing
You just
anything
watch.
unless he notices me.
All right, cool. And after some time, he meditates, and he just sort of pets the wyverns for a bit, and he just sort of starts walking back to the estate, and they just sort of start flying above him. And you see that in the back of the estate, they have like these little like large like sort of steel like pen areas that they sort of like willingly go into, like a dog going into a cage. And then he heads into the estate once again. This time he does not come out.
Alright, well, I guess he didn't take notice of me. Talk to him later then.
Alright, cool. Is that all you're gonna do?
Yeah, I wanted to see. Well, I wanted him to notice me. I didn't want to. But.
Who's to say he didn't?
Oh, okay. Well, he'll talk to me when he needs to if he did.
Roger that. But yeah, so what is your plan now?
I'll just head back to the estate.
Alright.
Actually, no, I'll head out for my morning training because I'm assuming I missed it, and then I'll head back to the estate.
Gotcha. So, you'd show up, and Inuyasha would be like waiting for you by the entrance. And what will you guys exchange?
So I catch Softail outside. How about that? And I
Son of a. Go on, as you were.
Yeah, so I wanna talk to him. I just say, listen, I need to talk to you about something important related to our mission.
What I was gonna do is I like, as he's saying that, I'm like walking past him as if I'm not gonna talk to him. And he says that, and like halfway through me opening the door, I like stop and like, what do you want? Make it quick.
So listen, I know I get a very strong vibe that I don't think you really care about what's right or wrong for the people of Zadraros, but I do have a feeling that you want what we're promised if we finish this vote, and if we have the people of Zadraros indebted to us in some way. Would those be interests of yours?
One of those certainly. The money that was promised. Oh no, my fucking accent's gone. I fucked it.
It's okay, dude.
It's been too many weeks.
Just roll with it.
My accent is gone. Yes, well, you see, what I really care about is what was promised to us, and that's really it. What was it, 1,000 platinum? Or you said it was gonna be more, right?
Oh yeah, it was 1,000 platinum. It was originally 1,000 gold, but that was before I realized how little that was. So it's 1,000 platinum now.
1,000 platinum.
Which is 10,000 gold.
Yeah, that's really all that concerns me. I could give two shits if the people of Zadraros are in our favor or not.
I nod and I just say, okay, well, if you heard anything of what Occam had said last night, then you know that he's essentially planning on staging a coup in Zadraros today. And that poses a problem for all of our objectives. If he stages a coup, not only to sort of eliminate the chance of a vote occurring to sway who Zadraros joins with or not, as well as this puts Occam yet again with a huge target on his head, with whatever our enemies are targeting him. I said, I want to stop him. And I need your help to get that done.
I'm like, I should have killed that idiot when I had the chance. Now he's gone off, head full of rage. So it's some dumb shit.
So I say, well, that's why I'm speaking with you. I don't want Occam dead. I need to return him back here. Regardless of what Calvira says, I have a feeling that she wants this to be stopped. So our objectives align with one another. This will only help our mission if we're able to stop Occam. At the very least, after that, our word may be held in regard to some of the other council members. I said, but the reason that I'm talking to you is because I want you to stake out the council hall. And if some sort of action starts to go on and shit starts to go down, I need you to alert me so that I want to meet you there at the council room so that we can stop it.
Well, that's certainly a plan, all right. I don't know about all that, but
well, hey, I'm laying out. You're my only ally here, so I'm laying out my plan. You are free to disagree.
Let's see. What do I think about this? All right. This is what I'm gonna do. I just sit there and go, fine, whatever you want. I'm sick and tired of playing these games, hiding in the shadows, playing nice with people. From this point on, I'm following, unless my input seems necessary, I'm following your orders. If your orders are to stake me out, fine. And I say I'll stake out the the courthouse and give you a signal if, as you say, shit goes down. And I walk back inside, and as I walk back inside, and I say, oh, and don't get used to this whole being in charge thing here. This is a temporary transaction. And I go
Okay.
inside.
Well, I was gonna give you the wand of flare that I have
Oh, sure.
to be your signal. So before you walk right past me, I just grab the wand and I push it into your hand, and I just say, just use this. If you see that Occam starts to become aggressive or things start to go south, use that, and I'll rush right over to the council room.
Okay. What do you want me to do once I've signaled the flare? Sit there and be your muscle?
Well, I said, well, at first, I'd like you to wait for me and potentially back me up if I need it. But the other reason is that you know a lot more about all the different things that are going on in this plot than I do. You've been present for pretty much every major investigation and figure. I said, so you, above all else, can provide ample explanation about both the Quiver and Tiziana's potential involvement, if we get things under control physically at the council.
Okay.
Question: where are you guys talking right now?
The outside of the
Like by the
estate.
gate into the entrance?
Yes,
Okay,
at the
gotcha.
entrance.
Go on.
Alright, in that case, I say, well... Oh wait, no, Occam knows. I was gonna say you should try and angle me as, like, hired on muscle that you bought on, just to keep me out of the loop, but that would make no sense, because Occam
Yeah,
and
everybody-
Calvira knows.
Yeah, everybody kind of knows you.
Yeah. Alright then, whatever.
Alright, go.
Salttail's sick and tired of playing these games. He just wants this shit over. He's gonna follow Anyasha's orders, whether this end good or bad.
All right.
As you guys sort of finishing that conversation, you see sort of down the way to at the actual front door of the estate, Calvira is just sort of closing the door behind her, and then she just looks at you guys, and she makes eye contact with both of you, and she goes to leave.
Like leave the estate or go back into the
Yes,
estate?
leave the estate.
Oh well, I'm just like, where are you going?
I have business to attend to.
I said, are you positive that you're fine to be heading out alone?
Yes, I'm positive. I'll be all right.
All right.
I say, I don't really I
Okay.
don't really say anything. I just she walked past me, I walked past her, and then I hear this exchange going down, and I kind of like just say to myself, although you could hear it if you like listened, like if you listened into like what I said, like you could hear it. I'd be like, I go, good on a mission, about damn time, and I like keep going to the estate.
Roger. But yeah, what do you do?
I don't know. The only reason I wanted Softail to go and stake out the council room is because I thought Calvira was going to be here. But she's leaving.
Do you even know when this council thing will be going down?
No.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
so-
go inside, catch about an hour's sleep, and then just go run my errands that I had to go run, which were, I believe, I think my cloak would be
Yep.
done, and
Yep.
my potions that I got from the priest, or
Yes.
yeah, those
Yes.
would be done. So I gotta go pick that shit up.
Yeah. But yeah, so you don't actually know when this would be going down, but even if at all.
Yeah.
If you recall, Occam said he planned on walking in and calling them all out. And you know they have many rudimentary meetings about random stuff all the time.
Because I'll be at every
So-
one.
Damn.
And you do
Okay.
know Calvira usually attends those meetings.
Yes. So
As
if
a
I
part
were
of
to,
her council-y duties.
if I were a betting man. Well, I don't know if that's where she's headed. All right. Well, in terms of Calvira, I just let her go. I'm just like, okay,
You let her go. Okay.
do whatever you need to do.
Let me know if you want
Gotcha.
to change the plan.
Well, I mean, so at that point, I don't know. I guess I just kind of hang out around the estate.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
All right. So how long do you hang out here? Like, I'd imagine by this point, after all this, it'd probably be 10 in the morning.
10 in the morning. All right. Yeah, I guess I would hang out about an hour, and then I guess I'm gonna go out in the town myself and just kind of scope the council room from the ground.
Okay. Cool.
Actually, in that case, if you're gonna go out, I want to give you the gold. I want you to go pick up the potions, just so I could go get my thing and then go to the council hall and scout
Okay.
it out.
I'm picking them up from
Yeah, I tell you, I struck a
Okay.
deal with High Priestess
High Priest Clovis or
Clovis.
Priestess. no, no,
oh,
no
the
titties.
priest.
Yeah, High Priest
I
Clovis or
struck a deal with High Priest Clovis. Go pick up the potions I ordered and apologize for me and send my apologies for not being there in person. Tell him if he asks, tell him I had very important business to attend to.
All right. So if that's the case, then I'll go to the church first.
Okay, cool. So you go to the church, and you see that it's early in the morning, and Clovis is still sort of giving his rites and doing very high priesty things. He's talking to people, fucking giving people are in there praying and stuff. It seems to be like a sort of mass going on.
Okay. So
And if you have knowledge religion, or knowledge local or anything, you could get a vibe as to when it would be over.
Jamel, I'm a barbarian.
I know you don't have it. I'm just asking.
I'm a barbarian, man. Come on.
Yeah, I don't got any of that shit.
Well, just tell you what knowledges you could use, so that maybe in the future, if you want to take them, you take them.
Well, yeah,
All it takes is 1 point to be able to roll it.
yeah.
And it only takes
I
2
know.
to make things go right.
But
Takes
I
two
show
to
up
take it
there.
out of sight.
Shut the fuck up.
I
Go
kind
on.
of just I stand in the back of the church. Like I go into the entrance, but I stand by the door to wait until the service is over.
Okay, cool. After about 30 minutes, Clovis starts sort of giving his so sort of into mass things, and you don't really know what's going on, but you know that at some point people start getting up and leaving, so you get a vibe that it's over.
All right. So,
Clovis starts talking to some of his some people who are like in armor and stuff that you probably get the vibe are paladins, likely of Bahamut, and clerics and stuff, and some ordinary people wearing ordinary scholarly garb. And he talks to them, and he's giving them orders, and they start getting things together and seemingly preparing for what is going to be a long day of work.
all right. So is it at this point that I go and walk up to head priest Clovis, and I say, "Excuse me, sir. I'm here to pick up an order of potions from a friend of mine."
And then a scribe standing next to Clovis would immediately go, "Oh, right. The did you give them your name?"
No.
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 Oh,
Yeah.
him?
So he would literally just say, "Oh, the cat, right? He asked
I
for
said-
potions, right?
Yes, that's right.
Do you recall how many there were?"
I think it was 20.
Yeah. I said if I recall, my friend said there were 20.
Right. All right then. I'll fetch them right away. Well, I'll check where we. And then suddenly Clovis just goes, "You'll go nowhere. You, dog. Why didn't he show up himself?"
I say yes. He
Did he not
Only
have the time? Was this appointment not worthy of him?
not at all, sir. Recently he asked me to bring along his apologies. Recently in a training situation, he had injured himself, so he was unable to attend this morning.
Injured himself? How badly that he couldn't walk and attend a meeting he scheduled?
I kind of at that point I kind of just nod and I say, well, I do not know the limits of his body exactly, but I know that he had told me he was unable and to ask to both bring along his payment and his apologies.
Last I saw him, he seemed a rather burly fellow. Didn't seem the type to injure himself while training. You look like you mean well. So I'll tell you this nicely. He can bring his apologies and that gold you have there himself. And then he'll get those potions. You understand?
Let's see. Do I understand? Yeah, I'm gonna say I do understand. I nod and I say, yes, sir. Suppose it can't be helped. I understand, and I apologize if he's offended you.
Right then. And enough of that sir nonsense. I'm not the half-orc. You refer to me as High Priest.
Ooh. I nod again. I say, I'm terribly sorry, High Priest Clovis.
Right then. Be on your way.
Um,
I'd like to note the scribe standing next to him is sitting there like.
yeah. So I nod a little bit and I say, if you'd spare another moment of your time, High Priestess Clovis, on behalf of what?
Did you say priestess on purpose?
Oh shit, that was not on purpose.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm not trying to be a dick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep rolling,
Okay,
keep rolling.
High Priest Clovis. This is a question on behalf of the Archmage.
I don't much like questions on the behalf of others, but what is it?
Oh, this was a simple one. She just wanted to inquire, since she knows that you are much more connected to the lifeblood of the council than any
That
other.
I am.
About if you all had any rudimentary meetings coming up anytime soon.
That damnable girl. Always shirking her work. Oh yes. Oddly enough, we're to have one late afternoon, around 4:30 p.m. We're to discuss the movement of gold to the merchant class and tax numbers and all that rudimentary things. It's a rudimentary meeting. But we're all to be there.
Okay, I nod. I say, thank you so much for that information, Head Priest Clovis. I said, I'll be sure to relay that information to the Archmage.
Make sure she's on time. She's tardy again. Be on your way.
I nod. I just keep nodding and say, of course. Have a lovely day. And I exit.
Right then.
That's some information.
Yeah, well done. But so what else are you guys? What else are you gonna do currently? You just gonna walk your way back?
Well, yeah. Now that I know, I am gonna. I'm gonna head back to the estate.
How much
to
time
wait.
has passed since he's been at High
He's
Priestess?
so he waited. So he would have left in total. Like, because you expect him to go to the council afterwards, right? But you expect him to bring this up back to you and then go to the council.
Yeah. Well, depending. I mean, like I said, I was gonna go
which did you
inside.
guys agree on?
Like I said, he was gonna
I'm
go
pretty sure I was
out.
gonna bring it back to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Then
was
he was
just.
gonna-
I didn't really care what he was gonna do with it. The thing was, I just want to make sure we had the time right because I was gonna go catch an hour of sleep because I probably didn't sleep much last night.
Yep. Yeah.
And then,
That
and then
hour
head out.
you'd still be. Yeah. It hasn't even been an hour yet.
Oh, it hasn't been an hour. Okay, then I guess I'd
No.
still, unless it's like an
Yeah.
hour as he comes back, then.
Yeah. It would be like an hour, like as he leaves the what's it called? It probably would have been like 40 minutes for him to fucking get there, and then start leaving. He'd probably like sort of get back around the like a little after you woke up.
Alright.
Okay, so would you
But
still be there?
Alex,
Yeah, you probably catch
Alex,
me on my way out.
on your way back, Alex, I want you to roll a perception check for me.
Perception. Gotcha.
Let me
Well,
scroll down.
There you go.
All right, so as you're strolling through the merchant district,
mhm.
on your way, sort of through the main square, sort of past the main square, on your way back to the estate. Out of the corner of your eye, you sort of see a familiar-looking cloak in the crowd, sitting, not in the crowd, but sort of sort of frequenting like a small business. She's sitting at a table across another familiar-looking face.
Real quick, I'm sorry. How
Go on.
much was all that? Those potions? I remember we cut some sort of deal.
Oh yeah, I don't fucking remember. We'll check the VOD, fucking from the last one. I actually don't remember exactly what he gave you for them. I was hoping you remembered.
No, I just remember that we cut a deal. I don't remember
Okay.
how much it
Well,
was.
it's a good thing we record these. Fucking, we'll just waive that and then we'll just get it afterwards.
Okay.
But
Take notes, guys.
but fucking but yeah. So yeah, you see that Calvira is just sort of sitting at a table over what appears to be some sort of like so she's having breakfast or lunch or whatever, and across the table from her is Tiziana.
What the fuck? Oh. Let me look at my stats.
Will sword work? No.
Can
down.
sword
Stats.
save me in this one? Shit. Fuck. All right. You know what? I'm taking things in my own hands. I gotta play risky. I'm gonna try and eavesdrop.
Oh man, that is not your fucking forte. You should run.
Hey, I got
you should
6 in
run
stealth.
back and come get me.
I got 6
How
in
are
stealth,
you
so-
trying to eavesdrop mechanically? What are you doing? Are you going?
Like, I'm
are
just
you,
trying to, like, if I'm walking past and I just notice, like, in the hustle and bustle, they're sitting there at a table, then I'm just trying to, like, position myself closer without being in line of sight. Use the crowd to my advantage.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
because I will say, there are different consequences to different ways of being caught. If you just happen to be at the store nearby, fucking, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? If you're like across the table looking at them, it's like, hey, dude, kind of a difference. So yeah, that's why I'm asking, like, mechanically, what do you intend?
Yeah, I just want to see if I can, like, catch a few words of their conversation, if they are having one,
Mhm.
by passing by, you know?
Yeah, sure. So as they're walking by, you sort of you wouldn't necessarily hear this. Yeah, roll perception for me, actually. See how much this you get.
All right.
Roll again.
Damn.
All right, cool. So in the beginning, you hear you see visually that Calvira seems to be like she sort of leaned back in her chair, sort of just like looking at her nails a little,
Mhm.
and you see that she sort of has her legs crossed, and she's talking to like she's not really making eye contact as she talks to Tiziana, and Tiziana sort of just like leaned forward, hasn't touched her food. After a couple seconds, after a couple seconds, Calvira sort of leans. She leans forward and it sort of takes like a huge bite out of whatever she like lunch she has. As Tiziana continues to talk to her. Again, Calvira still isn't making any eye contact. And then eventually you see Tiziana getting a bit flustered. She shouts a bit, so you hear this. She goes, "Fine." And then you sort of then at hearing that you listen more acutely. She goes, "Fine, I'll tell you everything."
Oh. Okay. All right. So, at hearing that, I think I stop eavesdropping. I continue on my way.
Okay.
I don't want to push it any further.
So you get back to the estate.
Yes.
By this point, it'd be around. I said it was around 10 when you left. It was around 40. It'd probably be around. It'd be like 11:30, 12.
Okay.
Like 11:30. And could you'd have been up for like a little bit at this point?
Yeah, I'd probably
As
just
a-
get up immediately and just start heading out to the market.
Okay. Holy shit, we ran out of fucking. Hold on, let me get them.
We're
I was wondering, I randomly got quiet. We ran out of music. Hold on, let me fucking. There we go.
So, Mike, would you still be there when I came back?
I would head towards the market, so would I see him on the way? Because I'd probably be out of the estate. I don't know how much time is in between.
You'd have. You guys would probably see each other like just outside the estate,
Alright.
like fucking. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, I see him and I go. I sit there and I'm like, did you get the potions?
I pretty much I look at him and I say, well, per the head priest's words, he told me to save the apologies and the gold until you could deliver them yourself.
Just sit there and I go, oh. I said, I was really hoping that wouldn't be the case. God damn it.
I said, if you're planning on going to see him, I did tell him a lie. That the reason I tried to make up a reason for why you couldn't be there. I said you had gotten injured in some sort of training. So if you do plan on seeing him again later, maybe walk with a limp.
I say, I'd prefer I wouldn't. I'd prefer to make you look bad instead of me. I'll just tell him you lied.
I laugh. I'm just like, oh, motherfucker.
Holy shit.
I say, well, I also found out some good information from him. There's going to be a council meeting later this afternoon. Everyone is going to be attending. I believe that's when Occam is going to make his move.
I said, alright, I will go. I'll go get the potions and I'll go stick out. I'll go wait in the council hall. Just be on standby.
I nod. So, looking at the map, are there any would there be anywhere that I could be inconspicuously that was near the council building? Like some sort of shop or cafe or just public commons?
Yeah, you the market area sort of extends toward the council building. Like you walk out of the council building and you're in the market area. So
okay,
so
I'd probably just hang around in the public areas, just trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah. Okay.
During that time.
Right. And so that's what you're gonna do. Again, it's some hours out. By this point, it'd be probably around like I said, 11:30, 12ish. So you guys could what do you guys plan to do with that in the meantime?
I'm gonna go see my boy Victor, and whoever the hell the guy who runs the leather shop. Go get my cloak.
The dude who works with him is Richter.
Oh, Richter.
Fucking
Fuck.
yeah.
So close.
Fucking but yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, go get my shit. Damn, this girl's thick. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go do it.
Okay. 1 second. But yeah, but yeah, so you head to the the leather worker, and once again you see that he's just sort of sitting there. He's talking to people. Peering in the back there, you see Richter's not here today.
Oh.
He's talking to customers, and he sort of sees you out of the corner of his eye, and you can see him his eyes sort of glow up, and he sort of starts rushing the stuff he's talking to them about, and eventually he finishes those conversations, and he goes, he's like, my prized customer, you're here for your commission, I suppose, I'd imagine.
Yes, you would be correct. I do.
Right.
As much as I do enjoy talking to you, I am here for my cloak.
Yes, of course. And then he go to the back, and you see that he has this like fucking he'd be like, come in, and he'd literally invite you into the fucking literally just straight into the shop.
Nice.
And so he take you a bit into the place. It's not a huge place, but in the back he's sort of got the whole thing made. It's just this fucking I don't know exactly what you want it to look like, but fucking describe
it.
it.
Want it to look like?
What do you want it to look like?
It would take the linings or from like the wing, so like you have like the wing muscles or like the bone part, and then there's like the lining. So the the bones would be like the outside of the cloak, and then the inside of the cloak would be like the lining of the wings. I'm assuming he restructures or he strengthens that with like wool or whatever the fuck, cloth and shit to like make it sturdy, and then so where the bones would hit the body, they like meet in the back of my neck kind of, and they just kind of.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was visualizing.
Yeah.
Cool.
You get
it.
Yeah. And
it looks fucking great.
Yeah, I put it like if I like cloak my whole front of my body, like the wings connect in the front, and then like the back, like you see like the other like strands coming down, like the whatever. Yeah. The wing part.
I got you. I'm putting that together. I'm picking up what you. But yeah, it looks every bit as you'd expect. And it's got this like sheen to it. And it what's it called? Like you killed the dragon. You were there. Like you know this thing fucking wasn't the prettiest motherfucker, but this like sort of this cloak he's crafted for you is extremely well made, and it looks really fucking sick. It looks exactly as you'd expect it, and it smells like pretty fucking good. Something like you've got that new car smell to it.
Nice.
And he's sort of sitting there, and he's just like I do apologize for the delay. There were some I've never really worked with anything like this before. There were some hiccups in the process. My subordinate helped me bang them out. He was rather useful in the ordeal, but yes, this is the final product. Does it meet your expectations?
I put it on, and I like, feel around, and I'm like, shit's pretty nice. like the Dave Chappelle fucking skit. Fucking Obama's the first one in there. Shit, it's pretty nice. I'm like that, and I like moving around, like, yes, and I see you've compensated for my bulk I've put on the last few weeks.
Yes, as we discussed.
Then I'm like, let me just check the maneuverability real quick, and I like kind of like I like have it like fully closed, and I like throw it to my sides. I'm like, whoa! And I do some like weird kung fu shit. I'm like, the maneuverability is fantastic. You have to say, you outdid yourself with this one.
He looks at you and he goes, honestly, I haven't had as much fun working on something in a long time. A lot of my work is menial. There's, saddlebags, things of the like, leather padding. It's all very novice work, but this was creative. Reminds me of why I started this. So thank you very much for your commission.
I tell him, I look around, I say, I'm like, it seems your assistant isn't here today. Is something wrong?
No, when we finished this article last night, he stayed after hours to help me finish it. He seemed to share my passion. And seeing that in him, I decided to give him the day off.
Oh, what a good guy. I tell
yes,
him...
Richter's an old soul, but he's a good man.
Oh, that's good. I tell him, I say, like, alright, well, I couldn't help but notice, listen to you about how you've, you grow tired how most of your work is of mundane nonsense. But clearly you've put so much passion into this. I tell him, I say, I don't want to get your hopes up or anything, but I may have an offer for you. Call it hired work for me.
He's sitting there, and he thinks for a moment. He goes, "Oh, I think I might be much too old for what I suspect you're suggesting. You do have to understand. As much as I enjoyed this, I do have a wife and children to look after. Anything that involved me leaving the city or anything like that would be a bit difficult."
I tell him, I go, well, you wouldn't necessarily have to leave the city, but let's just say, if everything goes according to plan, within the next few years, I may find myself in a position of power, and maybe looking for a personal leather worker to work on my wares and many of my companions. With all this work, things have occurred to me that I will need the very best at my side, and you seem to know exactly what you are doing. Would you, if everything works out the way it was, I was just wanted to know if I could stay in contact with you and possibly and have you be a commission for my have you be a personal worker for my or I should say commission worker for my for me in the future. Let's just go with that.
Yeah. So he's saying he's gonna go. A few years, you say? Position of power, then. I'll have to see you then. If what you're offering would be fruitful, and allow me to take care of my family, perhaps take them somewhere more interesting than this place. Perhaps we'd have a deal. I'll see you then. We'll discuss terms when the time comes.
Alright. I'd say I'm like, good to know I've piqued your interest.
Most certainly.
I ask him how much I owe him for the cloak, and I guess that's really it.
He would say that that ordinarily something like that would be like extremely pricey. But because he enjoyed so much, he enjoyed it so much, he's only going to charge you for the cost of the raw materials and just the street, he's not fucking like throwing it like exacerbating the price like oh shit like it would for anyone else. So he's gonna ask you for
He's not selling me the price of a pre-built PC.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, he's gonna charge you 200 GP.
Oh, nice.
Which, you know, for the average guy is still a fuck ton of money, but you can get the vibe that for anything like that, he normally would have normally it'd have been like a fucking lord or something charging for that much, or sergeant or commission something of that you know type, and he'd have charged them a lot more. But yeah, fuck it.
Nice.
So yeah, that you finish that exchange, and do you say anything else? You're just on your way.
I tell him, I say thanks for all your hard work and dedication, and I salute him. I'm like, see ya, sucker.
Nice. So yeah, what'd you call it? So that was your thing to do. Was there anything else you wanted to do?
Oh, I'm gonna go talk to fucking High Priest fuckface.
All right. High Priest fuckface. Nice.
Man, I was hoping he would believe the lie and just not treat you like a shithead. So.
Well, now I get to make you look bad. So now it all worked out.
Yeah, you piece of shit.
Oh shit. All right. One moment. I'm actually gonna shit real quick. I don't remember when it happened. Whatever. Fucking. We'll fucking. I figured you'd have written it down, but fucking. We'll figure the price. Fucking. We'll find it. We'll find it.
I think you said he gave me like a 200 or like 250 gold discount.
No, it was a discount per based on bulk purchase and giving him time to get them together. But we'll figure it out. I'm not going in right now.
I don't
fucking yeah. But yeah. So yeah. You walk back to the You walk up to the church.
Yep.
And you see Clovis doing his high priestly things.
Yep.
As I described earlier.
I'm doing I've got that shit. I look fresh as fuck stride going right now. Like when you get
Are you wearing it?
Fuck yeah, I'm wearing it. I'm fucking wearing it when you get like that new fucking shirt and like you go to the club, you're like, damn, bro, I feel good. Shit.
Nice. He walks in like fucking Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
Like, hey.
Do the slide to one of the fucking scribes. Snap my fingers.
But yeah,
You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door.
Don't make me fucking edit the entire Spider-Man 3 with self-face.
Please do, dude. That would be infinitely easier than what you did. But yeah, well, yeah. So you walk in, and Clovis is doing, you know, priest. He's talking to people very condescendingly. He's telling people to do shit. People are doing shit. What do you do?
I walk up to him and I go, yes, High Priest. And I kind of like bow my head a bit, and I'm like, glad to see you're doing well. I'm sorry I heard what happened before.
Roger. Okay, so he doesn't say that. Fucking. I'm just that was me affirming. That was me affirming what you said.
Ordinarily, I'd be offended, but you look fresh to death, so I let it slide.
No, but he's gonna look at you and he's gonna go, I'm sorry to hear about your injury. How are you faring?
I look at him, I'm like, yes, well, there is no injury. Clearly I've learned a valuable lesson, which is if you want something done tonight, do it yourself. See, what that happened was there was no injury. I just simply told him to tell you that I had business to attend to. You see, I know how busy of a man you are, and I just didn't want you to wait around for me all day, so holding out to these potions. So I figured I'd get the head of the game and send one of my subordinates to come collect. Clearly,
subordinates.
Clearly, he is an idiot, and I will never do such a thing again.
Looks like you're in need of better subordinates then. But yes, I didn't treat him with any malice or anything. I simply told him that I prefer to do business with the people I made the deals with. I don't like third parties showing up to negotiate deals. Or to pass hands. I wasn't rude about it or anything. I was just letting him know.
I bow my head again, I go, yes, another lesson I have learned today. I said, and maybe next time you should treat him with more malice. He is quite the bumbling idiot, you see.
Yo. Oh.
Noted. All right then, scribe. And then he the same guy that Alex saw earlier comes over and he goes, "Yes, high priest." And he goes, "Fetch the potions for the customer here." And then he'd go, "Yes, high priest." And he'd go over and he'd just have this fucking elaborate fucking bag just with a bunch of freaking a bunch of potions in it, like sort of stored in different pouches so they don't just shatter all in one thing.
Yeah.
And
as,
freaking
as he comes over, I go, make sure you don't flip the bag and double it. Be careful.
You're an idiot. But he's like, no, but fucking, but yeah. So yeah, Clovis seconds that. And then so yeah, he brings it over, and then he goes, "Right then, I believe our business here is done."
I go, I bow my head once more.
You exchange whatever sum of gold we agreed upon.
Yeah, whatever sum of gold is exchanged, I say, I bow my head one more time and I leave, and I say thank you for your forgiveness, High Priest. I hope I don't cause you any sort of inconvenience like this again. Have a good day.
Oh, you did inconvenience me, and I've not forgiven you. Do be on your way, and be on time next time. Person.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
But yeah, so so yeah.
Motherfucker.
So you just leave?
I walk out, I leave, and as I walk out, I think to myself, I'm like, gonna have that man's head in the pike one day. I was like, he will. I said that comments like that will not be forgiven, but now is not the time. I have more important matters to attend to.
Cool. So, do you head back to the estate?
No, I head straight to the council building.
Straight to the council building.
Actually, no, yeah, I'll head to the council building.
Okay. What do you do when you get there? Are you just getting a spot to scope out?
Get in
my. You're gonna get in your usual spot. Go above the building. Head through the top part.
Yeah,
sit on the balcony.
Entrance. Yeah, I got the entrance. I got the balcony. Got the whole shebang.
Just a heads up. That balcony is probably like a solid. Like if you've ever been in like in the PV gym, it's like you're like on the ceiling. Like that's how high up it is. I don't know how many feet that is, but it's pretty high up.
Gotcha.
Just a heads up. But yeah. So but you already know there's a way down to the steps to the left and all that jazz. But yeah. So you're just gonna hang out there.
Yeah, as long as I'm hidden, I do. Yeah, I guess I'll roll my stealth check when I need to.
Roger. Okay, so back to the estate. Inuyasha, what are you doing? What do you do? Some time has gone by. By this point, it'd probably be around 1:30. Calvira has still yet to return.
Yeah, so I was gonna go out to the marketplace and kind of just be moving around that area, staying around the council building for whenever the meeting starts.
Okay, cool.
Waiting for Mike's signal.
All right, so you're hanging around the council building. And you just do that, I'd imagine, for the entire time?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the time eventually comes, and after some time, you see that you'd notice from the crowd, or just people doing things.
Mm-hmm.
You'd see Tiziana alone, go on like sort of on her way and heading into the she would walk into the front entrance of the council building. Sometime after that, Vividin would show.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit after that, this time, much more obvious, Occam is sort of heading through the merchant district on Kikis.
Mm.
He heads he sort of like does what he usually does. He ties Kikis to like a sort of like fence on the side of the council building, and he heads in. About 15 to 20 minutes after that, you see Calvira, and she heads into the council building.
Okay.
What's your plan?
My plan right now is to wait until Mike's signal and then act upon that signal.
Okay.
So I trust that he's already in place watching the events.
Also,
Gotcha.
real quick, what were your orders if shit starts going down as far as like Occam being like, I'm gonna implement a dictatorship?
Yeah, like if Occam makes a major move, or you see that major shit's going down inside, to give a signal, and then we will enter.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
enter, gotcha. They said end her. I was
What?
like, who?
Oh!
And then we're ending her.
Ticks alignment. But yeah, so yeah. So you're still outside though.
Yes,
And
I'm
you remain
outside.
outside.
Yes.
Okay, so Softail. You're above the you're in the rafters. You see when the council members file in, you see that some secretaries come in as well, and Vividum is back in his ordinary councilman garb, his hair well put together, back in a top knot, his his beard well groomed, and he sort of he goes up and he takes his seat in the center chair of the council. Again, this is sort of like a rounded table where they can look at each other. But Vividum's seat is slightly elevated. And then to his right, at the far end to his right, sits Tiziana. To the left of her, Calvira. To his left, oh no, my bad, not Calvira, Clovis. And then to his left, sits Calvira, and then directly to her left is Occam. And they sort of sit there, and then Vividum opens, and he starts talking. He opens about like what their topic of the day would be, talking about various things to do with the merchant district, tax rules during these unprecedented times. Specifically, a lot of this focused on Tiziana, since that's her job. She handles that stuff. She's got the numbers, and they sort of go back and forth like that for a while. Occam participating, and Calvira as well. You notice that despite all that happened, Occam and Calvira don't seem to be exchanging anything odd. They seem to be only referring to one another when deliberately attacking. Go on. All right, no, you're good. Let me know when you're ready.
Alright, sorry about that. You can keep going.
All right, you're good. But yeah, Calvira and Occam don't seem to be exchanging anything outside of stuff that's actually pertains to to the topic at hand. No, normally when they're in council, they'd have normally their relationship is a little more not all shaky and shit. So but yeah, they're only really referring to each other. It's like you fucking like if you literally go to work with someone you had a fucking whole ass argument with the day before. It's just oh, it's only work. That's all they're talking about.
All business.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
So after some time, you good, Mike?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Talking to me again.
No, you're good. You're good. So after some time, the meeting continues on for about an hour, and they seem to gain ground with on the topic they're talking about, and they sort of come to the conclusion that it's a little iffy, the situation, and a lot of the stuff that was being brought up to be implemented would kind of be it needs more review. So at that, Vividum sort of takes all the papers in front of him. He clearly had talking points, and he sort of just sets them aside, and he just goes, "In closing, is there anything we need to discuss?" And just one by one, Tatiana goes, "No." Clovis goes, "No, I've much to do later anyway." And then he looks to Calvira. She shakes her head without a word. When he looks to Occam just he sits there for a moment, and he stands up, and he just sort of walks down he just sort of grabs his chair and just sort of like drags it past the table. And you notice that the rest of the council members, you see their heads sort of like eyeing him without a word. And he sets the chair in front of the round table, and he sits down in it, turns it backwards, sits down, and it just leans forward, and he goes,
Hi,
"Yes." Yeah, but he goes, "Yes, I have something to discuss."
I get in position to shoot this fucking flare.
He goes, "A question, really, just one." And then Vividum just looks at him. He goes, "I speak." He goes, Which one of you almost got me killed on my mission?"
Alright. I'm not gonna shoot it, but I'm ready to shoot it. Also, I want to shoot it, like, not inside. I want to go outside and shoot it.
Roger.
So they don't notice me shooting a fucking flare and then I miss, like, a fucking bottle rocket and it flies in someone's face. Alright,
So-
I'll listen for a bit.
Yeah. Immediately, Tiziana sort of speaks up. You sort of hear a shakiness in her voice. She goes, "Akam, what are you talking about?" And then he's just like, "Which one of you leaked the details of my mission to that damn bastard sitting in my dungeon? He knew where we were. He knew what we were doing. But he didn't know that I'd have the help of the dog, the cat, and that lot. Ironically enough, that's not anything I mentioned to you. He conveniently was missing a bit of information that I didn't give the lot of you. I'll rephrase my question. Can anyone make that make sense?" And immediately, you see that Calvira's demeanor hasn't changed. She obviously, this is something that isn't entirely unexpected.
Yeah, this makes sense. This isn't about implementing a dictatorship. I'll let this rock.
Tiziana is just like completely like fucking. She's normally like yeah, Occam's a douchebag, but she's normally like really sarcastic and like witty, but she's like keeping it straight fucking stone cold right now. And then so Vividum speaks up, and he's just like he goes to speak up, but then Clovis cuts him off, and then Clovis is just like, "Where do you get off accusing the council of some treachery? It's not anyone else's fault but your own that you can't conduct a mission. Almost got yourself killed through the realm of the chaos." And then freaking Occam is just sort of like he sits there and he eyes Clovis for a bit. Normally that's a response that would get like a pretty like outrageous reaction from him, but he says nothing. He looks to Vividum. Since you saw Vividum was about to speak. And Vividum just goes, "You're saying you suspect that someone on this council betrayed you? That someone on this council told those heathens what you were doing on your mission? That's what you think of us? Admittedly, though, as much as it pains me to hear you say that is rather suspicious. If you'd like, you could conduct a full investigation. You've my permission for that." And then he's sitting there, and then Vividum looks to his fellow council members and he goes, "Unless, of course, any of you could add anything to this." And then he looks to Tiziana, and Tiziana just sort of like she just sort of sits there and she just doesn't really say anything. Looks to Clovis. Clovis is still just like frustrated. And then he looks to Calvira, and Calvira sort of just sits there for a moment. And as Vividum like sort of looks away from her, taking that as a no, she goes, "No, I think I have something to add as well." And then she stands and just sort of folds her arms, clearly showing that she's not very comfortable. And she just goes, "Occam and I have Occam and I have caught wind of something rather nefarious
No,
going
don't
on
expose my
in-
plans, Calvier, you dumb fuck! I worked too hard for this!
She goes, we've unearthed something rather interesting going on under the city. There seems to be a sort of shadowy organization sort of making moves about the city under our noses. This organization seems to run very deep. Perhaps, Occam, perhaps that is the source of the treachery you seek.
Does she know
You're
the
seeking.
whole thing that I saw Tiziana with Jacob, and Jacob is... we saw get moited by work,
Yeah. She knows all that because that was the stuff that she knew before she had that dinner with Titiana, where she almost fireballed
bitch,
her.
if you gonna start accusing people, go hard or go home!
So she's sitting there and she goes, "I think it's doubtful that any of us would betray the city,
You
but
cunt.
but knowing that, knowing what's going on under the city potentially, do you not think that it's more likely that they got that information elsewhere? Perhaps it leaked out in some other way?" And Occam just sort of looks at her with these fucking laser eyes, and he goes, "That's possible, but unlikely." And then, fucking she sort of goes back at him. She goes, "Unlikely. We know close to nothing about this group. Before you go accusing members of our council, people you've worked with for years and come to trust, people we all know wouldn't be here unless they sought the best for the nation. Before you start accusing them of treachery, how about we be more thorough? Don't you think that could be a good idea?" And Occam is just sitting there, and he's just like, "Calvira, I can tell. You're not buying a bit of the whole shit you're talking right now, are you?" And then she sits there and she looks at him and she goes, "I think, for one, that you're out of line, and that things have been stressful on you. Your mission went poorly. You almost died. I'm well aware.
Bitch, you too.
Now, I understand what you're going through, and I understand you're angry, but you can't take that rage out on the council. The council's the only thing holding Zajaraos together." And then Occam just sort of sits there. He just stares at her, and he stands up, and he just pushes the chair over, and he goes, "Right then. So you're all full of shit. Every single one of you. And if none of you will tell me the truth, so be it. I'm done here. It's the last time I enter these halls." And then freaking he sort of goes to turn and walk out, and he looks back over his shoulder and he goes, "The Legion is mine. I command them. You'll trust me to conduct them as I have been. Well, none of you will have any say in what I do or how things go. If you have a complaint, you come to me. You leave it on my desk, and I'll consider it. I'm done with this council. A lot of you incompetent fools."
Holy shit.
And then just sort of on his way out, he stops at the door and he just looks back to Calvira and he goes, "I never thought you for a sycophant." And then he just turns back and he walks out the door.
I don't even know what that means.
This sign can't stop me. I can't even read.
Like, yo, funny words, magic. No, but fucking, but yeah.
I like your words,
But yeah,
magic man.
So Occam leaves.
I look at my wand, I'm like, well, seems a little too late to blow this.
Yeah.
Then in my back pocket.
You motherfucker.
Hey, bro, listen, that was his final words. You wouldn't want me to blow the fucking thing. Like, haha, he's left.
No.
But yeah.
Yeah, shit. Alright.
But yeah, it's not over yet. So Vividum is gonna look to Calvira, and he's gonna say, "That's the most I've ever heard you say, girl. I think that's the highest word count you've ever maintained in the council." He goes, "What changed? Why are you acting like this?" And then freaking she's just sitting there and she's like, "As I said, we found substantial evidence of nefarious deeds going down underneath the city. We're investigating it. We were keeping it to ourselves until we found something substantial. We've nothing entirely concrete yet, but when we do, we'll bring it to you. We'll discuss this. If you'd like, I can give you everything we have so far."
What? Oh.
And then and
Bullshit!
Clovis,
I want to be the one giving the details here.
Clovis just sits there, and then he's not talking. His ears perk up. He just sort of leans forward. Tatiana just sort of like folds her hands and leaves it forward on the table. And Calvira goes, "What we know so far is that these bandits, that have been attacking our supply lines, they seem to, as you all know, they seem to always have some sort of information that none of us are leaking. And we've captured a few of them. 2 of them. One of them, Veshna, who is now under my control. Another that nearly killed Occam out on his mission, as he said. We've interrogated them, and they've admitted a connection to this shadowy organization. All we know about them is that their members have cobra tattoos, and given that given that one of our captured one of our prisoners claimed to know them, claimed to have received instructions from them in some way, I think that's enough to at least warrant a full investigation." And then Vividum's gonna sit there and he's gonna sort of just stroke his scarlet beard for a moment. And then Clovis is gonna look back and he's gonna go, "Well, it's a good thing you're bringing this up, I suppose. This could be key to everything. All the things that are going wrong and plaguing this city, driving me mad. Yes, I second what the girl says. We should dedicate full focus of the council on this ordeal." Tatiana leans back and she goes, "Yes, I also agree. I think Calvira's right. She truly has the evidence she claims." And Vividum looks to them and he goes, "Aye. So we're all in agreement then. From now on, substantial focus of this council will be a full investigation of this shadowy organization. Shame Occam walked out as he did. Shame he doesn't trust us. No matter. He'll run the Legion as he does. Brutally, and he's good enough at what he does. I've known him for years. Right then. This meeting's adjourned. We'll regroup tomorrow at the same time. We'll discuss this further. You're all free to go." And Clovis is the first one out of that fucking chair. He is just like, "Alright, I'm fucking getting the fuck out of here." So, he fucking makes his way out. Tatiana gets up and goes to leave. And Softail, you see Tatiana get up and walk out the door. Like walk out the main door of the council room. And Calvira sort of stands up and she just starts like going through her paperwork, going through her notes. And Vividum looks at her and he goes, "Hi, girl. You're shaking." And then she just looks at me and she goes, "I suppose I am." And he goes, "Good job today. Speak up more often. And then he just leaves it at that. He stands and he sort of he says the same thing Softail does. He puts his hands behind his back in his sleeves, and he just sort of starts making his way out. And Calvira sort of remains behind, sort of, you see that she's like getting papers together. But she seems to like be going through the same papers over and over again. Clearly, she's just not ready to leave yet. It's like fucking the bell rings and you're sitting in class and you got a freaking hard on. And you're like, shit, I gotta fucking stall so I can get out of here. But yeah, so she's sitting there and she's just going through her papers and whatnot. And once Vividum closes the door and the last of them are out of there, she sort of just like you see her just like take those papers and just sort of sprawl them out on the table in front of her, and she just goes, and then she just sort of like fucking just puts her head in her on her arms and just sort of like lays her head down on the desk, and you sort of hear like a light whimpering coming from the council room. By this point, Inuyasha, you'd have seen You'd have seen Occam leave the place like way earlier.
Yeah.
Tiziana, you've yet to see come out though. You did see Clovis leave.
So when I saw Occam leave, that's when outside I start following Occam.
You start following Occam then, okay?
Yes.
All right. So Softail, anything you want to do here before we get to that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in my super stealthy position. I'm just sitting there, and once everyone leaves and I see her just kind of sit there and start whimpering, I sit like I'm just kind of like sitting down waiting for her to like compose herself.
Yeah, so after probably about 5 minutes, you see her, she just lifts her head and she just takes in a deep breath. And then she gathers those papers finally, almost instantly. Clearly wouldn't have taken her that long to do so. She puts them in a sort of like a bind, and she starts making her way out.
All right. Before she gets up, as she's like gathering her things real quick, I like I drop down.
Yeah, you are very capable of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I drop down. As she picks, does she say anything the second I landed? Or
Yeah, dude. She's just like, jeez, how long have you been there? Were you there for the entire meeting?
I sit there and I'm like, well, someone finally grew some backbone. I kind of like, somebody finally grew some backbone.
He's just clapping.
I'm like slow clapping.
Okay. So yeah. She's sitting there and she goes, "Oh, don't mock me. Come. If you've eavesdropped on this, then you know I have a lot to say to you all. Tiziana's waiting for me. Meet me at the estate."
Ooh. Okay. Well, I was gonna say something. I look at her, I go, Tiziana. I go, well, I had some questions about why you didn't tell them everything, and I assume my answers will be found at the estate.
Yes. I beg you. Trust me. Once.
Okay, I tell her, I'm trying to think of something smart to say. A fucking wise ass remark. Being like, I'm like, I look at her, I'm like, oh, I can't believe you thought I never trusted you. I said, I'll meet you back there. And I climb back up and I go out the way. No, I don't want to give her my secret entrance. I'll find a different way.
I'll find a different way.
Tell her how I got it.
What do I gotta roll? Perception? I'll find a different door.
She goes, yes, get back as you will. Just meet me there soon. And she opens the door, and you see as the doors close, she sort of looks to her right, and she looks to her right, and you see Tiziana join her. Tiziana was waiting in the hall for her the entire time. So, all right.
Now
so
that
you're
my
gonna
secret entrance is covered, I'll take that.
yeah. So now, Inuyasha, you
Yes.
are following Occam back to the estate. I want you.
Is he returning back to?
Oh, my bad. Not back to the estate. My bad. Back to the barracks.
Okay.
And are you trying to be undetected?
No. I
just
want him
fucking
to. I
walking.
want it to be him to be aware of the fact that I want to speak with him.
Okay.
But I would hope that both he and I understand that we would have to talk somewhere a little bit more privately. Probably not in the middle of the fucking marketplace.
Okay. Yeah. So Yeah, he'd probably take notice of you, but not really give a shit, and be like, all right, yeah, probably has something to say to me. So he gets to the barracks, and he immediately just storms in and heads to the end of the hall and opens the door in his desk. His men saluted. Normally he'd address them, but he didn't address them. They saluted and they just sort of stand there. Normally they just wait for an at ease, but after a minute or so of him not coming out of the room, they just sort of they just sort of sob and they're like, someone's got the boss mad. And then fucking they just sort of go back to whatever they were doing. And you walk in.
Yes.
By this point, you've been here numerous times. No one's questioning it. What do you do?
I make a beeline towards Occam's office.
All right. You open the office, and you see that he's literally just like behind his desk, not sitting in his chair, leaning against the window in the back, just sort of staring at the door when you come in, and his eyes are down.
I shut the door behind me and I say, well, I'd say we both know that I'm here to discuss something with you.
I'd hope so. Otherwise, you'd be wasting my time.
I walk up towards his desk and
He's gonna say, is this about
Yeah.
Calvira? If it's not, I probably don't want to hear what you have to say.
I kind of just as I walk towards his desk, I say, "You'd know better than anyone how Calvira is doing." And I kind of stand across from him at his desk. I do not take a seat, but I do face him eye to eye.
Learning.
And I say, we need to talk about the bigger issue here. I say, I would assume, because the fact that you left the council building quite a bit early, that things in there went as you had told me last night. Would that be correct?
Yes, they did. I was sitting there. I called them all out. They made excuses as I'd expect. I was ready. I was ready to tear them all down. But, to my surprise, Calvira joined them, defended them. As much as I hate to say it, in that moment I remembered the things you said. I looked in Calvira's eyes, and I decided. I knew she knew. She knew things that... nefarious things. I decided to trust her. But I have nothing to do with that council anymore. I'm gonna do my duties on my own, as I have been.
Alright. When he says that, I kind of, I don't break my composure, but I do have sort of a light sigh of relief, hearing that he's trusting whatever Calvira's decision is at the moment.
And he's like, he sees that visually, he's like, don't get too comfortable yet. This is the last chance. There's a threat on her life. If anything happens, this gets any bit out of hand. I'll lay it out for you exactly what I'm going to do, so you've no reason to be suspicious. I'm going to take my men, and I'm going to instill a curfew. No one is going to leave. No one is going to enter. I'm going to explain to the people exactly why we're doing this, because they trust me, like the rest of the council. And we're going to deal with this in-house. I'm going to squeeze every bit of information out of every suspect I have, however I need to. And then, hopefully, by then, we'll be rid of this. If not, I'll go further.
I really don't flinch or anything, or like, I don't really move. I'm listening to him intently, and I say, then, I suppose you can consider this next bit a warning. I say, I'll trust you based on our past experiences. I will trust how you wish to handle things. And you state that you are not a direct threat to anyone that does not cause harm. So I'm sitting here and saying, but if, by any chance, that it tips you over the edge again, like with last night, and you decide to act upon all that rage, and you decide to become this de facto ruler of the people, those within my group, regardless of their direction one way or the other, do not like to be told what to do. And if we are at odds, just know, if we're at odds, or any of us feel that what you're doing is much less a act of goodwill towards the public, there will not be conversations to be had. And I sort of lean, as I'm saying this, I lean one of my arms down to where my elbow sort of pushes against the hilt of my sword. And I say, and I look him, I kind of make eye contact with him, and I say, this is much bigger than our own personal attachments to some little girl. I said, if you get out of hand, then someone will be there to handle you and your legion.
He sort of smirks at that, but like almost for a split second, but it vanishes. He just sort of walks around the desk to you, just sort of like walks behind you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Do you react to this in any way?
I do not. I'm staring straight as he walks past me.
All right.
I'm not afraid of him.
You just feel his like his two hulking hands on each of your shoulders, and he leans down right next to your ear, and you just feel his hot and like his hot breath against your ear, and he goes,
Shit.
You saved my life, so you get one chance to get in my way. The second time, I will have your head.
and then you just feel his hand sort of just release from your shoulders, and he just sort of walks back to his desk.
Okay.
And this time he sits down and starts like sort of looking through his papers.
All right. I let a little smirk myself show up on my face for a second before I nod, and I say, I understand, Occam. And I start to I position myself towards the door and begin to walk out. And as I'm walking towards the door, I begin saying this, and I say, we handled the dragon. We handled Jeb. We handled the attackers at the estate last night. I said, Occam, for better or for worse, the people within my group have handled quite a bit. And I say, don't think yourself too much higher than another stone in our path. I said, have a good night. Or have a good rest of your evening. And I walk out and I shut the door.
All right.
Ooh, spicy. Some of my spiciest shit.
All right. So you make it on. You're on your way out. Do you head back to the estate?
Yes.
All right.
I make it a point to be there before Calvira and Tiziana are.
All right. So you get there before they do. And eventually, Calvira and Tiziana would get there before Inuyasha, and she would open the door, and then she'd immediately be like, Ichabod, we have things to discuss. Veshna, get out here.
Fucking calling my name like a dog. Coming.
And she's sitting there, she's like, Inuyasha! And she's just like sort of calling out for him. And she goes, any of you know where Inuyasha is?
I'd be. Can I
And
make,
then she, as you are,
can I make a stealth
You're
check
actually
that
gonna
she
sit here
doesn't
and out
doesn't
me?
notice? Can I make a? No, I don't know where you are. Can I make
Oh, okay.
a stealth check so she doesn't notice me the second she walks in? So like I like creep out of a corner and spook her again when she says anyone know where Inuyasha is?
Oh, yeah, you could do that for some reason.
I'm in a very
Yeah, go ahead and
very
roll it.
fun mood today. I don't know what to tell you.
Alright, well, let me get her perception.
Hey guys, real quick, can we take a bathroom break? I gotta release.
Oh, wow, dude. But yeah, yeah, go for it.
Enough. All right, cool. I'm in like
Yeah,
a dark
so you beat the
corner.
perception.
She's like Ichabod and Veshna come out. They're like, anybody know where any ashes? And like, just kind of take a step out of the dark corner. In my head, I'm like, she doesn't see me. I'm in my new cloak, all black. Take a step out in the corner. I'm like, no, I don't know where she is. And I'm like, she's like, ah.
Yeah. She just sort of like shivers a little bit, and she just says, "Damn it, Softail, sit down."
For real. Hold on a second. I don't want to miss anything.
No, you're good. Like the next part is gonna be them waiting on Inuyasha.
Alright, cool. I'll just tell her. I'm like, to answer your question, no, I haven't seen him since he told me he'd be waiting around the council hall until the meeting was done. So I'm not sure where he is.
All right.
Oh.
She'd say we're to wait for him then. Everyone get comfortable.
Let's give Curtis his medicine in the meantime.
And you guys just all like sitting around that table you guys usually talk at. Except this time Tiziana's sitting there just sort of like keeping to herself, like she's in trouble.
I guess so.
But not like she's in huge trouble. She just feels like she just got scolded, and she's just sitting there like, ugh.
Curtis, what's wrong with your nose now? What the fuck? Oh, bro, I have a feeling your fucking toe's gonna have to get amputated. That shit looks fucking fucked up. I'll take it to the vet after the holidays. Yeah. Well, at least your eye's looking better. Curtis, goddamn it! Don't rub your nose against the glass. You're just putting medicine on it. What the fuck? This fucking guy.
He's fucking
Never
gay.
listens to me, this fucking guy. I try to help him, what does he do? He poops on me.
It's a sign of affection.
I guess so. I prefer the sign of retardation, but... yeah, go slow down.
That was so bad, that initial the episode.
That was so fucking funny.
I didn't know poverty had a flavor till I tried Panda Express orange chicken.
Man, I have a feeling that with the current events, the let's just kill Occam train in our party is gonna get a few more carriages added onto it.
Let's murder this son of a bitch.
But she rolled a 1, dude.
I'm the only person sitting here like, well, you know, maybe we could talk to him. Now I'm sitting here like, listen, dude, if you do anything, I'm gonna kill you. So please don't.
Please don't make me do this.
Please don't.
Can't we just all be nice?
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to kill you, man.
It's very bold if you
Shit,
think
I
it
don't know.
would be
Shit,
that
I
easy.
don't know. I was about to say, I was like, I don't even know if I can kill you. But I don't want to try and kill you.
Y'all talk big shit, like...
Man, you lost the jib.
like I said, none of you were there.
Shonen power scaling. He lost to that guy, but I beat that guy.
Did you guys see? Have you guys remember how many of Jeb's men you found dead
But
on
you
the
know,
way there?
Yeah, but
he lost to that guy, but I beat
Jeb's
that guy.
men were a bunch
That's
of
all.
bitches.
Fair enough, dude.
I won and he lost, so
Yeah.
you know.
I had to
Fair
give
enough,
my,
man.
I had
That's
to
our
give
power
my man
scaling.
a fucking enlarged potion for him to start doing some shit.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, bro, we could take him between me.
I think the squad.
between
I think
me-
the
yeah,
squad.
the squad. We could take him.
Yeah, the squad could definitely.
And
take
then if
him.
I had my Glock, that'd be the end of it.
Well, yeah. If you had a Glock, you could solve a lot of these problems.
Seaman.
Veritas. You will never.
Fuck, dude. Calvira just knowing some shit really threw a big
I know.
like
It looks
like
she-
oh
she put
into
some
my
backbone.
plans.
Now I gotta see what's up. Tiziana,
Yeah, I thought I was-
Tiziana finna get boxed in a minute. Yep.
Oh, absolutely,
You
bro.
better-
I'm
You better start giving me some answers, or I'm gonna start cracking my knuckles. It's that simple. You see this cloak? You see this cloak?
Man,
Look at this. Pure dragon scales, nigga.
Dude, it's that shit with freaking Kenny Knox, where he's like, "Hey, fuck it up, hey, fuck it up, Kenny."
Oh damn it! I already know what I'm doing over Christmas break now. Damn it!
Dude, once we get a final commission of the entire party, it's gonna be a very complicated
like
commission.
I said, bro, I fucking Orlando messaged me. He's like, you gotta get a commission of this. I'm like, I need to survive this arc before we start drawing shit.
Yeah, we gotta see how it ends before we start drawing shit.
Yeah, really.
Bro, I'm like, I legitimately like had in the back of my head, I thought we were gonna have to fight Occam at some point.
Man, I mean,
I was like,
I wouldn't say it's over. I could say it definitely could still happen.
Well, I know, but during that, like the council, I was fully prepared. Like, okay, something may happen to where we have to fight someone here.
I do not want to fight in the middle of fucking council. Although if we did have to, I'd find a way to unlevel myself, give myself 1 level in road to get sneak attack die and snap fucking priest fuckface's head.
By that point,
yeah,
the
you
sneak
just
attack
start-
die would be negligible. That would be like 1d6 to your like already massive hands, just doing like mad damage.
My big
Alright.
meaty claws.
Oh my
He's
god,
back.
he would just start slaughtering the council.
All right, so to Orlando being coming back, we'll take that as Softail. I mean Inuyasha coming back. So
Okay.
Inuyasha, you open the door and you don't see anybody, and you head forward a little and look to your left, and you see that everyone is sitting around the table. I'd imagine Ichabod would sort of be leaning against the wall, standing, just like fucking
Either that or like leaning in a chair, cause
yeah, freaking Calvir would be sort of sitting at the end of the table. Veshna would be sitting there, just sort of like you could like barely fucking like you know barely keeping yourself focused in the silence, and recall. And Softail will be there, flexing the cloak.
Yeah.
And sort of, and sitting directly next to Calvira is Tiziana.
Okay.
And you look in there, and Calvira's like, finally, where were you?
So
Were you causing trouble?
it's definitely a moment of silence as I like catch up with the feel of the room right now and see that
now
Tiziana's
Calvira, not Calvira. Don't go throwing stones. Inuyasha's a good dog.
Yes, unlike you.
Very true.
Right. Doesn't matter where you were. Sit down.
Yeah, I don't really say anything. I just kind of listen to everything going on. I definitely like give Tiziana a pretty long look of like, what the fuck? But before I am like, okay. And I go and I sit down
Yeah.
next to
Tiziana's like pinching the bridge of her nose. She clearly is like she's not feeling good. She clearly looks extremely unsettled. You've never seen her like this.
yeah.
But
I go-
freaking
Alright, so I go sit down next to Veshna.
Oh,
Okay,
did we
cool.
heal at all through these that last night? No, I guess not. We were fucking up.
Huh?
I mean, I slept.
Oh no, yeah. You guys would have healed 2 HP or 1 HP per level plus your con modifier.
Alright.
You don't add your con modifier. Just your
No, you
instinct.
don't add your con modifier. That's something I do.
Oh, okay.
Bitch.
But fucking
Okay.
but fucking whatchamacallit? Yeah. So Kavira's like, she goes, good. We're all in attendance. All right. As I told you as I told you, I had some business to attend to. I caught Tiziana here at her favorite spot, and we chatted. And then we went back to her place and we chatted some more. Tiziana, you are to tell them everything that you told me. In detail. And don't be worried, there are allies in this. And Tiziana's gonna sort of nod and go, right then. And then she's gonna look to Ichabod and she's like, this is quite the long-winded speech. Do you mind fetching me a glass of water? Calvira looks.
He's like, you know what? Ichabod's just like,
At Calvira immediately looks at him, seemingly expecting him to do it.
all right. He says, all right, sure. Veshna, could you get us a glass of water?
And then Veshna's just like, and then she gets up and she just goes and gets a thing of water out of the.
Chain of command.
Yeah.
Zalon, give the command. Midoriya, give the command. Get him.
Yeah. She goes up and she gets a She gets a thing of water. To which I will also get a thing of water.
To which I-
Oh, fuck it, we're all getting water.
I ain't no chump.
Yes, we are.
Think about it, ain't no chump. You don't tell him to get water. You tell him to get the best herbal tea you can make.
Actually, fuck that.
That's how you get him to leave the
I'm
room.
gonna actually, I was literally about to say, fuck that. I'm gonna heat up some tea real quick. Seems
Yeah.
like it's gonna be a long speech, and I want like, a
God.
good.
That's how you get him. That's how you get him to leave a room. You tell him, Ichabod, could you make some of that fantastic tea that you make? And you're like, yeah, I'll be right on it.
If I were to make tea, what flavor would it be? Would it be red? Would it be pomegranate raspberry, red dragon chai, peach, or
Fucking
peach?
fruit? Are you kidding me? He'd be using fucking cactus root or some shit.
That's fucking
He's from the desert.
He respects bitterness.
Yeah.
But
well, I'll go with the bitterest flavor I have.
Yeah.
Spice Dragon Red Chai.
Jesus. But yeah, so are we all ready for her speech, or you guys actually like fucking
I'm down,
let me
I'm
see
here.
if there's anything for me to snack on upstairs.
No,
mother? Okay.
I'm good.
I'm gonna make some tea too. I'm getting really into this.
Jesus, dude. I was just casually walked to my kitchen for a split second to grab a water. I made a thing of it, and now fucking everyone's gone.
He's getting a snack. I'm making tea.
To be a simple surgeon in all this political.
Oh, shut the
game.
fuck up.
Alright.
Alright, is everybody ready?
I'm ready.
All
I'm
right,
ready.
this nigga's
I'm
this
ready,
this
I'm
thick
ready.
nigga's getting snacks.
That's what she gets when I
If
have
you're gonna
a
fat shame
wireless
me, Mike, I get to fat shame Orlando.
headset. Bro, go for it.
Real quick,
We
Mel.
could, we could shame him for fucking for the way he.
What's up, man?
I bred enough villagers. Jesus Christ, that they all have like different jobs now,
Sick.
and I'm getting mending books.
Nice. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well done. Bit of Minecraft
So-
lore for the VOD.
If you get the shame for fat shame, I get the shame for his weak game.
Shit, dude.
Alright. Fuck.
I'm gonna sit down on my couch for this. You wanna know why I can do that? Cause I have the Arctis 7 wireless headset.
Oh, God
Yes, you
damn it.
do.
You don't even have a sponsor.
What a trailblazer I am.
Oh, you just got a wireless headset? Yeah, I've had mine for a while.
Yeah, but you're the dude who. I'm not gonna roast you right now. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, Calvira gives Tiziana the floor, and she just goes, and she just looks to you all, and she goes, "Yes, I'm quite aware that you lot were rather suspicious of me, rightfully so. Hopefully, I can clear some of that up. Calvira tells me that I was something of enemy number one around here.
I
I'm
stop her and I'm like-
unaware as to whether or not that's an understatement. I think I'd rather not know.
Oh, damn it.
But all right, I'll explain. She goes, before I became treasurer, I was a young merchant in this city. During its highest point, I caught the wave, if you would. As I grew in popularity and my wealth of gold started to get larger, I was very naive, you see. My purses filled with gold. I started making deals, making allies, making enemies. Eventually, I came into contact with who you lot know, with the Quiver. This was many years ago.
Say his name. Damn it.
They offered me many opportunities. As naive as I was, I accepted them, opportunity after opportunity. Eventually they started asking me to do things. Some things were minor. Write a book here or there. Eventually I had to go out of my way to get close allies of mine put out of business, ran out of town. Didn't feel good. Left a nasty taste in my mouth, but I had a deal. And when the Emperor was poisoned and the leadership of Zajaros fell into shambles, They needed to. The previous council was being elevated to a greater power. By sheer coincidence, the previous treasurer went missing. The quiver came to me. I had a meeting with their leader. He
Burritos.
he cut me a deal. He said that he'd get me that spot as treasurer. In exchange, I would work for them. I would do things that they needed me to do. Write a book, move some gold somewhere. All things that I, by that point, had become quite proficient in. The subterfuge, guile, and dishonesty of it all. And she just starts like sort of like unbuttoning her shirt, and she goes,
Ooh,
"I signed a pact."
very
She sort of opens her shirt a little bit, revealing that she herself has a cobra tattoo on her chest.
fucking bitch.
Whoa.
I fucking knew it. She couldn't resist that Veritas Pinos.
And she goes, "Ever since, I've been doing my best to maintain my job on the council. To maintain my integrity, if you would, whatever of it I have left. But they grow increasingly more demanding things that I struggle to keep under wraps. One of the things we talked about today in the council meeting was brought about by my own slip-ups, by their demands.
The murder, or the attempted murder of Occam? Come on, say it, bitch.
Up until this point, I had been keeping this to myself, for obvious reasons. I had been hiding this from even my closest friends. And she sort of looks at Calvier as she says that. And she goes, "I am not your enemy. I
You mean
just
not anymore?
want to be free of this mark on my chest. I'm doing everything I can to that end. But when Calvira found me, and she told me what transpired here the other day, I couldn't help but feel responsible. I was just trying to protect her. I didn't want her involved. But I now know that isn't possible if I'm to win this fight. So I'll say again, I am many things. A liar, a cheat, but I'm not your enemy. I am working with a friend of mine. He has ties with the Quiver as well. We have something of a plan. What we did before their leader made such a bold move in attacking Calvira directly. Clearly, one council member under his control was not enough. He wanted two. I think it's likely that had he succeeded in capturing Calvira that night, he'd have had me killed. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, no, I'll just let her keep going.
Okay.
I'll talk after you're done.
Yeah. So she's gonna go on. So that's the gist of it. Yes, I'm not quite as bad as I seem. I have more details to provide, and my partner, my friend, will be joining us in further discussion. And hopefully, we can work well together.
And your friend, is this Jacob?
Oh gods,
Jacob's
no.
dead. Yeah, Jacob's dead. Remember?
No, yeah, he knows that. But fucking
You
but
know that Ichabod says that, like.
oh yeah. And then she's sitting there. She's like, man, you guys really are in this. But yet, no, Jacob was a contact. Nothing more, nothing less. Brutish fellow. I hated every interaction with him. When their leader had him killed, admittedly, I wasn't losing sleep over it. But it was a reminder that mistakes are punished. Very severely so these days. Wasn't always like that.
Alright, bitch, tell me who your contact is. And so, who is this contact of yours? The man with that purple hair?
She goes, yes. His name is Frederick. He is a longtime friend of mine.
He's got a big dick, too.
You don't say that, right?
No.
Okay. she's like, he has a connection to the Quiver through his brother. He wishes to see his brother freed of his mark as well, just as I wish to see myself freed of mine.
When you say
One sec.
free, the...
You're right. What were you saying, Mike?
When you say freed of this mark, do you mean literally or figuratively? Meaning, does this mark have some sort of control over you?
Yes, these tattoos. Veritas is special.
He said
Not
it.
only is
He
he
said it.
not only is he a drow, which are fairly uncommon in, well, all of Ashterra, but he possesses mind magic.
Yes.
He has heavy influence over those who are relatively weak-willed. He's extremely powerful, a very powerful mage in that regard. But ordinary mind magic can't do the things that he does. Ordinarily, you can't command someone to do certain things, like in their own lives, for instance,
How does she know all of this?
because she's under the effect of it.
She
But,
knew that Jacob slit her own throat?
You think that's the first time that's ever happened?
Oh, I forgot about that.
But yeah, so she goes like, yes, these tattoos are magical in nature. Anyone bearing one is more susceptible to Veritas's mind magic. It allows him to make you do things that ordinarily the limitations of that magic wouldn't allow him to. Coincidentally, every single member of the Quiver bears this tattoo.
Yeah, it's no coincidence. That's a fucking plan.
Fiction incidentally.
So yes, they're, for better or for worse, some serve him willingly, some are crazed by his fanatical views. Others, like myself, just got caught in too deep and won out.
Alright, good. So, this contact of yours, Frederick, what is he now?
He is something of a prominent merchant in the merchant district. He's likely still running his business.
He wouldn't happen to be the leather worker, would he?
No, nothing's.
Disguise?
If you ask if he's the leather worker, because she's like, no, nothing's so hands-on.
Oh. So he takes it in the ass, I see.
Jesus. But yeah, she's sitting there like, so yes, I'd have to wait for him to finish his duties. He doesn't yet know that I'm having this conversation with you. He doesn't know that I've said anything to Calvira. He's certain to be cross with me.
Well, in the meantime, I guess you can tell us all the other details that you know. Like, for instance, do you know where the hideout is?
Right. Normally, for the rabble of the Quiver, when they enter and leave, they aren't allowed to keep their memory of it. But for the more prominent members, such as myself, we are. Because we are to traverse in and out, unannounced, as a part of ordinary business. I do know how to enter the Quiver,
Ooh.
but
Oh.
I would not advise doing it any time soon. A lot of you in this room, quite frankly, are not enough.
Oh. Well, you see, tomorrow, right? Do we know tomorrow?
What do you mean about tomorrow?
That the boys show up.
They wouldn't even show up tomorrow. They'd show up in like 4 days.
Oh. Okay. Do we know that day?
No, you don't know exactly how long it's taking to get. You know, roughly it would probably be around 4 or 5 days.
All right. So I'll tell within the week. Thankfully, it is not just us alone. The rest of our party will be here within the week. There is 3 more of us, just as experienced as me and Inuyasha.
Possibly more experience now.
Yeah, that's for sure. And well, we did have the assistance of Akam at the time. I think that opportunity is most likely gone. So I may have to call on the help of possibly some others
Surgeon?
in this room, like Ichabod.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Go on.
Like I said, some others in the room, like Ichabod, or Veshna, for that fact, if she's down.
Yeah, Ichabod,
if
like,
she's down
snaps
the clown.
Yeah, Ichabod like snaps his head to you as if he just started paying attention. He's like, "You need me for what now?"
Kavir looks at that. She speaks up. She goes, "Yes, as Titiana said, none of this is going to be easy. Her method of dealing with this, while certainly flawed, was not without its merit. This Veritas sounds quite formidable. We could, now that we know how to get in, just rush in the place and just completely, well, do things the way you lot seems to like to do them. But from the sounds of it, if we do it like that, it is near guaranteed that someone is going to die."
That's not good.
So, I'm more inclined to try to assist Titiana in her avenue of doing things. Keep things a bit more under wraps. Softail would know, since he was spying on me. But today in the council meeting, I relayed just a bit of information about the Quiver to the council. I gave them no reason to suspect us in particular. But I did let them know that the Quiver exists, and that we have a small bit of information on them, which should move them to go into full investigation.
Yes, and how does an investigation help us when we need straight muscle, not the backing?
And then Titiana would speak up. She goes, The Quiver are not they're not used to this type of thing. Typically, it's rather easy for Veritas to get what he wants by manipulating a select few people. But it hasn't been going that way. He's been growing increasingly frustrated. He's never had this pressure on him before. Many people advised him against trying to kidnap Calvira, but he sent his dolls to do it anyway. They came here, they failed, and they left quite a bit of evidence of their existence, evidence that we are in possession of. Veritas is fumbling, to say the least.
That's good. He's fumbling the bag.
The council applying more direct
Fumbled it.
Shut the fuck. The council applying more direct pressure could lead to him making more mistakes. And she's gonna go. And as for what Occam spoke of in the council room today, he called out the council. He told them all that he suspected them of being in legion with whoever set him up that day. I can say, as a matter of fact, that the quiver had nothing to do with what happened to Occam that day.
Oh.
Which means that it is likely that Occam is correct. And seeing as Calvira and I are here, it is likely that either Vividum or Clovis are up to something.
Hmm.
That also means that, as I can highly suspect that they have nothing to do with the quiver personally, unlike myself, that this investigation would be something legitimate for them. Perhaps during the lot of it, whichever one of them it is makes a mistake, doesn't sign a dot, doesn't cross a T or dot an I somewhere. If we can catch them there.
I ask her, I go, I say, and, answer me this. What are each of their stance on rejoining, Ashterra?
Oh, you read my mind.
Well, if you're speaking of the vote, both of them are vehemently opposed to it.
Wait, he is? They're opposed
Yes.
to rejoin? But, that motherfucker lied to me again.
Wait, no, he didn't lie to you.
Remember I went in that one day and I
Oh, my bad. Opposed to staying independent. My bad.
Oh.
They're vehemently opposed to staying independent. They are very for rejoining the Empire.
Okay.
Both of them. Very much so.
Well,
For Clovis, it's quite obvious.
Yeah.
For, it's quite obvious. He pointed out to you. You guys haven't really talked to Vividum much, so you don't really know why.
I tell him, I say, well then, they both have reason to want Occam dead, so we can't get the hunch from either one of them. Tell me,
Well, to
why-
that note, Occam and she's gonna interrupt you there. Occam and Vividum go way back. They fought together for some time. I highly suspect that, well, if Vividum were to make the call to have Occam killed, that it would have been a very, very tough one. But go on. You were gonna say something?
Well, now that they were talking about Occam, I was gonna.
What were you gonna say, Mike? Before we get
Oh,
into
go
this,
ahead,
before you
go
forget.
I was gonna say, oh, can you tell me why? Can you tell me it is why I can understand from why high bitch-faced Clovis wants to rejoin the Empire or wants to rejoin Ashterra, but what is the reasoning behind Vividem? Why does he want to rejoin Ashterra?
Vividum, he doesn't really talk a whole lot about that. We show up, and whenever we have a conversation about our votes, he simply says aye or nay, one way or the other. And he's just always said aye in favor of rejoining the Empire. He's never really elaborated on it. But if I were to guess, I mean, he's old. He's a dwarf. He's been here for some time. As long as he's most of his actual life, this place has been a part of one cohesive unit, part of the Empire of Ashterra. I'd imagine he wants things to be like how they were when he was younger, but I doubt that's something. I just can't see that being something he'd have one of his oldest friends killed over.
Do I get the vibe from seeing him that he's a monk?
Seeing who?
Vividum,
Do you get the vibe from seeing him that what?
that he's a monk.
Yeah, you're a monk. You know what a monk looks like.
Yeah.
So does he.
Yeah. Okay. So I tell her, I'm like, him and Vorkum, fuck.
Nice.
Him and Occam may go way back and be friends, but I can tell you from one man of faith to another, the way they live means more to them than friends most of the time. It's very rare that you see one break their personal morals and codes for a friend. If for whatever reason he may have wanted Occam killed, if it's within what he believes is right, he'll do it, regardless of how close of a friend he considers Occam.
Well, perhaps you're right. And then, Yash, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, regarding Occam, we had spoken with one another after the events of the council meeting today.
Calvier's gonna perk up at that. Just
Mhm.
sort of eye you down with a scolding glare.
I'm going to say he's made it very clear that this is our last opportunity in trying to solve these matters. That if in our efforts, he sees that control over the council he starts to fall apart, that Calvira or others are put into danger once again. If he sees that things are starting to become amiss, he has made it very apparent that that is when he's going to take action. And I said, so not only do we have to worry about the council having eyes on us and Veritas having eyes on us, this is our last chance with Occam, with his eyes on us.
At that, like in the middle of your explanation, Ichabod's just like sort of groans, just like, who cares what that brute thinks?
I said, when Ichabod says that, I say, well, he explained it to me very carefully. When things start to go south, he will impose a curfew, using all of his men. He will explain to the people exactly why there's a curfew, because they have his trust. And as much as I hated being lectured at by him, everything he said was true. Occam could pose one of our greatest enemies if it becomes an issue. And at this point, I kind of look at Calvira a little bit, and I rest the hand at the top of my sword, at the top of like my hilt, and I just say, he and I came to a very stern agreement about what will happen if our two forces oppose one another.
And
So you must be very careful with how
she
this
looks.
goes
She
down.
looks at the hilt on your. She looks at your hand on your hand on the hilt of your sword. And she goes, "No, it cannot come to violence." Oh, whoops, wrong way. She goes, "No, it cannot come to violence. If that occurs, I just
Occam.
could." And
So
she's sitting there like she's gonna say, "I couldn't stand to lose a close friend."
I know Occam's type. He vastly overestimates the weight he has over people. Doesn't matter how much they trust you, how much they love you. You put a leash on someone, they'll pull on it.
Kavira's gonna look at you and she's gonna be like, "Some dogs like to be led."
I would hope this is not a nation of dogs.
Well, it just might be.
Oh,
They
yeah.
enjoy feeling safe. And if Occam goes out there and he explains to them that the reason that they're not safe right now is due to circumstances that reside within the way we rule, they'll not be hesitant to tear it down.
I tell, I say, all right, now, I say, so,
I think about saying, says, at that point, what's the point of fighting for people who bend so easily?
she's
dog racism.
yeah. She's gonna look to you and she's gonna go like, "Not everyone is like you, Ichabod. Not everyone has this stern will, and not everyone so easily hides their emotions. Ordinary people not like us, not like anyone at this table. They're just trying to live their lives day to day. It's easy for them to get attached to people, find someone to look up to. And I'm telling you, as of now, that person is Occam. Do not underestimate his power." And then she looks to Inuyasha and she goes, "That goes doubly for you. If you went to him and made any sort of threat, you're playing with your life. I don't know what condition you found him in out there, but he is powerful. You wouldn't stand a chance against him one-on-one."
So I don't really I don't smarm or anything like that. Like, I'm taking this conversation very seriously, and I say, I understand. I say, trust me. I understand, as well as one warrior to another, how strong Occam is. I said, this is merely a warning, both about Occam and about I, of what will happen if things go south. I said, as long as those things don't happen, I'm working. I'm just as much behind our plans, and bending to your guidance, Calvira, as I have before. I said, but you understand my stance if Occam becomes an issue.
He goes, and I appreciate your honesty. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'd hate to be at odds with you.
I just nod.
I say, okay, unless there are any other questions around the matter, I guess we should continue on with whatever plan it is you have put together, Titiana.
Yes, my friend and I, Frederick, his brother, his twin brother, he resided within the Quiver for some time. He is fanatical, dedicated. He'd do anything to gain Veritas' favor.
Great.
He'd been working his way up there substantially. I told Frederick that his brother was becoming a problem, and that their resemblance could be advantageous to us. So we captured him. I would have had him killed if not for Frederick waving me away. But we captured him alive. Frederick used his magical ability to correct what little resemblance he hadn't had of his twin brother. And he's been making rounds in the Quiver. He's been working down there to continue to gain Veritas' trust, if that's even a thing that can be gained anymore. Hopefully, thinking his most fanatical supporter would be, well, supporting him. Perhaps that would reveal a moment of Veritas' weakness. Maybe we could end this without anyone having to die, except for him.
Well, he may not be the only one that has to die. If what you say is true, and there are many other fanaticals within his ranks, it's important that we end them as well, lest they try to take the place that his seat. They try to take a seat that is now empty.
Right. Well, I assure you, if Veritas is out of the picture, one way or another, all of this comes crumbling down.
I'm sorry, can you say the last line again? My mom was saying goodnight.
She said, I assure you that with Veritas out of the picture, all of this comes crumbling down.
Okay.
And she's gonna say, but there are admittedly holes in my plan. As time went on, I grew increasingly, I lost faith in it. So, I'll make it known I'm giving you my full cooperation.
And I say, alright, well, this is all fine and dandy, but I might as well be the one to say it. So you've told us all this information. You tell us you're going to get this in. What stops us from believing that this is all a ruse and you're just leading us into a trap to get rid of the biggest threat to Veritas?
That's a good question. One to which I have no answer. I've laid my heart bare for you. The lot of you. If you still don't trust me now, reasonable. But so be it. I'll continue operating as I have been.
Can I make a?
You do understand that if they-
what is it? Insight check upon this
Sense.
whole.
Yeah. You
upon this whole thing?
You can make sense motive there. Go for it.
Think about just like you do understand that if they really don't trust you, you want to leave this room.
The vibe you get is that she's so fucking good at lying that even if she were, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Great.
Yo, it's that scene in Avatar when Azula's lying.
Awesome. So basically, we gotta blindly trust her. My favorite.
But yeah, to what Ichabod said,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
she'd go, what's it called? She'd go, yes, Calvira made that very clear as we made our way here. And then who was talking next?
Some kind of insurance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about this. I sit here. So, I look at Tiziana and I say, you were right when you walked in here and said that you were enemy number one up to this point. And frankly, you're still up there. Just as a matter of, as you had just discussed, we have no real reason to trust you other than hoping that you are trustworthy. And so, I suppose we'll have to make a few things clear for our end as well. To start, if our plan does succeed, works with our cooperation, we're able to make it out here with the only head on a spike being Veritas's. We need a promised favor from you.
She raises an eyebrow.
I say, we would like to ensure that your vote to rejoin Ashterra is a yes.
She's gonna look at you and be like, I can't make that promise. And for the reason that my entire career as treasurer, I've been fighting to, despite all the strings in my back, to maintain what little integrity I had, to do what I believed to be the right thing to do. I'll help you do this, but I'll not obey to your strings either. I truly believe that Zadrara should remain independent, and I'll stand by this. But the vote was in the air for a reason. And then she looks to Calvira, she goes, this one had yet to make a decision. Seeing as you're already so well acquainted, I would direct those conversations in her direction.
So as she finishes that sentence, I don't really skip a beat to say, my dealings with my friends are different. You're not my friend. You're coming to us so that we can join in on this operation. And if we are supposed to trust you, then this conversation had to be had. I say, now, I understand your personal values. And frankly, I'd be a hypocrite if I tried to argue with them. And I kind of gesture over to Ichabod at that point, and I say, the only reason his spring blade didn't go through my throat is because I promised on some values of my own. I said, so I can't argue with you on that point. I said, but then there'll have to be something that's at least worth the neck that we're putting out above your potential blade.
She's sitting there and she just sort of like leans back and like folds her arms and she's just like, listen, Calvira sought me out, not the other way around. She made it seem like we were fighting the same fight, so I offered my assistance. If that's not the case, I can leave you with this information, and you can do what you want with me. I'm sorry. I know I'm a liar and a cheat and all that, all those things. But you, quite literally, just have to trust me on this.
Okay. All right.
I can't give you any insurance. I can't give you any guarantees. The older you get, you'll find that in the real world, those things don't exist.
Well, then I just nod, and I lean back a little bit in my chair, do the thing where I put my hands in my sleeves in front of me. I just lean back, and I say, well, I can't speak for Softail, and I can't speak for the rest of my group. I'll say this: that for as long as the allies that I've made in Sidraros, Calvira, Veshna, Ichabod, I said, as long as they are aligned with you, then I too shall be aligned with you. But then the warning still applies, just as I had made with Occam. The second that our forces oppose one another, I work on what I feel is right. So please be sure that you're on my side of right, if that is to happen.
She's gonna look at you and go,
For my sake, I hope that's the case.
No, right. That's pretty much all I have left of interrogating her.
alright. So at that, does anyone else have any other questions?
No, I guess we'll just wait for her boyfriend or who the fuck he is to show up, so we can discuss this plan.
Alright, so time will go by, and eventually, as it would approach nightfall, Tatiana would say that she would go fetch Frederick. Would any of you be opposed to this?
Her going by herself?
Yes.
I am a little opposed. I would require that if she's to go by herself, that she leaves a personal item of hers.
All right.
So I tell her that. I say, if you're going to leave by yourself to go fetch this person, and we're supposed to continue trusting you, then I require that you leave something behind that we could track you with, if you happen to do something that is untrustworthy.
Calvary would look to you and she'd go, if you'd like, I could tag along with her.
I said, considering the events of last night, you leaving with someone who is admittedly a higher ranking officer in the quiver is not something that I would be happy to let you do.
Ah, for fuck's sake, you are so needy. Would my escort suffice in her place?
I turn around, I kind of look over at Ichabod and I say, your mortality I care a good deal less about. So yes.
And now the dog has barbs.
Fine then. Ichabod, you're to accompany Tatiana. Bring her friend back to the estate and we'll discuss our plan. Do be careful.
Aren't I always? Don't answer that.
Right.
Excellent.
So yeah, she's gonna so Tatiana's gonna leave. Ichabod's gonna go with her. Veshna's just sitting there and she's just like, shit. I bit off a bit more I can chew with you lot. Nothing to swing my sword at. All politics, subterfuge, and bullshit. Oh. Aye. And then she's just like, I'm gonna go take a nap and try to process all this.
I say, I tell her on the way, on the way out, I'm like, don't worry, the time to come to swing your sword will be here soon. It seems, when we raid this Veritas's compound.
Let's hope so, little cat. Let's hope so.
Oh,
And she's gotta go and just go catch some Z's. But yeah. So if you guys have nothing to discuss in that time, we could go forward.
Yeah. Are we
Mike, did you want to talk about
what?
Are we gonna do the normal session Caleb messaged?
I'm for that as long as you guys aren't running out of time. If you guys are running out of time, then we'll call it. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm good.
All right. Sick. Yeah. So I imagine that I'm actually I'm not gonna say imagine anything. If depending on how this goes, if you guys find yourself with an abundance of time where 4 days could pass, Caleb and a lot would show.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot to catch up on.
From before we talk to this guy, my assumption is we're gonna talk to this guy. We're gonna get a plan down, and be like, all right, we got 3 more homies coming.
Yeah, that's that. But I didn't want to push anyone away from not doing that. So, but yeah, that was my assumption.
Yeah.
But yes. So.
God damn.
So yeah, again, if you guys have nothing to say during the time that they're gone, do you? No, right?
I mean, did you want to talk about the fact that Tiziana will not vote in our favor? That seemed like an issue that you and I were both trying to like breach on when talking about the votes.
And I took that. I'm sorry, I just saw the meme. Go on.
Like I said before, I'm gonna leave it up to you. I'm gonna say as far as it's concerned, this is the best information, the best lead we've had. I don't think we're gonna get anything better without her. So I think
You cut out. I'm sorry.
I don't think we're gonna get a better.
Did I cut out? Hello?
No.
Oh,
It might-
okay. All right.
Might cut out.
Hello.
I'm about to hear him finish his spiel out of nowhere. It's like, and then yes, that is
Hello.
my plan. There you go. Yeah, there you are. There you are. Yeah, you're good.
Yes,
You're good. You're
hello.
good. All right. So as you were.
Basically, we're not gonna get a better lead or a plan without her and her information. So
Yeah.
I think what we need to do is, I tell him I'm done playing politics. I said it's up to you. I said we follow her plan, expecting we're walking into a trap. Be prepared for it. If we have to punch our way out, so be it. And then I'll leave it up to you. And if you need me in any way to get Calvira's vote, then we'll do that. We'll just bank off that because I don't think we're gonna get anywhere without We're not gonna get her to give us her vote, and we're not gonna get anywhere without her information and her plan. So we're kind of stuck between. We're kind of a rock and a hard place right now.
What happens when the face and the heel of the group both don't want to collaborate with people anymore? Because I don't want to deal with politics anymore either. That's why I'm very much like, listen, whatever Calvira says, I'll do until the point that I don't want to do it, and at that point, I'm boxing. So that's kind of my mentality right now. So I guess if we're on the same page of that, of just like we're gonna keep going on and doing what we're doing until.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see
opposes
any other way to try and swing someone's vote.
Yeah, like my main focuses right now are A, that our main objective of the vote is solved, and B, that the people that I like do not end up dead. And my priorities are exactly in that order.
So, here's the thing. I don't think we get Calvira's vote with Occam dead, so finding a way to murder him or get him killed or something is not an option. So we're just gonna
Now
have
Tiziana dying though.
to...
Potential endgame.
Potential endgame, but I don't like the sound of it. I just like the sound of us finishing this, and it all being over, and be like, hey, Calvira, by the way, this is a shit show, and they kind of don't need an archmage, and you can go do whatever you want. You should go do that, and I'll come as your travel companion if you want. Please, please, I want the 1,000 platinum, please.
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking, because it's like, so if it's really laid out the way it is, to where Calvira and Tiziana and Occam are all not the bad guys, but then the two people that could potentially be the traitors both want Sideraros to stop being independent, then that becomes an issue of, well, we're potentially taking one of those people out.
Oh, I don't think potentially. I think at the end of this, when we find out, assuming it's one of those two, one of them is gonna fucking die, and or be or just be exiled from fucking Zojoros, which means it's another. Is it even at that point? No,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then it would be
Tiziana, and then the other one, and then whatever Calvira votes, and it's even.
Yeah, so the best we could get at that point would be a tiebreaker. So that's why I'm wondering. Like,
my, quite the conundrum.
How bizarre.
The problem I have with it is, I think I want it to be Clovis, because I want to kill him. But I don't think it's Clovis, because I think he's too stupid to be the guy. I think it's going to somehow, because we don't know anything about fucking, Ember cunt.
Chancellor Vividum Emberfist. But yeah.
Ember Fist, that fucking, like, we don't know where he lies. We know I could tell you because he's a monk, and Softail will tell you he lives by a very strict code, and he does not break that code. Problem is, we don't know what that code is. We don't know if he's lawful good, lawful neutral, or lawful evil. This nigga be whatever the fuck he wants, and Jamel ain't telling us shit because he wants us to figure it out.
Yeah.
Someone look up if
Well-
you could be lawful nice and have fucking wyvern pets.
Fuck
So
up.
you look up.
You'd have to ask someone about wyverns.
So,
Jesus.
I mean, I don't know. All I'm saying is, what I'm keeping on my radar is the fact that I potentially will fight Occam, and I potentially will fight Tiziana, depending on the decisions and choices that they make. Because I'm at a point where, like I said, I just want this goddamn vote
I
to be
just
dealt
want
with.
it to be
and
passed, man.
I want
just want it
Calvira to be
done.
alive. So those two things are not mutually exclusive.
I just want the vote passed, and I want these people with the drawers, and I want my 1,000 platinum. That's it. I
I
don't
also
give a
want-
shit about anything else.
I also want 1,000 platinum.
Oh, good.
Is that? Are you guys good though? It's like,
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're just gonna-
Oh jeez. But yeah,
just gotta
so
get our
after some
thoughts
time,
out. I took that personally.
fuck. All right. So at this time, Frederick and Ichabod and Tiziana return, and what's it called? And Frederick bears wildly striking resemblance to the fanatical guy, the prisoner you transferred.
Yes.
In terms of his overall look, but he generally seems to keep his back more straight as he stands. Seems to carry himself better. And he walks in, and he already seems perturbed.
Oh, talking about
Go on.
carrying yourself better, real quick. Sorry, since I've been watching The Boys recently. The
Oh,
way
yeah, what?
Homelander walks around all the time, that's how Softail walks around all the time.
No, yeah, exactly, yeah. Fuck.
Sorry, you just said that, and it rang that.
Triggered.
Yeah, no, yeah, I got you. But yeah, so they walk in, and Frederick immediately takes the lead, and he goes, and he just looks at all of you, well, both of you. Vesher's still sleeping, but he's literally just like, this is the lot you've disclosed all the information to. My God, girl. And then Tiziana's just sitting there, and she's like, listen, they'll be valuable, I promise. And then she's like, of course they will. Come, you all. What's we things to discuss? And he just sort of like he's just sort of like going into like rooms and just seeing that they're empty. He's like, by God, what are you? And then he looks over and he sees where you guys are sitting. He's like, right, damn it all. And he just goes in and just freaking sort of just like sees the the table like section, kitchen. And he's like, and then freaking what you call? he looks at Calvira and he's just like sort of opening drawers and shit. And he's like, have you lot anything to drink? Anything at all? This isn't a ploy for me to get a drink this time. He's actually just doing this.
This is yes. The trough is down the hall, two doors down, and one on the left.
Funny. I'm serious.
So was I.
Calvira would be like, I'll fetch you some water, Frederick. And then freaking he just goes, by the gods, thank you. And he just goes and he takes a seat and he's just like sort of pinching his the bridge of his nose, and Calvira gets him some water, and she's like, hopefully that quells your attitude. And he's just like, he responds, he's like, a glass of water could do no such thing, my dear.
Sensing that it would make him uncomfortable, Ichabod takes out a vial of pesh and actually starts to smoke it.
He's like, oh jeez, have some decency, would you?
That pen.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, yes, of course. Would you like some?
No, I wouldn't. And then she looks at Calvira. She goes, "This is your lapdog, right? Tell him to stop smoking in here." And then friggin' Calvira immediately looks at him. She goes, "Ichabod smokes wherever he wants. We're to discuss something here. It's nothing to do with him. Well, it's nothing to do with that. Now, for God's sake, relax." And then he's just sitting there, and he goes, "Apologies. As you'd imagine, this is quite stressful for me. All right. So you lot know everything, then? All the things
about.
Tiziana and I have been up to."
The important things, yes.
I say just about.
like,
out.
I tell him I'm like, yes, I've known for quite some time. She just filled in the details I was missing.
Wait, so I'm sorry, you cut out. Say that again.
I say, yes, I've known for quite some time. She just filled in the details I've been missing.
Right. Alright then. Well, I'll cut to the chase. Our plan was for me to infiltrate the Quiver in my brother's stead. He was growing increasingly popular down there with their fanatical leader. Quite unpopular with everyone else. Whether because they were fighting for that affection, or because he shared the fanatic, insane nature of their leader. It's been quite the effort maintaining that level of idiocy. But, yes, I do believe I've made some headway, but nothing I can quite act on yet. And as you know, Veritas can perform mind magic. I have to maintain this veneer of psychosis in order to not cause suspicion. If I cause even the small amount of suspicion, he might, well, dominate me. So yes, I'm quite stressed. But yes, the plan is going as I intended so far. He seems to be none the wiser. My plan was simply to wait and see until he made a big enough mistake that I could capitalize on. Perhaps get closer to him, eventually put a dagger in his throat. And free Tiziano of that godforsaken mark. That was my plan. I'm told you lot are supposed to be useful. Go on. Append yours.
Oh.
He's sitting there and he's just like, you lot do have a plan, don't you? I walked all the way out here. It's the middle of the night. I worked today. I'm tired.
Kinda thought the plan would involve us, so,
Well, it could, potentially. How would you like to be involved?
what kind of assistance would you require for the...
I didn't require any assistance. I thought you had something that I didn't know I needed. That's why I'm here. Tiziana, are you serious? And then she just in there. She's like, relax. This isn't their strong suit, but they're valuable. Trust me.
I kind of lean in and I say, listen, we'll lay this out on the table. We've pretty much put together the pieces that fit you and Tiziana's involvement into the Quiver. We found on our own leads and connections to the Quiver, what the Cobra tattoos mean. And we have taken down a few of Veritas's dolls and have seemingly got in his way when he had not at first thought us obstacles.
When you said you'd taken out some of his dolls, he goes, some of his men, they attacked here, right? Correct. You said you felled some of them. What have you done with the bodies? That is something that we didn't go over. So yeah,
we kept one.
No, yeah, but like I'm saying, like there were like dead dudes in the estate. What did you guys do with them? We forgot to discuss that.
But you do have someone in the estate whose archetype is literally vivisectionist.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys would have
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Ichabod, what were you doing with the bodies?
You see him like you see like he's about to put the pipe in his mouth and he stops for a second. He's like,
He goes,
Bodies. What have you done?
What about them?
What have you done?
Hey, Frederick's gonna be like, the bodies, the dolls per se, that the ones that came here that you guys felled. Admittedly impressive. They're quite formidable. But each of them, if they were trying to kidnap Calvira and take her back and get her out of here, they must have had a means of doing so.
Yes. Well, I managed to pursue them through the town via rooftop. They seem to be booking it for a manhole. I've managed to leap quite acrobatically, I might add, across.
Yes, manhole. So they were trying to get underground. Yes, that is normal. But they should have had these staves on them. Did they?
Look at Ichabod. Did they have these staves on them, as this dickhead says?
1 second. Let me just turn on. So let me tell Jamel what Ichabod did with them.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think there's a zit in my hand. It's been hurting the last few days.
Yes, their belongings. There is a storage somewhere in this place where I put away all their belongings.
Good, good. And among those belongings were staves, wands. Yes.
Ichabod narrows his eyes at him and looks at Kelvira for confirmation to tell him.
Kavir would go, wands. Yes.
Quick question. There wasn't anything important about their bodies, right?
Kavir looks over. He goes, "What did you do with them?"
If you could just answer that question first before I answer that one.
Be short with me. Do they still exist?
In a sense, not in humanoid form. They are now a particularly foul-smelling brown sludge somewhere in the sewers.
Right. Point is, yes, we have their wands. Admittedly, I didn't think to appraise them. I've been, quite out of my. I've been quite off my game recently, given the attack.
I took a look at them. I thought they'd be more useful, rather than being sold, so I kept them.
And do you know what they do? What type of ones they are?
Yes, wands of Dimension Door.
Right. And then Frederick's gonna be like, right. Veritas screwed up. Bad. The fact that they had their wands on them means that there's only one other thing we'd need to get you guys into the quiver, should you so desire. And that is its location, which Tiziana and I know.
Great.
The way they get in and out, the way those assassins likely intended to take the Archmage here into the quiver. There's a sewer system underneath the city. Dimension Door has a certain range, and it only allows you to teleport into a location that you already know exists. Anyone with one who knows where the entrance is would be able to enter through certain parts of the sewer system using said wands. If he sent his dolls out here with them, and they had them on them and they left them here, then that is a huge blow. Now, I'll ask you lot again, with that information on the table, what can you provide to me? Anything at all?
I tell him, well, I'd like to, first off, we definitely provide a lot more punch and muscle than you do. I'm like, look at you, you're just skin and bones. But
yes, punch, muscle. I could probably disintegrate you with a snap of a finger. Yes. This is not. Shut up.
Hey, tell me something, Frederick. Have you ever seen how a hyena takes down a water buffalo?
Shut the.
This is.
No, we're not going that way.
No, come on.
Fine.
A long, dramatic, roundabout explanation. Come on, man.
Fine, I'll give you this. No, I can't say I have.
Have you ever seen it do it alone?
No.
No. Hyena hunts in packs. Think of Veritas.
I don't understand your analogy. Are we as intelligent as some base carnivore scavenger?
At times. You can wait all. This is a snake. A snake can wait a lion wait all at once. It's not going to have the. It's not going to have the power to take down a creature several times its size. Veritas is like that, but in magical power instead of physical power. We're going to have to wait for a full crew.
Yes. Be it that if you miss your one opportunity, you will never get another. It is.
I am struggling to see the analogy here, but I take it there are more of you.
Yes. Within the week, we will.
Are they more intelligent?
No, definitely not.
Listen, you're dealing with the top of the barrel right here. It only goes downhill.
he looks at
Just
Tiziana.
cream of the crop.
He looks at Tiziana. He's like, "Woman, what have you done?" And then she just like, "Give them a chance, Frederick." And then he's just like, "All right, this lot of yours, these extras per se, where are they? Why aren't they here now?"
They're returning back from a venture that they had in the Foullands.
Adventure in the Foullands.
I said adventure does not mean fun. Adventure means with a purpose.
What purpose could they possibly have to go adventuring in the Foullands, especially if they're your allies?
Are you going to overreact to everything they explain to you?
I sincerely hope I don't get used to this level of idiocy around me. So yes, I'm going to continue to overreact.
Look, if they come back from deep in the Foullands, that means they're strong.
If they come back, who's to say they're alive?
Didn't you talk to those oafs like yesterday?
And the last time I checked in with them, well, may have been a few hundred whites around the enclosure that they were in.
At this point,
But they seemed in good spirits.
Ichabod's just like laughing. He's like,
Listen, the
like,
point is we've made it out of a lot worse.
Yeah.
And I trust that they'll be back here in no time.
I'm like,
Sweet Christ, I don't know if I want them here or not.
I highly doubt that within the week you would have made your attack anyway. So we'll know if they're alive or not by the end of the week.
You can disparage them for their lack of intelligence all you want, but complex plans are not always the best ones. The more parts there are in the plan, the more likely a small mistake turns into a big one.
Why, if those lads out there went to the Foullands with less intelligence than I see presented to me right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they were felled by a swarm of spiders.
Not every creature needs to boast intellect to survive.
Yes.
This is coming from an accomplished alchemist.
An accomplished alchemist. Yes, your face is quite evident. Yes,
Yo.
Hey, tell me, I haven't heard of your name before, ever. What have you done?
Yikes.
I'm not here to swing my dick around in this this contest with you.
Really? You're just here to swing your dick around in front of everyone, is that it?
I go, listen, let's I said enough of I said, as much as I love a good spouting match, we need to get on with the plan. Working under the assumption that our comrades will be here within the week and they're alive, we could combine our efforts.
Yes. Okay, well, let's start with this. Clearly,
I'd like to note that during that, anyone who looks at Calvira in this time sees that she has like a smirk on her face this entire time.
Yes.
And,
All right.
No one's seen her smile literally since fucking the event happened. So, but yeah, go on.
All right. You want planning? I'll give you planning. I'll show you high on Pesh. I can think of something more effective than you've thought of in months. So Ichabod puts out the pipe he has. You'll note that he doesn't put it out like normally. He puts it out on his hand, and he's not resistant to fire or anything. He burns his hand doing it. He's like, okay, puts it down.
Wow,
Let's-
I wish I could
I'll follow this man anywhere.
Yeah, fuck you, dickhead. You don't do shit like that all the time.
Hey, I have resist fire.
You could do that. You could put it out
I could do that
injuring
any
yourself.
fucking time I want.
Look, man, I would be like this no matter what character I had. Okay. Anyway,
Go on.
So basically, they're all the same character. So basically, every time you play an alchemist, you play Ichabod with or without his name.
okay, you.
Hey, pipe down. Go.
Nigger. Okay. Okay, let's start with this. You have the Wands of Dimension Door, and your allies are coming here in a few days. Now, you've been doing research. Obviously, you haven't found a proper way into the quiver, because if these wands are necessary for traversing in and out, that means there is no entrance. But what do you know about an entrance to the quiver? Sans what you knew before Frederick explained things. Do you have any potential suspects for where such an entrance might lie?
And you're asking who are you talking to right now?
Talking to Inuyasha and Softail. Talking to the walking menagerie here.
Yes. Repeat the last part of your question one more time.
I'm just gonna simplify it. Have you in your investigations came across a suspect for an entrance to the Quiver's lair before all this?
Prior to all this,
Yes.
we had narrowed down the fact that it was potentially connected to some of the older buildings present within the city,
Yeah. Do you have
including
a specific.
uh,
If you guys need reminders, I'll give them to you.
Eliana Shop was one of them. Wasn't the council building another one?
The
It was Eliana's shop. It was the old prison, and it was the stables outside.
Yes, the
outside
prison.
place.
The prison was the other one that we investigated. I don't think we
Yeah.
touched the stables.
No, yeah.
Right.
No, but we
And-
did. Yeah, so the shop and prison.
I'm sorry, my
Yes,
dad was talking.
so-
Could you just give me a quick TLDR what we just talked about?
Yes.
Uh,
So they're asking us about if we had prior to this investigated any potential entrances to the Quiver, and we had just gone over the fact that it was the prison, the stables, and Eliana's shop.
And we did we walked the entire sewer system as well.
Yes, you did.
Oh yes, yes we did.
You guys,
then we
you
marked
guys,
the
you guys literally have it mapped out.
Yeah, we have it mapped down. And I have both exits on both the north and south sides of the city marked.
Yes, you do.
Shit, man! When he asked us, "What do we have to offer?" Where was this information? Where was you being like, "Bada boom, there it is. There's the map."
Listen, bro, I didn't
I had to
think-
sit here
I
and
imagine,
be
I mean,
I imagine
the
that you guys
entrance, I
all
didn't
had
think this was valuable
had all that information. You chose to just wait to piss Frederick off.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah,
That's totally what we
But-
were thinking.
So either way, you guys just verbally explain that we
Yes.
have the map of the sewer system. We have all this. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Okay, so, I've identified the wands. They are Jamel. They're like market price dimension door wands. They're not a special cast level or anything.
No, they're not special. They're not a special caster level, but they do have some use. They have been used a bit.
Yes, so the wands are partially depleted, but it should be enough to get a full team in and out. Each wand would allow the caster to bring 2 other individuals into whatever destination they desire. Now, as far as I know, only Calvira and Frederick here can use the wands without any measure of risk. Are there any of you or any of your allies proficient in the use of magical devices?
Wait, I might actually have a point in that.
It's the Bugs Bunny no meme. No.
no,
No, I don't have a point.
Yike.
No.
How does a 6-person party not have a single point in the use
We
magical device
did.
between them?
He fucking left. His name was Kieran.
Use our one mage. Use
You
our
guys,
one mage.
you guys went up 4 levels since he left. But yeah, go on.
Use our
We
one
had
mage.
one. We had a magical man.
Yeah, I like to let them organically realize what they're missing and adjust for it as they go.
Oh
but yeah.
no! Oh no!
Okay, so let me
I
just
think
think about
Luciano
who's in your
actually
party.
had to use magic devices.
And they both left.
He's a paladin. How the fuck did he? Never mind.
I don't know, man. I should really put a rank in it though. I have.
Okay, let's see.
I
I'm trying to
could
remember
get
your
bonuses.
classes now. Barbarian, Brawler, Monk, Ranger, and Samurai. No, you do not have any magical proficiency.
No, nope. We are not
Okay.
the
We
magical
punch
bunch.
stuff real hard.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're good at slices.
Okay. Frederick, you can cast Dimension Door. You can cast Dimension Door yourself, can't you?
Yes, of course I can.
How many people can you bring with you? More than 2?
Yes,
Alright,
I can
great.
bring. Let me check the fucking spell.
Actually, this worst case scenario, Calvira and Frederick will need to use multiple castings of Dimension Door to get everyone in. But we have a bunch of wands, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
We need yeah, we had what is it? The 5 of us plus Ichabod and Veshna, so 7. 7 plus so 8 plus.
I was also gonna make a suggestion about inviting someone else, but I want to wait until we.
Hmm
Who's that?
wrapped up this
All right,
Zargoris?
per 3 caster levels.
Nah, Jeb.
Okay, yeah. So it says 1
Jeb?
additional willing, medium, or smaller creature
Per
per
3 caster levels.
per 3
Yeah,
caster level. So yeah, so he'd be able to bring 2 as with Calvira.
Yeah, okay, so a wand will let you bring 2, so there's no point in like fucking not
So
using the wand.
basically, not Jeb because Jeb has a fucking tattoo, and if he gets dominated, we have to fight Jeb again. I'm not about to get sliced and diced.
True.
The domination
That is
domination
true.
spell can work on anyone. It's just that Jeb can. It's just that
Jeb's weaker to it.
Jeb in
I don't wanna
particular
get
is-
slicedy diced.
yeah. It's just that Jeb in
Yeah.
particular can be ordered to do things that would be outside of his character.
I'm trying
With,
to think of.
Is there a
But,
potion that I can get
any
to resist
potential.
domination?
Yes, I will get back to that on a second. Let's focus.
Alright.
Yes.
Now,
I have to feel
keep in
like
mind,
it's
Frederick,
not
Frederick, if we carry out a raid on the quiver, you'll have to accept that your lie in wait plan is a goner. The moment we do this, your cover is blown.
Yes, I assume I assume that we'd lie in wait for a moment, that I'd elect would be ideal, and then we conduct said raid. I can't lie in wait forever, and as you said, idiots do work better in packs.
As you said, he sent out dolls, and none of them came back. He just wasted resources. Now is as good a time as ever.
Is there a way that you can, once you get us into the hideout, sneak us to his chambers or wherever the fuck it is he hangs out?
Oh, do not be fooled. The moment you're on the premises, the concept of sneaking is over. As a matter of fact, at each of the entrances, a guard of some sort is there. Someone's always on shift. We'd have to dispatch them immediately, and then we'd be moving through the tunnels. And
now,
there are a few formidable members of the Quiver that could potentially be opposed to us. Tiziana and I are familiar with most of them. We could debrief you all on that. We'll do that once a lot of you are here.
Yes. Now, as mentioned before, there are several entrances tied to any old building in this place. My suggestion would be to find one that is least suspect for common travel for the quiver. That way they least expect someone to enter it.
Mm.
Indeed.
Now, once you get in there, there's the matter of how exactly how we're going to fight. The quiver, from my understanding of your investigations of it, operates like a thieves' guild. Is that right, Tiziana?
Somewhat like a thieves' guild, somewhat like an assassin's guild, somewhere in the middle.
So there is a certain range of skills you can expect from the members of the guild, from members of the quiver.
Yes, subterfuge, for one. Lots of them are capable, like myself, with regard to subterfuge, guile, lying, things of the sort. I may not look it, but I'm quite proficient with a dagger and a rapier. I know my way around a crossbow. All of them are at least as proficient as I, a lot of them are as proficient as I, but generally the skill level you could expect would be lower. They would not be the issue.
Well, if I were crotch height, most people I had to fight, I'd be pretty damn good with the dagger too, I think.
Yes, you would. But look at you, unproficient.
Kinky.
No, I prefer the use of anatomy, which is actually just a roundabout way of saying I kick people in the balls again. Never mind.
Yes, but as I was saying, as Frederick said, we'll do a full debriefing once you all are here, for the sake of not repeating ourselves or causing any confusion. But
obviously,
Veritas does have under his employ certain fanatics like Frederick's brother, Fletch. They are.
Fletch was a mage, was he not?
Yes, Fletch was a mage. I cut his tongue out. He won't be casting anything anytime soon. But he was one of many, and do not be fooled. Frederick was nearly as powerful as... Fletch was nearly as powerful as Frederick here. And then Frederick goes, no shot, not a chance. And he goes, yes, he was. So he cut his tongue out. But yes, he has under his employ a certain amount of fanatics. Those who have let Veritas's twisted goals and psychosis sink a certain amount into their psyche. Not all of them are human. Not all of them are humanoid. Some of them are monstrous. Some outsiders. Those are likely to be the issue. Though some of the more monstrous members of the Quiver, those that Veritas keeps close to his side, I dare call them his personal guard. They have reverse weaknesses to him. He is highly intelligent, though his mental state is volatile. If we got him cornered, I'm sure the lot of you could have him dead in maybe a minute. But as I said, his personal guard have the reverse problem. They're bumbling oafs, idiots, easy to control, easy for him to keep under wraps. The less intelligent the creature is that he's trying to keep under his control, the far easier it is for him to do so. And as time goes on, Veritas's mental state seems to have been waning. Hence why he's been killing people off seemingly at random. But yes, there will be other problems down there. And then Frederick's gonna sort of chime in. He's gonna go, Yes. That is something worth mentioning. What Tatiana just brought up. Veritas's mental state has been degrading. If you speak to anyone down in the Quiver, they're afraid that they could be his next victim. Just forced to kill themselves at this drop of a hat, at the sweet wave of his hand. He's grown quite childish. In all of his grand intellect, he gets very, very upset when he does not get what he wants, which is why I've been ensuring that he does. But if we time our attack at a time where Veritas's mental state is highly, highly volatile, like sending out all his dolls and having none of them come back, we could see victory. I've seen it before myself. He'll go to enforce his will upon someone, but in his volatile mental state, sometimes it backfire on him, give him a headache, hurt him. The worse his mental state is, the more violent he has the potential to be, the less likely he is at succeeding at said violence. That, my friends, is what I've been lying in wait for. A moment where I could approach him with that dagger, and on the flip of a coin, he'd fail to control my mind. And I'm quite strong-willed, and highly intelligent.
I'm pretty strong-willed too.
Even if you did cut him down, even if you did resist his magic, surely that's not all he can do, is it?
No, it's not just mind control. He has lots of other abilities typical of a mage of his caliber. Even without that, he'd still be formidable. But he'd be easier to control. And I do have an advantage in this regard. My tattoo, and he sort of just like shows it, shows his tattoo on his neck, and he sort of just like says a word, and it vanishes, sort of like ashes off of his skin. He goes, is fake. Veritas would assume that it's not. He would assume that he would have his greater deal of control over me, but he wouldn't. If that is how things go, that is another edge I'd have in that regard. And he sort of just says the word again, and it just reappears on his skin. So yes, I think that seems solid enough for a base plan, at least until your lot show up. Acting on that on the information I just gave you, I'll continue to relay information back to you. We'll calculate, and we'll find a good time to raid the Quiver. Tatiana and I will return as much information to you as possible, so we can act accordingly.
In the meantime, would you have us do anything?
I'd have you prepare. We've laid out bare what you're likely to be facing. Stock up. Be ready.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Now you know the population and size of this lair more than us. Tell me, with the numbers we have coming in, would a pincer attack be possible?
A pincer attack. So you're suggesting we have perhaps I'll take some in on one side and Calvira perhaps on another? Attack from two fronts?
Yes.
That could work, but it depends on the day. The Quiver has tendrils deep in this city. Lots of the time, many of the current members are out and about. People you wouldn't expect. The owner of a bar, the common person, an average member of the Legion. Who could know? But they operate seemingly day to day while pushing the Quiver's goals in any small way they can. It's a web. Each of them acts in their own small way, which sort of amounts to large, insignificant change throughout the city.
I'm sorry, real quick. Are we under the assumption that Calvira is coming in with us, or is she just like, all right, here's your door, bye?
That'd be something worth asking. I don't know what assumption you're under, but
that's why I want to know. I'm like, because the sound of this pincer idea sounds good and all, except the fact that one of our pincer teams would be without a magic user.
I mean, no, but both of you.
No, you need a magic user to get into the Quiver.
Yeah.
Right, we get in.
I mean, and assuming they went in with you, both of you would have a magic user. One of you would have Calvira, the other would have Frederick.
Yeah, okay, but that's assuming. So that's if we do a pincer maneuver, we have to have Calvira.
Well, I mean, you also have the wands, which amounts to her magic ability as well. But it's good to have backup.
I mean, yeah, but
If you'd rather her not go, though, that's a whole different conversation.
I mean, I don't care if she goes or not. I just want to know what the fuck's going on.
Oh yeah, but either way, yeah, the current vibe you get is that all of you are part of this.
Okay.
But yeah, so sort of as he's he's gonna go from there and he's gonna say that could be possible, but we'd want to attack during a time where the fewest amount of members would be present. If we do so, we might be able to minimize how many we'd have to fight. And I think it goes without saying that we need to maintain some sort of illusion of subtlety.
That-
When we first go in there, the guard or two that might be there, we need to have them down before they get sound an alarm. We don't want Veritas knowing we're coming too early.
I've seen their group. If there's anything they're good at, it's killing with alacrity.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes. So this seems like a good base point. And with all due respect, I have had a long day, and I'd much like to get to sleep. If you lot have no other questions, by all means ask. If you do, I will be on my way.
You can grab a bed somewhere, as long as it doesn't smell like someone else.
Ah, nice salsa.
No, you see, it'd be better if I'm not spotted anywhere near here. I'll head back to my place. But thank you for the offer.
No, I don't have any. I'm down
Yeah,
to just.
I don't have any
I'm down
questions either.
to just literally be like, all right, let's not discuss literally anything without anyone else. Just for the fact that so we don't keep this going and keep everyone else waiting.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So we'll call it there.
Alex, you down for
Fucking
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll call it there with that conversation, and everyone else can come now.
All right, I'll ping him. Dungeoneers, please.
Oh, you've got this. All right. On that note, let's change the vibe of the music a little.
Yeah.
What do we want now?
What a vibe. This fucking salsa is
Thinking.
delish.
What do we want here, music-wise?
What'd you call me for?
What's happening?
You're not. Are you still in here?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Go to bed,
but-
you fucking faggot.
Can
Oh
I
yeah.
help?
Let's get.
Christ.
Hey, yo, hey! This is the VOD. The fucking
We're gonna keep it
Don't be
PG-13.
dropping,
Not like we
you
said
know
for
what's, Raph.
What happened?
Don't be dropping you know what's.
But yeah.
Why not? You
Uh,
recording?
yourself. The
Let's
video's
let's
being
keep the
recorded.
debauchery to a minimum. But let's
Debauchery.
Raph, we're doing cool investigation stuff. Do you have any song recommendations?
Wait,
As we round this out.
song, really cool
Lucid Man
song.
theme.
Oh, thank you. No, shut up. You're good. I got it. The Lucid Man theme.
Ooh.
10 hours, nice. Oh, I was listening to this the other day.
Of course you were.
I looked in and said I had already watched it a bit.
I was gonna say something from Id Invaded if you've seen that. It's pretty lit.
Alright, we'll rock with this for a bit. Check that out.
Never got to pull the volume. Someone ping Coop specifically, I guess.
Jamil did.
Yeah,
So wait,
we'll see if he's
are
around.
we actually doing the whole thing?
We're gonna finish the session out with you guys around.
Yeah. So basically,
Local
I guess we'll
mates.
Yeah.
oh my god. God bless the man that made this shit. That guy deserves a raise.
God tier music, whole series. Can't wait for the remaster.
I'm just talking
Honestly.
about the salsa I'm eating.
You're really making love
Yeah.
to those fucking nachos, dude.
Dude, I was like sitting there eating
I mean-
plain, like 2-day-old tortilla chips. And on the board, I'm like, man, I want to dip something in it. And I was like, oh wait. I was thinking about getting like the queso. I was like, no, I don't want the jarred queso. I know this is not so, but I don't want it. And then I was like, oh wait, that Mexican I just had for dinner. I'm like, I got salsa verde, I think. I'm like,
Nigga, the
I
way
guess
you
try it
said that just insulted so
Salsa
many
verde.
people.
Do you like the batter? Batter that?
Better
Alright.
be.
Alright, Mike, you say matre instead of mozzarella.
Either way,
Mutz.
I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna try this. And I fucking dipped. I was like, god damn.
He's watching Rick and Morty with fucking
Yeah, I know. I saw. He's with Mubs.
Dude, you're really fucking smacking your lips right now, Mike.
I'll just move my mic. I'm sorry. I know it's that loud.
Okay.
You're gonna need a new chat.
Bullshit, we do. I've been good.
Well,
I've been a good boy.
as you proceed to smack your fucking lips on
I'm
some
gonna hop in there
salsa.
real quick and just say hi.
Yep.
Hear me?
F. A 24-hour Lucid Man theme.
That was Jamel's stream, so he left.
No, I know.
Mandalorian, apparently you can't talk about it. But you...
Well, I can't say what happens.
Okay, you can't say what happens, but tell me what you can. Let's say that. What can you say about it?
I can tell you it looks sick.
Okay.
Like everybody else. Like I've always been like a sports fan, and I was, I didn't grow up on Star Wars.
Right.
I kind of, by the time I discovered
Alright,
it was
Group's on
out
his way.
there, I was.
Freaking, he said
more
like
into
he's
my
like tired though,
friends
so
with
freaking
my
we're gonna keep it quick.
Teenage years.
Okay.
So, and they were into Ewoks at that point, so it just didn't connect.
Yeah.
And but I did Empire Strikes Back. I did like. So.
Wait,
I don't
Goop's in the
know, I
campaign?
just,
yeah.
How the hell did it come together?
When did that
Just
happen?
over the years,
Since the
getting to
beginning.
know Mike Binder.
Remember that.
Very
working with Vince
very
Vaughn,
big, sweeping,
company
fucked up
on,
events are
did
entirely
the
because
Ability
he
with
chose
Epic
to
the
do
Family.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually,
Which
you're
one's
gonna
he?
be
Oh, he's
Jon
the archer,
Favreau,
isn't he?
which I
Yeah.
did. And that's how
Yeah,
I
the one
ended
who
up
misses
doing
all the
that
goddamn
episode of
time.
his cooking
Yes,
show.
yeah, that's the one.
We had a good time. You get along. So much of this business is meeting somebody. It's like, I like this guy. I could be
Yeah,
on the
One
set with
who's
this
really
guy for
bad at fucking
12
knowledge
hours a day.
religion.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
14 sometimes.
we made
I
a
was at Mike
we
Binder's
referenced you
birthday
guys
party.
earlier.
John was there. He said, "Hey man," he goes, "I'm doing the next Stars." I was like, "Oh wow, that's nice." He
Yeah.
goes,
Bro, that's
"You
why I
ever
was
wanna do, like, a
laughing so
party or
hard when
something
you
like
said
that?"
that.
And I kind of laughed. I was like, "Dude, you
Filled
know I
by
always
a
make fun
group
those
of
Star Wars
spiders.
fans, trying to annoy them every time one of those movies comes out, just to be a dick." And he goes, "No, I think it'd be funny because I think it'd be funny if the people that listen to your podcast
Hey.
actually saw
There
you
he
on
is.
that." And I was just like, "Really?" And,
All right, you
my
cocks,
wife
make it
was there.
quick.
She's like, "Yes, say yes." You
All right,
will."
cool.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
TLDR,
Alright, I'll
we'll
do it.
just time skip to this.
And,
So the next day would go by,
yeah, listen,
y'all
but
would be,
my
Frederick would be
Star
out
Wars
doing
was
whatever,
like the Magnificent Seven.
and you guys
It
would
was like, the greatest
you guys
Escape,
would be
Bridge over the River
well,
Kwai,
I'd imagine just waiting for the end of the day. But
Cool
yeah,
Hand
so
Luke. That's what I
when nighttime
grew
comes
up on.
again,
Those were
okay, Calvira and Tatiana have been out
movies
doing
that
their
I loved.
their thing,
And I loved all of those.
and they would
Kelly's
you guys would reconvene with Frederick, and
all of that stuff,
your homies would be
the
back.
Stuff, the Dirty Dozen.
Oh
And
my
all
The
of
god,
Foullands
we
game.
have so much to talk to you
loved.
about.
And,
We can finally start titling these sessions,
so I don't know, I
just
and then
Embers of Ashterra
this
again.
is the magnitude
Be cool if I was in Roll20
of
gonna
right
name
now.
this one-
something like that,
I'm
because
gonna
John
name
just
this one
kept
The Boys
laughing
Are
at me. He
Back
goes,
in
"Dude, you don't
Town."
understand. You don't
Nice.
understand." Like,
It's
Oh,
the
wait,
dude, and then I
I'll
went in
turn
this
off the
super
fucking podcast
creepy
if
thing
I
where you
don't
just
for 2
stand there and there's like a trillion, like, this is just like, when they go to do the action figure.
Alright. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have the floor.
Oh,
Oh, I mean, all right. So we just see your group, like your group's coming
I mean-
back into town.
I mean, yeah, no, they'd be by this point they'd be back at the estate.
Oh shit.
walk in the estate.
They'd get back that night and be extremely exhausted.
I look at them, I look at how tired they are, and I go, well, seems like you guys didn't have much better of a time than we did. It's been quite a shit show. I presume it's been the same for you?
No, it was
Yeah,
great.
fine.
I almost died like 6 times. It was fantastic.
Same.
Oh, nice. Yes, we've been through the same. We've uncovered a conspiracy that involves the entire city and the future in which it stands.
Oh,
But yeah, we
So
could
let's unpack.
Yeah.
So let me guess. We're burning it down.
But yeah, no, Coop, if you ever like if you're tired and you want to just expedite it, just just holler at me and we'll expedite
Dog.
it a little.
When I'm on my way out, I'm in about 5 minutes. I probably won't even understand what the fuck's coming out of my mouth.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so we
I'm
could
just
have
eating a
fucking
meal before I go into
gotcha,
delinquency.
gotcha. So we could have we could have fucking if you ever feel yourself going that delinquency, we could have Haywood just check out. I just want you to know, no pressure. But yeah, as you guys were.
Do we just want to TLDR it?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Explain it like a character's would.
Oh, like, okay. So
go for it.
So
yo.
basically,
go for it, Alex.
Yeah. All right. So basically, what's happened is that found out that the plot that was originally about one person in the council being a traitor turned into there's definitely a traitor. In fact, there may be more than one, but there's also an entire underground organization that tried to kill Calvira. Kind of may or may not, but probably didn't have a hand in the fact that Occam almost died. Now Occam has left
Occam
the
almost
council.
died?
Yes, we had to save his life.
Oh.
What do you mean he left the council?
He is now working as a solo operator. He says, any problems that go on, you send them to me, and I'll
he
see if I
cool?
want to deal with them. He's on the tipping point. He may or may not stage a military coup at any moment.
Is that a bad thing though at this point? If
And what's
everybody
that
was a
It's
traitor?
definitely a bad thing because
he says that
for, we're keeping Zadros fuck it, Fringar.
yes, and he also
if regards to the name of the capital city, you mean
yeah. So he has
I know what you mean. Yeah.
His whole plan is pretty much that if things go against his liking, that he's going to enact a military curfew and take control of the entire city, because he has the support of literally the entire military as well as most, if not all, of the people. So he could immediately take over with little backlash if he wanted to.
So, if this is a big issue, then why did you save him?
This happened after.
This happened.
Okay.
When we saved, there was a good period of time where we were pretty cool with Occam.
So I'll give you a timeline. So you guys left. In the midst of us being like, "Yo, Occam, we joining forces," and you guys were like, "Peace." And then we were like, "All right, me and Inuyasha are joining forces." We went on that joining forces mission. Occam gets captured. Me and Inuyasha save his life. We find out because the bandits that someone leaked information about all of the about our entire mission. We were like, oh, well, someone on the council is probably a traitor. So, get back to the council. We're like, who is it? I'm like, I think it's Tiziana because she's been doing some fuckery. You guys were around for the fuckery.
There was fuckery.
There was fuckery about.
The stream back up to realize I fucked it up. If anyone wants to keep listening to the Elusive Man theme, but go on.
Yeah, there was some fuckery about. Occam's alive. Occam gains more favor with the people because he captured one of the main bandits that have been cutting off supplies to Ifringard. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, we beat them. I did a lot of that work, but Occam brought him in.
Yeah, Occam gets all the credit. We get nothing. But
so let me get this. Wait. So let me get
this. I mean, you. But yeah, go on. That's why you record. It was Rav. Okay, I heard a slight echo from Mike. I couldn't tell why, but it was Rav. Okay, we're good though. I mean, so go on.
So let me get this straight. Yeah. You're doing all of this ploy. You let the man live, and now we're trying to figure this out. Please, if anything,
he's not a main obstacle. I've told him straight to his face that if he gets in the way of our group in any way, I am dealing with him. We have
David said to Goliath.
So like at the time,
just refresh my memory. Just refresh my memory. Who are we trying to save again? What's the name of this girl?
We're not saving anybody. Pay attention. You shut the fuck up. Let us continue the story.
I'm role playing, nigga. Damn.
I'm telling Brutus to shut the fuck up. And let us finish the
like
recap.
I said, I had an opportunity. I considered it because we knew Occam at the time was against rejoining Zorjoros. So I was like, I had the opportunity when we were rescuing him to kill him. It's like, man, I should kill him, get rid of this issue. The reason I didn't do it is because if we kill Occam, there's probably a good chance we lose Calvira's vote because she'd be real sad. She'd be a sad girl. So I didn't. We brought him back. Me and Occam do some personal investigating on Tiziana. Next big thing that happens is, unless I'm skipping something, Alex, refresh my memory, is we're like, okay, we're going to transfer this one dude to a different building, this one prisoner, because we think that this underground conspiracy people want to kill him and they have a gateway into the prison. So we're like, all right, move him to a different building. So we do that, and in the middle of that, the Archmage's estate that we all stay at gets raided by underground conspiracy people. By the way, they're called the Quiver, so I'm just keep calling them Quiver. Me and Alex narrowly save her from getting kidnapped.
And we mean like narrowly.
Yeah,
like
literally,
multiple people would have almost died.
I had to jump off the roof and
Mike
roll an
almost
acrobatics
died.
check to stop them from getting in the sewers. Yeah,
What's an
I
acrobatics
lived
check?
on 2 HP.
Yeah, Mike was.
Go on.
Softail was almost dead.
Yeah, I survived on 2 HP, barely. And that's basically last session. So we saved Calvira, and that's when Occam's like, I'm gonna be a dictator in a bit because I'm.
Yeah, so I spoke with Occam because what had happened during that prisoner exchange is that I was directly with Occam's forces while Softail was observing from the rooftops. And we ran into and
He does do that.
he had noticed this figure that was using some kind of like shadowy magic type of stuff that he was able to follow along a bit, and he made it back to the estate and was able to attack there. I accompanied Occam back to the prison, dropped off the prisoner, and returned to the estate, and that's where the combat started. After that had occurred, I went and got Occam to come back with me to the estate. And he essentially confirmed the fact that leaving this up to us is too dangerous for Calvira, and he decides that he's going to enact his own rule. In my own personal conversation with him today, he has told me that the only reason he has not done so yet is this is the last chance. He's riding it all on whatever Calvira is hoping for. So we have to make sure, if we still want Occam to not just go full dictator, to not only Calvira being safe, but also to make sure that no shit kind of blows up anywhere that will draw his attention and make him think that things are going out of hand.
Yeah, so basically what happened, so the last story of it is what happened this session. So, this session, Calvira grows a backbone, starts doing her own shit. Occam accuses in a council meeting, because I eavesdropped, yo, there's a traitor in our council, who the fuck it is. That's when he's like, yeah, you know, fuck y'all, I'm about to enact military, what the hell, military,
martial
law, thank you.
Yeah, I thought you were looking for martial law, yeah.
That's what I was trying to say, martial law, and Yasha has this conversation. So, I'm like, alright, what's going on here, Calvira? And she's like, alright, well, I did some digging today. Turns out Tiziana and the purple-haired man I found her with, spying on them one day, are with the Quiver, and they want to be free of the Quiver. They've been working for months to kill Veritas on their own.
Who's Veritas?
Leader of the Quiver.
The leader of the Quiver, I'm sorry.
He's a drow.
Yeah, he's a drow, and he has mind magic. And he can dominate.
I mean, is he dead?
No.
No, he's alive.
He's most definitely not dead, but he's...
Have I actually heard that name before, or was that just from your session?
I think
now that I think about it, they weren't, like, one of the earliest solo sessions was, like, they weren't there when he fucking made that guy kill himself with his mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I told, but, I updated,
oh, yeah, you updated them on that
to you guys. I updated you about Quiver and Veritas. So
I just recognized the name. I didn't know if I've actually...
Yeah, so in character, you guys would know those names.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, so Veritas is kind of losing it, and we, unfortunately, so Tiziana has given us her plan with her friend, or partner, or hell his name is Frederick, and we're going to storm, whatever the fuck this place is called. Unfortunately, we're going to storm the Quiver's hideout. Unfortunately, the one damn part side about this is that we're kind of stuck, because we can't get into the hideout without them. But there's nothing to tell us that they're not leading us into a trap. But we are inclined to believe them due to sense motive checks and facts checking out. The last thing I think you guys need to know is we believe one of the traitor on the council to be either Everstone or Emberfist or the priest or High Priestess Clovis or High Priest Clovis.
Y'all niggas keep
High Priest Clovis. Problem with that is both of them are for rejoining Ashterra. So yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah, so there's an issue
Wait.
among votes, is because
I
What?
have one last thing.
yes,
Because we're trying to. I know our whole plot of the point. I know our main person in this whole situation is what Calvera is her name.
was
Assuming
to convince her to be on our side.
convince her.
for a
Yeah.
vote.
What if maybe she's the traitor?
You know,
Uh,
I've thought about that on the low key. Like if Jamel's pulling some kind of quadruple,
I mean, it could be. I know the
I mean,
man.
could
like
be.
you know, off the record in my own heart, I've been low key, but really we don't know. But I have said,
Man,
So
have
then
sort
we
of
have three
threat-
people on the board.
well, hold
I
on.
really
The
think I'd have
the
Arya
issue
start
with
I
the
mean,
killing that
vote-
they're
king.
all on the board. No one's off
The
the
issue
board.
with the votes is that Tiziana is she is against joining Ashterra.
Yeah.
And I addressed her with, I was like, we need your vote if you want us to trust you. And she told me no. She said, I can't do it for you. She's like, I cannot, I can't go against my own morals and sense of justice. So like, I was like, well, okay. So I pretty much said, listen,
Is Ichabod here?
yes.
No, none of
not
this is all
outside.
in private that you guys are talking because you guys have mentioned wanting to kill Occam potentially in character, and no one will be around for that.
Yeah.
This is just you guys.
Yeah, okay. So when I was talking to her, I pretty much said, okay, listen, I can't speak for anybody else in my squad. I said, I'll continue to follow your lead. But the second that, I pretty much said the same threat that I made to Occam, that if you get in my way in any capacity, we're boxing. We're throwing hands. But I did it with a sword. So we have that dealt with. The issue with the votes is that Tiziana has confirmed that she's against us. We still don't know if Calvera is going to side with us and want to join Ashterra. Occam, who is against rejoining, is now some sort of like, he's teetering on the edge of becoming a dictator that he very well could be. Would be a major issue for us. And the two people that we suspect of being one of them is potentially a traitor, are both for our cause.
Well,
So
who are they
in
a traitor to?
To the council.
To the council,
the
because they
council.
So they
tried.
couldn't remain
So the
council
thing we
members.
have, the theory we have is that both of them are for rejoining Sojoros, and they both know that Occam is against it. So they're trying. So they leaked the information about about our mission that almost got him killed, to get him killed, because then there would be another vote. They would eliminate a vote to stay independent.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So then the issue becomes that in best case scenario, if the only person that dies out of that group is the person who's the traitor, and it's one of the people that we suspect, then it ends up with a 2v2.
Yeah.
So-
Not even a
and that's
2v2,
if
two
Calvera
yeah,
still
that's
sides
if
with
Calvera
us.
still sides with
So
us.
then we want to help the traitor, then no?
I mean, theoretically, but at this
By
point,
votes wise, yeah.
votes
I
wise, yes,
mean-
but at this point, Softail and Inuyasha are so personally attached to just killing Veritas that.
Well,
do
that's
I'm
stupid.
also not
Um,
against the idea of killing Tiziana, by the way.
Oh no,
Okay.
absolutely not. I would love to.
So-
Kill that bitch.
So if the two traitors potentially, or potential traitors, are
Mhm.
for joining, what's it called? Then
Joining Ashterra, yes.
you think maybe it's possible that they became traitors in order to get that to happen more easily?
Yes, absolutely.
And so
almost
what's your
positive that's
issue
the
with
reason.
them?
I
So
think
then the
that
traitors are on
that
our
would
side.
still be a problem
The
because
boys are
Veritas is a
back.
much greater issue. Like Veritas would definitely still be a problem.
I mean,
So I-
you have your issues, but we have a mission here.
Our
Yeah,
point,
but I
we're getting
feel like-
paid to do one
but-
thing and one thing only,
No,
killing
I'm
you
them.
guys-
not
you
saying
guys
that.
got
I'm
into
not
the
saying
attack.
that train of thought isn't correct, but I'm
Yeah.
also saying that
It sounds like you
If-
guys
if
got
it
too
were-
attached to this.
no, if it
town.
were to become a thing to
it's
where
not-
we
it's not the
sided with
town.
the traitors,
Yeah.
then wouldn't that make so that Veritas is just directly in line to harming Adam, who is the person that is
do
funding
keep
us?
in mind. I do want to like sort of squash this like misconception.
Yes.
As far as you've been told, by people who have been in the quiver, the whole thing, the attack on Occam's information being leaked had that had been conversation down there. It had nothing to do with that.
Had
They were
nothing
like,
to do with
"What?
the
That happened?" So you get the vibe based on the information you have that whoever on the council is the traitor is not personally affiliated with the quiver.
Yeah.
Two separate enemies.
Mm.
there was details we left out in some sessions that we want to kill Veritas not to help the city, but for our own purposes. Because
Yeah, we got a lot of
he kind of
moral
fucked us.
stuff
He kind of
against
fucked
this
us.
dude.
Yeah.
A lot of shit's happened. All right, so listen, you guys are allowed to have your little like weasel people friends in the Foullands. We're allowed to make some connections over here.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I don't know. Whatever you guys befriended out there that had a hyena, like you're allowed to have that.
But we're not sitting in there.
His name is
protecting it
Guffaw.
when-
We're allowed. I don't know what his name is. You didn't tell me.
I'm telling
We're
you his
allowed
name.
to- Okay, so that's fine.
You know
We're
what?
allowed to
Guffaw doesn't affect the overall mission, though.
Yeah. You know what didn't affect the overall mission? You know what didn't help us with the overall mission? You guys were running off
You
the
guys
Foullands for fucking a month.
So now that you guys have done your,
But it potentially could have. That's why we
No,
left.
it wouldn't have. Nothing.
Yes,
so,
it would have.
Wait, so question. So now that you guys have done your out of character like debriefing, do you want to like sort of bring this to an in character thing so we could actually like?
I would say that
I was in character the whole time.
I was gonna say most of our conversation was probably in character.
No, that's fine. But we'll consider this like this is the combo before like the squad got together. We could get the squad together now because this is good dialogue that would be very relevant.
Okay.
Fucking.
Now we're in character.
But I mean, no, you guys can finish whatever this is though, because I mean, obviously certain things here, like you can't walk up to everyone and say, well, we came here on unless you plan on it, but to say we came here on one mission, fuck all you guys, like you might be less inclined to tell that to like Calvira and Ichabod, so you can get that out of your system.
I'm not talking about. That's what I'm saying. I don't want them to be there.
Yeah. So you guys can get that out of your system now. Let me know when you're good, and then we can fucking get to the get you. And like at any point, again, like I said, Coop, you can skedaddle. Anyone can really. Fucking.
Yeah, we're not doing any combat probably for the rest of this. It's just us
Yeah.
lingering
It's just gonna be finishing the planning, getting set on something, and seeing where this is gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll execute next
But yeah,
mission, I
so
guess.
you guys are good. You can keep debating this.
Okay. I just want to say one last thing. I think we should help the Quiver, and then we could get them to join Zadraros, and then we just squash that beef afterward. We just fucking get rid of them.
See, the problem with
Will not.
I will once again highlight that they are two separate things, and you guys don't know what the Quiver want with regard to that in terms of joining the Empire.
But
now.
what I'm picking up is what he's saying is okay. Let the vote go. Let's get them part of Ashterra, and then we'll kill the Quiver. Problem is that's not going to happen because our only way into the Quiver's hideout is Tiziana, and Tiziana is not going to help us get into the hideout if we rejoin Ashterra.
What do you mean that's our only way into the hideout?
Like literally, the only way into the hideout is
You
you
need
need a
magic.
spell called it's a teleportation spell, and the only way for it to work is if you know exactly where the hideout is before you go in.
So we just capture her and then make her do it.
I mean, I don't think that would work.
Well, hang on. What?
Well, she
What
can't
exactly?
cast it. The only one that can cast it is Frederick.
Frederick, Calvira, and you guys have wands that can cast it.
Yeah, but
Wait,
you need the Muse magic device to cast it.
Why
But
do we need
can't-
her
Oh
then?
yeah, true. I totally forgot about that. Yeah,
we need the Muse magic item to cast it 1 and 2. We need to know the location of it exactly. We need to know the location.
The
of
spell
it
can
exactly to cast it.
falter and hurt you if you teleport into a wall or something.
I
So
don't
you
understand
need, like,
why we need her, but she can't teleport, but we need her, but we need some other dude.
Because she has our
So
connection
I'll explain this real
Frederick.
quick. So Dimension Door is a spell that allows you to transport yourself and up to two other people in from one location to another location within a certain range. You have to know that location exists. So the way that the members of the Quiver get in and out is that they use that spell because they know that the place exists. If you don't know that the place exists, you can't really use the spell to do that, or you might just spitball yourself into a wall and instantly die. So the whole thing is that Tiziana and her friend Frederick, that she's been working with, both have been in the Quiver and frequented, and actually have memory of where it was. So they know where it is. That's one half of the puzzle. The spell is the other half of the puzzle. So technically, they're needed to get in.
Okay, we can.
see what he's saying is
You need both of them to get in.
Well,
yes. Technically.
I see.
Thing
I
is-
do like where you're going with this idea, though. Of
Go on,
us-
Orlando.
I was gonna say it's just that the two of them are friends, so you can't like cut one of them out of the deal with the other one getting pissed.
Exactly. But yeah, go on.
Unless we
Unless
kidnap Frederick and force Tiziana to vote in the favor of rejoining Ashterra, or we kill.
But that would have
Frederick.
to happen after the mission of killing Veritas anyway.
Why is that?
Why
No,
do
it
we
doesn't.
have to kill Veritas other than
Yeah,
moral reasons?
Well,
What exactly
I'll tell
are
you right,
you guys trying to accomplish?
No. We have to kill Veritas because Softail in character is going to kill Veritas.
Okay, but we don't need him
No.
for the mission. He's
Well,
not
he's
relevant.
also.
That's why.
I mean, he's
that's
also
why.
trying to kill. He tried to kill / take over / control Calvira, and he also knows that me and Softail are enemies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's really no undoing that.
What was he trying to take control of Calvira? Do we know that?
Kidnap her. Yeah.
Yes.
Kidnap her for
that was
what?
the kidnap.
A detail they left out. So the way the tattoos work is that if you have if you have one of the tattoos, Veritas's mind magic has extra effects on you. It's harder for you to resist it, and it can do things that
tattoo then.
It can do hold up, but it can do things that mind magic typically can't do. Tiziana herself.
Tattoo.
Huh?
Okay, but
No, I'm getting there. So Tiziana herself has one of these tattoos. That's why she's she's so into it. The reason he was trying to kidnap Calvira was Tiziana said that he imagined that he would have grafted a tattoo onto her, so that way he'd have control of her as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But how do you know that wasn't to sway her in voting yes?
We don't know if it has anything to do with that
at all. Yeah.
But we know that he was trying to do that, and that we are directly.
So maybe instead of murdering him, we should talk to him.
Not killing the Archmage was the second objective. It was get Zedros to join the Empire. Do so without killing the Archmage. And by extension,
and to answer your question, Caleb, it's because from reports of literally everyone we've met that has ever met Veritas, he's slowly starting to lose his mind in certain areas, and pretty much either murdering his men at random or forcing them to kill themselves. So he's not exactly someone that we would go and canoodle with.
So besides him probably coming after us at any point in the near future and us wanting to kill him anyway, if we lose Tiziana, basically the deal's off because he could always just make her kill herself, period, and then we're fucked.
Wait, how are we fucked?
You guys couldn't play the
because we don't know
Occam angle.
We don't know how to get in otherwise, and fucking Frederick probably not gonna help. That's why I'm saying we should listen. Just hear me out real quick before anyone interrupts me. We kidnap Frederick. We hold him at his life. We make Tiziana rejoin Ashterra. Then we make Frederick teleport us in, and then we kill Veritas.
This is your plan A?
It's a plan.
What's your plan A?
Oh, the plan that we were originally gonna go with was you guys.
Let's let it rock for a little bit longer.
We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid all of us. Veshna, Calvira, Tiziana, and Frederick are all gonna raid. Whatever the fuck that base is. The Quiver base. We're gonna kill Veritas.
Wait, you're friends with Frederick?
I wouldn't say friend, but acquaintance.
We're allies.
Allies.
Wait, so he wants to take out the Quiver as well?
Yeah.
So in case that was missed, Tiziana and Tiziana is a member of the Quiver, sort of by necessity now. She's had the tattoo her entire life, and she wants to be free of it. Frederick is friends with her, and his the guy Caleb that you
they're also lovers, by the way.
None of that was discussed, but the guy that you and Mike found in the dungeon, or that Mike found in the dungeon on the purple hair guide, that was Frederick's twin brother, and Frederick's whole thing is, and the whole reason he was in there is that they captured him, so that way Frederick could assume his identity in the Quiver, which he has been doing as of late. So his whole thing is that they're just trying to conduct this espionage, have him work his way up till they can get close to Veritas and kill him. So
this was all Occam's idea.
No. This is Tiziana's, the Tiziana and Frederick's idea.
Okay.
Where you have any lost.
Yeah. Occam is entirely separate from this. Occam is just extremely pissed that this is going on, and he can't figure out what's happening, and all the politics and bullshit aren't doing anything about it. So he's inclined to take things in his own hands. But he said straight up, he's gonna give you guys one last chance to do so, and if you fail again, if anything goes wrong, especially after Calvira got attacked, he's gonna take things in his own hands.
Yeah,
which is what he told Inuyasha.
Yeah.
To which Inuyasha responded, "We'll fucking kick your ass," and then
Yeah, I said, listen, You get in our way and we'll kill you.
Hey, you gotta keep it. You gotta have a more level head than that.
Yeah.
Inuyasha.
Oh yeah. So I guess that also
Yeah,
means
go
if
fuck
we I guess it also means if we just don't do anything and this Veritas issue gets worse, I keep saying Forkum, Occam, just takes control of different Gardens of Joros, and then there's no hope of him rejoining the Empire.
Yeah, and like
That is a reasonable conclusion.
Another conclusion.
Now
I
we're
have is
making
that, like,
sense.
if we're having these ideas of like kidnapping this or that, we have to like actually make sure it's secret from literally everyone outside of our own group. Otherwise, I feel like if we were like, yeah, we have Frederick held hostage, that would be, hey, Calvira.
Let's break this down a little. We'll break this down because there's a very clear issue you guys have here.
Well,
in time staying here, Inuyasha and Softail have developed their own personal reasons for doing certain things. Though those personal reasons kind of, sort of, go against your main objective. The rest of the party, being more into the main objective of get them to rejoin the Empire, sees the situation as, should we let this go on, it will end in our favor. Why act? So
Yes.
what is your main argument? Like, what's the main argument there in regards to that?
I think the main here, Alex, you can if you need to add anything to this afterwards, or you gotta say something else. Just I think the main argument is if we let it rock, it's not going to go in our favor, because if we let it rock, things will get worse, and then Occam will just take martial law, and then there's no hope of us rejoining Ashterra. So we kind of have to do something about it.
Why is there no hope if apparently Inuyasha can 1v1 Occam easy?
Yeah, he said that, but it's not happening.
I mean that is an angle. So he's proposing, well, if that's the issue, why take on Veritas and why not take on Occam then?
Yeah.
Well, also to tack on to that, the reason why it would be absolutely no hope is it's an issue of if Occam takes over and has everything like legitimately not locked down, then we're not rejoining Ashterra. If Occam tries to take over and that's when the Quiver decides to start making their moves, then it becomes a power struggle, and
then we just side with the Quiver.
But then the Quiver aren't going to. We have no idea if that would ever line up with their objective, and they would join up with Ashterra.
But aren't the two people that are like for the Quiver like?
No, there's no one for the Quiver. None of the council members are for the Quiver.
We have our suspicion that one of the two remaining council members is the traitor.
Yeah,
both of those people are for rejoining with us
against Occam. They want Occam.
Okay,
but that doesn't mean that they have to be like. That doesn't mean they're connected.
Okay, so the Quiver's completely unrelated. They're just bad guys that happen to be there from out of circumstance.
Yes, exactly. So I don't think the Quiver really puts anything in for us winning or losing the vote. Yeah.
So I feel like it'd be a lot easier to kill big dude on a horse than guy that can mind fuck you. But that's just me.
Well, so
but the thing is, if we kill big dude on a horse, we most definitely lose Calvira's vote, and then they stay independent.
And then we kill the
fucking
preteen dragon.
Yeah, like Coop's been holding this in. Let him rock.
Why not let it descend into chaos? We let Occam do his thing. He's clearly already going to be fighting a heavy war of just I don't know, mass casualty.
No.
We could call in Adam. Have him come in as a neutral party. Separate it. Win over more favor with the civilian. Right? Am I making sense?
The only thing that I'm confused about is this
foreign policy.
This mass casualty thing. Where's the mass casualty come in?
So Cooper, so you're trying to do the whole, not a liberator, just on the new management.
So the mass casualty thing.
Yeah, that's
the issue is that the only way that there would be any casualties is if like that moment is when the Quiver does like. Hypothetically, the Quiver decides to like make a war.
They make a war, but that's as from what we've gathered
if
information.
If Occam was in the process of taking over everything, do you not think the Quiver would try to stop that?
I mean, We don't know, and two, it wouldn't even be a process. It would be, okay, I'm taking over, and then because he has all the favor of all this the people, so they'd be like, hey, listen, there's some fuckery about. I need you guys to stay inside. I'm doing martial law, and they'd be like, oh yeah, for sure, we trust you 100%.
What about
so
checking character?
it would be like an overnight thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it wouldn't be.
There's nothing any of the other council members could do about it.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with just murdering Occam?
What's wrong? What happens theoretically is if we murder Occam. We murder Occam. One, we lose the vote of Calvira. We lose the vote of Calvira, and then it
literal
becomes
child that you could just,
Okay, but you didn't put killing Calvira into there too. But
I didn't say killing her.
Oh, we can't also
Like,
do that either.
our last
That's not
the way that we solve
No, it
things.
is.
can't
Literally,
just be, let's
Adam
murder
said,
till
"Don't
we
kill
can't."
keep the Archmage alive and get them
It's
to
not.
join."
Yeah, but the main thing is getting them to rejoin.
I mean, admittedly, that was a secondary objective. But
And
he was serious about
also
it.
didn't say kill her.
Yeah, because do keep in mind that Adam is trying deliberately to not be his brother who ruled with an iron fist. He's trying to have like slightly more like diplomatic flair and being less tyrannical.
So
we could get rid of a literal
Which is
child that's on the council without murdering her.
How so?
By just
and again,
fucking...
she's not a child. She's a very, very young adult, technically.
I know, I was just being mean.
But yeah, I know.
So I don't think Calvira is an issue.
So my piece on the whole, on the main issue of why should we care about dealing with the Quiver, the reason being is because they are, up to this point, considering all the information that we have separately, they are pretty much a chaotic evil group that we have no idea how they're going to act, but it will almost certainly always end up as a roadblock for us. And I don't think that killing Occam or waiting to let things fall into chaos is going to result in us being able to walk back to Ashterra and say, hey, give us our 1,000
So my
platinum.
issue with
We
that
get it.
Wolfie boy, chaos
is
ladder.
you just said that the people that we need are completely unrelated to Occam. And they're for joining.
They're not for joining. By the people we need, you mean Tiziana and Frederick? They are not for joining.
They're against joining.
They're for independent.
Yeah, so in terms of the council members, it looks like this. Occam is for keeping Zadros independent. Tiziana is also for keeping Zadros independent. The priest and the chancellor are both for rejoining. For what y'all's overall objective was.
Joining Ashterra.
Joining Ashterra.
They're cool.
It's like we're on the wrong side.
We most definitely are. The thing here's what we theorize. If everything goes to plan. This is what our theory was. We do that. We raid the Quiver hideout. Everyone survives, and then we've put a lot of work, RPing wise, in convincing Calvira into rejoining Zadroros, which we think. I'll go with we think. We think she will rejoin Ashterra. The problem is that if we I wouldn't even say the problem. Once we kill the Quiver, and that means the vote will start, and then we'll have a theoretically, hopefully a 3 to 5, and they rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my issue there is...
Hold on.
We're going...
Hold on a second. So, didn't Occam just recently quit the council, and he was against joining the Empire?
Would he not still make a vote?
No, he just quit.
What he effectively said is, I'm done with the council. If I'm gonna run my legion how I've been running my legion, and if you have any problems with that, if you have any problems, you put them on my desk, not the council.
They'd elect a new dude.
So then the question becomes if he would become an issue.
Is that right?
But I guess that's not really our concern.
I mean, they couldn't really elect a new dude because the entire position on the council he held was that of the warden, which was the person who controlled the military.
But you couldn't have an uneven vote.
Well, that's the problem he's created.
If that's the case, then assuming Calvira rejoins Ashterra, it would be 3 to 1 because Tiziana would be the only one not wanting to rejoin Ashterra, and then they would rejoin Ashterra, and then we would deal with the traitor, or we just don't deal with the traitor issue. We just let the vote rock.
It's not a problem at that point.
Okay, so
that vote tonight.
Yeah, at that point, yeah. If we just theoretically, if we just raided the thing, and then Calvira's like, yeah, let's rejoin Ashterra. Then it's Emberfist, Clavis, and Calvira for Ashterra, and then Tiziana's on her own, so they rejoin Ashterra, and then we just don't touch the traitor issue. We don't care. We get our we go home with our platinum.
Is there just like so if we take out the quiver, that would gain us favor with Occam, right?
That would gain us favor with Calvira. Occam, because Occam wouldn't know
I mean,
about
it might
this.
gain us-
Occam, I mean, it might, but Occam does not know about this operation. It will not know about this operation.
Yeah, we're not telling him about it. But it could potentially.
You just
gain us
said he
favor
gave us one last chance.
Yeah, but
he said whatever Calvira is trying to pull, because Calvira is the one that stood up to him in the meeting today. He said whatever Calvira is trying to pull, I'm putting my your last chances on that, on whatever she's trying to do. So he has no idea what's going on, or that we're really planning anything. He just knows that Calvira opposed him in the conversation about like the quiver and the traitors and all of those things. So he's letting her rock out. But the second that he sees that something goes wrong, that is when he decides he is stepping in.
So he has faith in Calvira.
Calvira, he directly.
It's
had our
less,
whole
less so faith
confrontation.
and more like he begrudgingly gave it all one last chance.
Yeah.
And she likes him.
Yes.
Yeah.
She doesn't want him. She directly said that she does not want conflict with Occam.
Yeah.
In any way.
Yeah, and like we said before,
So-
if we kill Occam, we most likely lose Calvira's vote.
That should just be off the table then.
What if we just join Occam, give him the fucking place, and then just have him join it?
Because he's not going to rejoin. He's very against rejoining Ashterra, and the reason for that is because the second he rejoins Ashterra, he loses his military.
Because the second what? You're my
Oh, sorry. The reason he'll never do that is because the second he rejoins Ashterra, he loses his spot in the military. Because
that, and he's just really like heavy nationalist with his own place. He likes them being independent. He very much is about that.
So your plan A right now, as far as I can tell, is stomp out the quiver.
Stomp out the quiver, let the vote rock.
And then hope.
Yeah, essentially.
That's a bad plan. But
we never said it was a good one.
I don't have a better one. So
I don't think going after the quiver without knowing Calvira's vote will be ours is a smart play. Especially if we can just try to woo her over.
That's the part on.
Bro,
I
I've
would
been carrying the wooing on my back, dude.
Yeah, I would very much like to have that.
Was that before or after you just said you were going to murder everyone?
I mean, who's this one opposed? That's, accidents happen all the time in the realm.
Well, it's two opposed and one undecided.
Well, no. Isn't it?
It's two and
No,
two, and Calvira's the
Tiziana
only undecided.
Tiziana and Occam are opposed. Calvira is undecided.
Occam's not a vote.
So now it's one undecided and one
You guys,
opposed.
with the way things are going, like I said, the position that Occam held on the council, he said like, fuck the council, I'm doing my own shit. What he pretty much meant is I'm going to continue carrying on my duties without consulting any of you, and I'm going to keep doing my thing. It's,
realistically,
you get the vibe that if they just convene the vote and we're like, hey, we're gonna fucking we're just gonna rejoin the Empire. He'd show up like, hey, no.
Yeah.
Fuck
That's
it.
what I was
Would they allow
That's
him
what I
to
was
vote?
gonna say. Like, realistically, if we let the vote rock
and in
out,
case you guys forgot, the main reason they haven't had the vote is because of the
because of the
what's it
trade
called?
fuckery.
It's because so much fucking problems have been going on that like they just didn't deem it necessary. The problems have been getting worse, which has been convincing more and more than be like, hey, maybe we should just do this anyway, and just maybe this, which is the whole thing.
Yeah. So, the way I see it is all the proposed. I mean, unless you guys I really don't, because I really don't want to leave it up in the fucking air. Will Calvira vote first? If we kill Occam, we lose the vote. We lose Calvira's vote, and we lose the entire vote.
So, are we not staying at her place right now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm letting you guys get this out, just so you have you guys understand each other, and then I'm gonna I was gonna say I was gonna cut it a little soon just to say all right, yeah, now's the time we gotta have this conversation in character, with everyone.
Oh, I thought we were doing that now.
No, you guys are doing it among your characters, but you have a whole bunch of people who are also in on this, who have nothing to do with your main objective.
Right now
who
it's
are
just
plotting to
five
take the river down.
They're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
and then
talking
after
about
we're done with
Vecna
this, we have to go tell everyone else.
if you guys are opposed to helping them take the quiver down, and you guys literally like go in there and they're like, "Hey, you were gonna help us, right?" And you guys are as a trio are like, "No, actually, we
Okay.
think it's too dangerous."
I'm
That's
just
very
gonna-
much the thing you can do.
I'm gonna end this right now. I'm gonna tell Softail, I will help you if you can guarantee Calvira's vote.
I said, okay.
So that's what I need as well.
I can agree to that because I would prefer it that way too.
Well, it's not about preferring, because I'm not gonna go attempt to take down a fucking Chris Angel without knowing for a fact it's gonna work out.
In the end, we're either stopping a war here or fueling.
Mhm.
The
Or
problem
just
is
letting it
if
happen.
we fuel the war, that means
But yeah.
Occam is in control,
yeah.
and then we definitely don't have it. That's the problem.
Are those acceptable terms?
Alex, I could live
Do you
with that.
accept those terms? Do you not accept those
Yeah,
terms?
I mean, yeah,
Are we
okay.
leaving that in the air?
Let's say real
Yeah,
quick.
One
let's
way or
say-
another, we're
Let's say
gonna go
Occam
on.
takes over. Let's say Occam takes over, and then he disappears.
Well, why do we have to let it get that far? If Occam is in the process of taking over, what's stopping us from letting Ashterra know and getting?
He's
He's
Ashterra.
Because
The-
if
the
if
issue-
in the process of Occam taking over, the people are in favor of that because they trust him. So
Yeah, like,
so
it came
so
down-
that'd be like
And
Occam
then,
takes
and then
over.
he disappears. And then what?
Well, I mean, that's assuming we kill him.
I mean that you guys would have to think critically about how the Legion would act after that.
Yeah, exactly.
How the people would act after that.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
assuming
you
you know what happened. I mean, if Occam just disappears, then what happens?
Yeah, if they all disappear, then it's a power vacuum out of the entire military that doesn't have a leader anymore.
Yeah.
They had just staged a military coup.
And then we influence that to somebody that's for joining Ashterra.
Shit, it is U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, like
You remind me
but-
of one other lizard.
Am I
folk that
wrong?
jumped
I
in.
mean,
His name was
No,
CIA.
I'm with
The issue
Caleb,
with that
I'm with
is
you.
that like
Not at all,
your
Vice
idea,
President Cheney.
your thought process here is just like Occam takes over. He's like, yeah, fuck the Empire, and then the people and the army are all like, yeah, fuck the Empire, and then you get rid of Occam, and then all you're left with an army and a people whose last thought politically was fuck the Empire. How do you think that's gonna go?
What
And
the
then
fuck do you think
and
is
then-
wrong with another Vietnam? All right.
and then you have all these people fighting for power, and then little old Ashterra comes in and says, "Hey, you, we can help you become the leader."
The
All
very
you have to
thing
do-
the very thing that they've been saying fuck the entire time.
Yeah. I don't
You think they're just gonna accept that rule?
Yeah, that would just look like Adam coming in and trying just to grab power, and like Jamel said, he doesn't want to do it that way.
And that is almost specifically what
But
I mean.
that's already known what's happening, though.
No,
Why
that's
don't we
not
turn
happening yet.
Calvira
None of this is
against
happening yet.
Occam? Turn
Good luck with
Calvira
that.
against
But-
Occam.
But yeah, by
Oh,
this
good
point
luck with
though,
that.
but no, I'm saying, but by this point though, I'm not saying it's not possible, by the way. But she's been teetering that line. But I'm saying that at this point, you guys have your very clear and defined stances on this, and it doesn't seem like either of you are gonna budge super easily. So we could go on and into the just the raw dialogue with the characters.
Yeah, we could. So, all right, this is where we'll stand. Unless you guys have any objections for now, we will talk to Calvira, and if we can guarantee she votes in our favor and rejoins Ashterra, we go with the raid. If not,
I will join you, no question,
Yeah.
100%.
if not, we gotta find out what the fuck's going on.
All right, so we talking to her as a group? Did you want me to talk?
Oh no, yeah, it's literally like they're waited. Like this is gonna be resuming where the last conversation happened, but this
No, but I'm
time
saying,
all of
do
you
you
are
want to
there.
discuss? I don't think we can discuss the terms about the vote in front. I mean, do you want to discuss those terms in front of like the entire squad?
I think the
Or do
best
you want
option
this to
should be
be
me and you, Alex. We go talk to Calvira, and we're like, listen, all right, they're
I mean-
they're on board, but they need your vote.
Yeah. All right.
Not really.
Everybody all right with that?
That's fine by me.
All right, so we're gonna go to the situation estate. It is nighttime at the estate. This time the whole gang is back. You guys have done some catching up evidently, and
Shit, sure.
and after some time, Titiana and Frederick arrive at the estate. It is the same situation. You guys are all in the kitchen area, sitting around the table or standing, and you are having an open discussion. Frederick is immediately going to look to the three of you, and he's gonna go, right then, you three are the lot we were waiting on. They say
We're gonna do it like this. It's not just gonna be before everyone shows up. Me and Alex talk to Calvira.
Oh,
No,
I mean,
everybody's been waiting.
everybody's
for us,
kind
I
of waiting
thought.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the plan.
So
Everyone's waiting around.
they came home and everybody was waiting for us to finish talking.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna happen organically. But yeah, so
Yeah, dude,
so Frederick's looking around and he's looking at you three and he goes, you three, the lot we were waiting on. They said that you three were reliable. I'm told that you went on an adventure in the Foullands and you came back in one piece, which is impressive in and of itself. But are we? Have you? And then frickin' he debriefed you on the whole situation, everything that they just told you about what exactly is going on, and he's going right then. So we're going to wait until when Veritas is at his weakest, and we're going to raid the Quiver. Your allies here said that you'd be helpful to us. You'd assist us in that regard. Is this the case, or is this conversation pointless?
Alex, do you want to take the lead or me?
Yeah. All right.
And I mean, and I'll say he's talking to them directly, so they're free to just speak up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you guys.
Wait, he's talking to us? He's talking to us?
Yeah, he's talking to you. He's already talked to the rest of them. They already had the plan down.
We're all there. So
yeah,
they were
do you
all
understand?
Waiting. Yeah.
No, do you understand? They were making this plan, and the dude was like, all right, like maybe we need more people, and they're like, oh no, we got 3 dudes coming who are gonna help us. Like they were like confident. So he's waiting on you guys, the 3 of you, and then he's like, all right, so yeah, you guys are in.
Right, so do you guys want to talk?
Sure. Sure, it would seem so.
Oh, you're green?
Can you talk about it separately?
So you think
What'd you say,
I'm
Ralph?
gonna sneak the truth all the
Can we
time,
talk
Caleb?
about it separately?
I want to hear what's going on, and then
I mean, if you guys want to talk about anything separately, you'd have to be like, hey, can we get out of here and go discuss something private? Which is, obviously.
No, I mean, I'll just.
If you guys are stuttering amongst yourselves, I could say.
I'm gonna stand up and say, we were briefed on the situation and we've discussed our terms. I'm sure Inuyasha can relay the message.
Oh, great.
All right then. Go on, Dogman. Do explain. What are their terms?
Oh, I don't like when he calls me dog.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's like when a white person calls a black guy boy, and you're like, that's pretty fucked up.
I'm glad you picked up what I was putting down, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I said, all right, well, I'm gonna make this as blunt as possible.
I don't like that sigh.
I said, Calvira, the 3 that have just rejoined us say that the only way that they are joining us in the fight against the Quiver is if you make your decision about who you are voting for in the upcoming decision about rejoining Ashterra.
Immediately, Tiziana would just like look furious and almost gonna stand up and just be like, "What are you? You can't!" And then Calvira would just sort of waver down, and she'd stand up.
Settle down, Dick.
Settle down, Dick. It's just a storm.
and she put her hands on the table and sort of lean forward, and she goes, "So you're telling me that this, at the end of the day, it's still all about my vote then?"
Yep.
She's gonna say, just like it was that day I met you in the forest.
So I kind of care about me.
All you care about is a duel.
Yeah, I look directly at her. I'm in a very much position where I like my head is leaned against my fist. Like I'm very not happy about this. And I'm just like, what I said the day we met still stands. But like I've been saying this entire time, I can't speak for the rest of my group.
Yeah.
What you said the day we met.
Or not.
She's gonna say what you said the day we met. Do remind me. What was that?
Because of the effort.
Shit.
What did he say?
No, I remember generally.
Oh no, I remember what he said.
Yep. Ichabod gets up, takes out his fish plate.
I said that they wouldn't do anything totally immoral under my watch.
Right.
Is this immoral?
That you did.
This is not immoral.
And
this is not.
We're here for a job.
And in the time
it's not immoral.
It's just she didn't say this. In the time you've spent in my house, the time we've spent, this is still all about my vote. This enemy, this Veritas, sent his assassins to the estate in which you've been staying to take my life, a life you saved.
And did you only save me because of my vote?
Fuck, man. Why? Fuck you guys. God damn it.
You guys got too attached. Sorry.
Fuck. All right. So I look back at her and I say, I'm not gonna put scars on myself for the sake of some measly platinum. So I'm not wasting, I'm not using anyone's life for money, or for riches, or for anything. I said I'm simply here to tell you.
It sounds like that's
how this
exactly
is
what you're
laid
doing.
out. Both myself
My
and
life for some
Softail-
platinum, then.
Oh man, both myself and Softail will be on this raid, regardless of the
Yourself
decision.
and Softail, then, and the rest are contingent on my vote. Then get them out of my estate. If they're not here to help, they can leave. Wouldn't you agree?
I sit there for a second.
We will gladly help. We just need confirmation first.
Oh, the irony. But go on.
Yeah, I kind of like. All right, so she's saying that to me. She's saying.
No, she's saying that to you directly. Like if they're not here to help because of the current cause and the current reason and all the reasons you're fighting, why are they here?
Man,
the money, Lebowski.
I take it.
If they're so opposed to rejoining Ashterra, but we want them to join Ashterra, why are they here in the first place and not working with Occam to extinguish the quiver?
But that's not the point.
Occam's not a current objective right at the moment, isn't to
She's waiting for an answer.
Yeah, I know. People are talking. Honestly, I sit back in my chair. I don't break eye contact with her, and I say, "I agree."
You
My
agree,
moral. I agree. I said, "I agree."
And then she's gonna cut you off, and she goes, "Before you get into your empty, flowery words, you agree that I'm worth more than some platinum, and you agree that this cause is far nobler than your need for my vote."
I look.
This is a yes or no question,
Yes.
Inuyasha.
I say yes. I agree.
I look up.
Wholeheartedly.
I kind of like raise my hand. And I'm like, I gave up. I gave up on guaranteeing any sort of payment for this a long time ago. I said this. I said I hate that this. I try to avoid these types of things, but I guess I've become too attached. I was like, I care too much about the outcome of this.
Damn.
Right. That's why.
Criticism from Adam.
Point is, and then she looks at the three of you, this is personal for the rest of us. If you've nothing to contribute, and if my vote is the only thing that would keep you here and not your loyalty to your comrades, then you're not wanted.
Well, you heard him.
The lot of you can leave, never set foot in my estate again.
Violent?
I mean, it's up to you guys. Softail's.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with this, so it's up to you guys. You can leave or you can stay.
Back up Valen again?
I stand up. I look at Inuyasha and I look at Softail, and I look at Calvira, and I look back at you guys and I say, if you guys need help with the fight, I'll be there. But as for this whole goal, you're on your own.
What do you mean?
And I walk out.
What do you mean by that? What are you pledging yourself to exactly?
To make sure my comrades don't die fighting. What's his name?
Burritos.
So if it came down to it, if it came down in the clutch,
Burritos, cool mind bending.
If your only goal is to keep them alive, you'd abandon us in moments then. We're doing something very dangerous, and we need to trust each other.
I almost kind of want to pledge. I almost kind of want to pledge for Cooper, saying like, he says he'll fight. He'll fight. He's not just gonna dip.
Dude, go for it.
I'm like, if he says he'll join the fight, I can trust him on that front. As far as trying to keep us alive, he simply wants to help. I don't know what. I can definitely say he will not just randomly abandon us the second one of us hits the floor.
Can you say that really?
For him?
Didn't he scurry off in the Foullands at the chance of something that may not even exist? Didn't he leave you here? And what have you dealt with in that time? How many times did you find yourself on death's door? If only a comrade's arm was there to lift you up.
Only a comrade's arm was there to lift me up. And yet after all that, I managed to survive with just Inuyasha. Imagine how much more we can accomplish with these three. I'm like with these three, I feel as if we can do so much more.
My point is, he's abandoned you before, he'll abandon you again.
Okay, I'm gonna walk over.
Alright, who are you walking over to?
I'm gonna walk over to Inuyasha and Softail, and I guess Calvier's over there too.
Yeah, so
I thought we were all sitting on the same side of the table.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, Calvier's at the end of the table.
Okay.
It would be
I'll just stand up.
Yeah,
for like, oh, okay. And I'm just kind of gonna look to all of them and say, I don't know where your allegiances lie now, but mine is still with Adam. But if you clearly need help, I will be there for you. Just don't make me regret my decision.
I will be there for you. Fuck you. Part at the party first.
Yeah. I nod.
Calvier's are just staring at you guys, and she's just sort of like waiting for a response from either Inuyasha or Softail to you saying that.
So I kind of put my face in my hand for a second before looking back up, and I say, Calvira, people that I call my comrades are power hungry, driven by their desires, I said, but their mentality of protecting one's own has, surprisingly enough, not failed me up to this point. It's not much, and I wholeheartedly agree with your criticisms up to this point. I say, but their character, when it's mattered, has never come into question.
The very first thing I did was question your character. No, so be it. You, Lizard. Where do your allegiances lie? If not with us, you can leave.
I look over at Brutus and I go, and I say, and Brutus, by the way, this will be the strongest opponent we've ever fought.
Huh. Coming. Ellie just Adam. But I do.
Oh, okay, go on.
But go fund. Any help, I'll be. Just whatever the case.
What is
one objective?
Breaking up.
Yeah,
Bro, you got like
speak
half of that out.
I put it together, but yeah, say that again, Ref.
My allegiances are with Adam.
Okay.
Really talk too loud.
And now you're good to go.
They're with Adam. But I grown fond of you guys. And thus I will protect them, no matter what.
Okay.
But we have an objective. And we'll meet our objective. And that's it.
We're no heroes, princess. We're here looking for payday. It's like the rest of them. Just like every day-to-day commoner.
Call me Mando.
I'm just a simple man making my way across the realm.
Nah, bro, this would be way simpler if it was Mando. I need thing. You do thing for me, that you get thing. Thing sounds like a plan.
So she's gonna look to you guys. Oh, go on.
No, you're good.
Okay. She's gonna look to the three of you and say, and she looks at the three of you and just looks everyone at the table and say, to anyone whose allegiances lie with gold or with someone else, you are not to stay the night in my estate. You can go get a room in the city. I'm not to lay my head on my pillow with you under my roof.
You're to come here when we convene for strategy. We'll execute this plan, and I'll be done with you. You'll get your gold.
But will we get your vote?
I don't.
Yo, come on.
You guys are pushing it. You guys are pushing it.
I mean,
Fuck
My
you!
vote.
You guys formed an attack to some bitch.
She said we'll get our gold.
No,
That's as good of an answer as you're
no,
gonna get,
yeah,
bro.
that's as good as you get. But
Fuck
forget
that.
but she will say that she's like, you'll be compensated for your work. I've no end to I've no need for funds. You'll be compensated as I see fit. And my vote is my own. You have no entitlement to it.
Okay.
But when we going on that mind bender hunt,
I forgot that's what we were talking about. So yeah. So if those, she can look at you guys, she can go, those are my terms. If those do not work for you, you can leave now. Otherwise, stay and we'll continue discussing our strategy.
So I kind of I lean forward in my chair and I just kind of like gesture to the rest of the guys and I say, "So you're gonna sit down or what?"
Yeah, I'll sit down.
I'll begrudgingly sit down.
Brutus.
I never got up.
I never got up.
I never fucking left.
Alright, so now that that's out of the way, and my mood is even worse than it was when we started. Frederick, you said that Veritas's mind state has become increasingly volatile, and it's advantageous for us to attack then. And then Frederick would just sort of go by and he'd be like, yes, that's correct. And Calvira would go, alright then. In the coming week or so, I'm going to bide my time on the council and see if the seeds I planted there bear any fruit. If during their own investigations anything is shaken, I'll keep that information up to date. As will Tiziana. We'll continue to keep an eye on the Chancellor and the High Priest. In the event that we discover anything particularly damning about them, our goals may shift slightly, but as it is now, spend the coming weeks or week preparing yourselves. You lot know a particularly powerful alchemist. See them. Gather materials. We know what we know what we're up against. We just need to execute.
Alright. Well, what's the, are we discussing the plan of attack now or later?
Ideally now.
So do we want to all go in as one group, or do we want to, we discussed doing a possible pincer maneuver before where half of us go in with Frederick, because so the only ones who could cast the spell to get us in are Frederick and Calvira. So half of us go in with Frederick, the other half of us go in with Calvira on opposite sides of the base, and we convene in the middle, or we just all go in one location.
And then freaking
question real quick.
Yeah.
If Frederick and fucking Tiziana are
Calvira.
well, I'm just saying those two. If they're here, right?
Oh yeah, Frederick and Tiziana, yeah.
And they know where the base is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we can only teleport there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because that's just the way the quiver works.
There is no physical port.
There is no physical way in. Freaking
there are no doors into it.
Yeah.
You have to
But there's a physical building somewhat nearby.
Underground
yeah.
in the sewer system.
It's underground, a sizable amount beneath the sewer system. Freaking you have to know where it is in order to use the dimension door to get in.
But we know where it is.
No.
Yes.
Only,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, as a group, you guys know where it is. Yes.
You can't just have a general idea. You need to have a feet by feet picturesque perfect idea of where the entrance is. Otherwise, the spell can shunt you into a structure and you can die.
My point is if there's a physical place in the sewers, there's a way in.
But no, it's not like it's built into the sewer.
Yeah, it's under the sewers. It's just that going through the sewers puts you within range to use Dimension Door to get in.
So what is this? What is the quiver like? Is it like a club, or is it like the Gen 4 mining Pokemon?
They are.
Think Gen 4 mining, except the way to enter it is Dimension Door. So think Pokemon, except instead of just clicking a button and going down, you're casting Dimension Door.
So what are they doing in the quiver? Like, what exactly? Like, we're just gonna go in and bum rush. There's no infiltration. Like, do they know what you guys look like? Is there?
So the plan as of right now is that there's guards posted at every entrance. So the plan is we get in there.
By every entrance, you mean random fucking room that you can teleport to.
Yeah, I mean the rooms in the quiver. The rooms in the quiver that are within range of Dimension Door are within a specific range. So there are only certain places where you can teleport into it. Yeah. And each of those places, obviously, that's how they get in and out.
And there's no physical way to reach it.
No.
Not that anyone knows.
Okay, sure. Sure.
I don't know why this is the thing.
I'm just saying, if they happen to die, it's a physical place that could probably be gotten to.
Not via the sewer system or town, so...
Bro, I got a shovel.
You got a shovel? Like
I got a shovel, dude. What do you mean?
Alright, regardless of whether or not that's possible or not, so at every entrance, in quotations, being the rooms you can teleport to within range because of the sewer system, there's 2 guards, or 1 or 2 guards posted. So the plan was we teleport in, and we take out the guards before they sound the alarm, and then at that point, we have time to we have time to work our way through without alerting the rest of the quiver.
And if you're mentioning that in character, Frederick would sort of say he's gonna go technically Tiziana and I already have reason to be down in the quiver. We already have pull. We're the two who can enact some level of subterfuge. If we get in, take out the guards before they sound the alarm, we could move forward stage by stage, leading with the two of us. If we pincer, it'd be me for one group and Tiziana for the other. If we're together, it could be both of us. We're often seen together.
Hold on just one moment. Isn't it hazardous for Tiziana to be present there? Well, since Veritas can fatefully dominate her mind?
Yes, that is a danger. Yet she still frequents it anyway. That's a danger she'll have to decide if she's taking. And I'd imagine since you all are risking your lives, that would be a risk she'd be willing to take as well.
There's more to domination than just her own harm. If she's mind controlled, she can also attack us.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
And we need her to get out.
Well, if that's a big concern, then I suggest we don't pincer and we go as a single group.
Yeah, I think I want to go as the thing is, if we pincer, is we could have one team purposely draw attention so the other team can get to Veritas quicker. The problem is I don't want to face Veritas unless we're all together.
Okay.
So I think
work me out how the teleportation works.
Okay, so Dimension Door is a spell that allows you to teleport you or you and 2 other willing individuals to a certain location that you know exists. What's it called? And you have to have a clear visual as to where the place is and how far. And Tiziana and Frederick have both been there. Typically, when you get brought in, the person who's taking you in is someone who's been there, and has the ability to use magic device. So the way they get in and out is that they would take each of the assassins who attacked the quiver had a wand on them. The wand has a certain amount of uses, and they go into the sewers, go to that certain point, and they use the wand to transport themselves into that entrance of the quiver.
Okay, so Tiziana and whatever the fuck his name is, Jeffrey.
Frederick is a mage, and Tiziana is able to use a what's it called? She's able to use a wand.
Okay. So.
And Calvira can just straight cast the spell, but they would have to, they would have to describe to her exactly where it is and stuff like that.
So
and
we
that
don't
would be...
need Titiana.
Well,
We just need...
she can use a wand and knows exactly where it is, so it's one of the safer ways. And Frederick knows exactly where it is, and
I'm saying we could pinch her by her teleporting herself and a couple of us in, take out the guards, and then she could just dip.
Technically,
and we could all. But if Calvira was with one group, then she could act as Titiana.
In terms, because once you're in, she'd know how to get in, so she could get you out.
Yeah,
totally.
I'm okay with I'm definitely okay with, because I really don't like the idea of bringing Titiana to Veritas. I like the idea of her getting us in and all right, you're in. Calvira, you're the one
that's
getting
good
us
because
out.
that's a reasonable line of thought. Since she has a tattoo, she could be advanced dominated and forced to do very bad things. Yeah. But do understand, ordinary domination is still very bad, and you were all susceptible.
Can you explain to us how normal domination works?
Orlando.
Yeah. Well, just like any spell, most spells, the caster needs to be able to see their target and, of course, understand that they're targeting someone. Else the spell fails. And do I have to explain the basics of spellcasting to you all?
No, you speak.
Okay. So once they are under domination, the spell is an enchantment spell under the compulsion subschool. What that means is that it's a spell that forces you to act in a certain manner. It doesn't modify your emotions or anything. It just forces you to do things. Ordinarily, the spell allows the first off, it establishes a telepathic link between the caster and the victim. Secondly, it allows the caster to give orders to the victim. The only exception to these orders are orders that are obviously harmful to the victim, and should the caster attempt to order the victim to do something that is very strongly against their nature, there is a chance that the victim can still resist the mind control. Now, I don't know exactly what the tattoo does without having studying it, but considering that he can literally order his underlings to kill themselves, I can assume that anything less than that is also possible. So,
Titiana would also add here that by nature of him being a mage of his proficiency in ordinary mind magic, he has this ability. If you make eye contact with him, if he stares at you, your susceptibility to his domination is increased. But he can only do it against one person at a time.
Yes. Knowing the basics of magic could also help with this. Again, he has to be aware of you and know that he's targeting you to cast a spell.
Yes, ever since I've heard of the spell, I've had plans to make my way down to buy some resist domination potions. I presume you cannot make them Ichabod, because every potion I ask you to make, you can.
And he's laughing.
Man, I have to give me a second.
And he's laughing at this right now. There's a reason I go to my queen.
Dude, you're still fucking impotent. I just remembered that.
Shh. They don't know that, man.
Your dick don't work.
The only one who knows that is
Yo, Haywood.
Haywood. Ironically.
Alright. No dick gang.
Let's go.
As far as I'm concerned,
to answer your question, there is no special I am immune to being mind controlled potion.
I didn't say immune, I said resistant.
But protection from evil is a spell that can immunize you to the mental control from evil creatures. However, what was the name of the witch again?
Ileana.
Ileana says, however, protection from evil is not something Ileana can cast either, so you'll have to go to the church for that.
Oh, well, seems I'm already 2 steps ahead of you, and I open my cloak revealing 20 potions of protection against evil.
That is
Are
pretty
you
much.
serious?
Go
Yeah,
fuck yourself.
deadass.
Oh my god.
He bought those like weeks ago. No, he literally yeah, the 2 days ago
So-
in game.
Ironically, it is within Alchemist's ability to learn and brew potions of protection from evil. Ichabod, in particular, however, will never learn to do it.
Of course you will.
Too useful. No, but go on though. In that regard, yeah. So yeah, you guys. It's been explained to you how Dominate Person works. It's been explained to you how Dimension Door works and how getting in and out works.
Alright.
How many are expected to be in there?
So,
Frederick can explain that. So,
oh, do you mean us or them?
Them.
them, the enemy.
Never mind. Then.
So Frederick's gonna say, yes, as I said, lots of the members of the Quiver act outside of the base, for large periods of time, weeks, months even. A lot of them are simply people who got caught in over their heads, and Veritas plants them in the city to do menial tasks, enforce his will in whatever small way they can. Whether it be by slightly overcharging people for drinks and sending the gold back to the Quiver, whether it be for being a member on the council, controlling all the gold of the city and sending gold back to the Quiver. One way or another, that's what he does. A lot of the members of the Quiver don't completely frequent the base itself. I'm down there often enough because my brother, the person I've been impersonating, is a fanatic. He's been rising up in Veritas's favor because he's one of the few down there who improves of all of his psychotic tendencies, and very much looks up to him. I've been feigning this, and
What's his name?
His brother, or
Fletch.
his brother's name is Fletch. So he's like, I've been frequenting the place on certain days of the week. The base is as undermanned as it possibly could be. Do you understand? This is a place where the only way in is via magical means. It doesn't necessarily need that many guards. To be honest, a lot of the time the guards where the entrance are just there to make sure you're okay after the teleportation, that you're not going to vomit on the floor or something. A lot of the times they aren't even paying attention. Sometimes they're half asleep.
So will
But yes, I would be able to get us a day out of the week after doing some research and some spying around. I would be able to get us a day out of the week where we are likely to face the least amount of opposition directly.
Can I suggest
and
a
they
plan?
will get in the way, or we go in there, we
They
take care of
will.
a couple of them. They will. Flee.
They might not get in the way, but that's not a chance I'm willing to take. We get in. Anyone we see, we take down quickly and as quietly as we can. We want to get as far in as we can before an alarm is sounded.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, by all means, please do. Be useful.
Instead of having a pincer attack, we just have two parties go in. One stealth in, kill the guards, and then wait in the teleportation room, while the others go in on the opposite side and trigger the alarm, cause a commotion, and then the other ones come in, flank, kill Veritas, and then we just clean up.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that idea is contingent upon the other group being capable of holding out on their own. The way we're doing this, we're trying to lose as few people as possible. Hopefully, none.
Yes.
Whoever that group is that's sounding the alarm would likely be throwing their lives away.
Well, I was going to be on the stealth group, so.
Of course you were.
Who can stealth? Me and
Bobtail? So
Mhm.
I would say I do like the idea of sending in a small team to stealth and take out the guards. It would be me, Frederick, and Coop, because we're the stealthiest. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
for sure.
know about fucking Frederick, but me and Coop definitely are. Take out the guards, and then I really really don't want us to face Veritas unless we have everyone, because I fucking terrified of this nigga.
Yes. And as much as I hate to say it, if we're together, I usually don't make plans around failure states, but should we fail, should things get out of hand, if we're together, we should be able to retreat and get everyone out. You won't get a second chance, but you'll all be alive.
Does he ever leave?
Veritas, no. He sits upon his throne down there and barks orders. Every now and then he walks through and kills a subordinate or two.
That's it, really. He never leaves the quiver. He hasn't in years.
It's impossible to have stealth team destroy the walls or any supports.
There is that would be extremely difficult.
Okay.
And also very loud.
I mean, if we're in and out,
Not entirely
just said-
undoable, but I would advise against it.
I don't, I think what we need to do is we need to try and stay stealth as long as possible. So like we said, me and Coop go in first, stealth, kill the guards, and from there we try to take out any guards on our way to Veritas, and then once we get to Veritas, if we can try and stealth kill him, great, but we'll see how that goes.
Yes,
What-
that
what
I
is
think is agreeable.
Veritas?
I think it's agreeable that we have that we have a small team of those who are more stealth inclined go ahead, while those who are less stealth inclined hang behind. Should things get hairy, those who are less stealth inclined could come in and give backup. I do not think it is wise for us to be split.
Yeah.
As for what Veritas is, he's a drow.
And is that weak to anything?
saying that like it matters to us. What the fuck is that?
Well,
If you
he's a
must know-
drow, so he's somewhat sensitive to sunlight, but not to.
What about silver? Because I got this wicked fucking sweet
No.
katana that just got made.
Silver will not be too effective. But as I said earlier, his main weakness is that as things haven't been going his way recently, his mind state is becoming increasingly volatile. The more volatile his mind state is, the higher the chance that he fails his domination by sheer force of even attempting it.
He's a dark elf, right?
You
Technically, yes, that's what drow are.
If you absolutely must know a weakness that a drow might have, being an elf, he should be of a relatively frail constitution.
So he's
And that-
susceptible to poison.
That doesn't affect.
Not
like,
Yes.
not-
Veritas has a very sinewy, stringy form. He is tall and very,
Drag him.
very thin and frail.
Drag him.
Should you get close to him physically, it would be easy to beat him to a pulp or cut him to pieces. That being said, the issue with that is that as I said earlier, you guys didn't hear this, but as I said earlier, he has something of a royal guard.
Yeah, I was just about to fucking mention that.
He has something of a royal guard. They're a monstrous type, hulking, twisted aberrations of flesh.
You
humanoids.
waited this long.
He told them already what fucking what he would have fucking that would have technically be in the hand wave stuff, but like we forgot details but yeah, you guys would know this already, and he would just be reminding you that yes. He has a royal guard that are absolutely dim-witted, but completely and totally loyal to him. They are physical brutes, and they are two of which are completely and wholly loyal to him.
So we're gonna go into their turf with
blind.
a very essentially
We're not blind. I know the way.
We're super blind, but with what?
Nah, this is risk.
Yes, by definition.
So let me get this straight. He can be cut and punched.
Yes, he's not immortal. He just
All right.
can
I
make
fist
people
bump.
kill
I
themselves with
fist
a
bump
gaze.
Brutus. That's all you had to say.
That's all you got.
Yes, right.
So wait, Coop, do you have poison arrows?
I got poisons.
So you can coat an arrow with poison, right, Jamel?
Yes,
I
you,
mean,
yes, you can go an arrow poison.
No,
So
I poison for lube, for all those sexual encounters with dragons.
So what if we did this as a plan of attack, assuming we make it to Veritas' room undetected, Coop? So he's an elf. He has low constitution. We just been told.
He's also a mage.
He's also a mage, so he's a bitch. So this is what I think this is not a bad idea. If possible, I don't think it will be, but if possible, I can get into a position ready to attack him with a stunning fist, and on you shooting the arrow, and I see you shoot, and if it hits miss regardless, I'll attack him with the stunning fist. So one, he'll be poisoned because his con low. Assuming he fails these saves, he doesn't fucking roll 20 like a horse. He gets poisoned, and then he's stunned for an entire turn, and we just beat the fuck out of him.
Stunning Fist has always been reliable. I don't see any issue with this plan.
And I'll add something here. I'm hinging on the general volatility of Veritas's mind state. He very much despises when things go wrong, when things that he puts into place don't go according to plan. That causes him to double down on his own awful ideas, and when they continue to fall apart, he grows increasingly more unstable. As of now, he's as unstable as he's ever been. After sending his dolls here to try and take to try and kidnap Calvira and bring her down there, after failing in such an immense way, he has been rather, well, unstable, volatile, off the cuff. Sometimes I've seen him walk up to people and try to command them on a whim, but he sort of gets something of a headache, and he wouldn't be able to. There's a chance that when he tries to do these things under a poor mental state, that he could just straight up fail. Should that happen, and in combination with this one, and he points to Softail and he goes, his stunning ability, potentially we have a recipe for victory. And that's assuming everything goes as we expect it to, which it very well may not. Assuming none of you get dominated.
Yes, that is what that's
Eliana's job.
Yes. Yes, that is why I went in. Got someone who knows their way around the potion to make us 20 of these, so that we may resist being dominated. Precisely why I would prefer if we left Tiziana behind after she gets us into the hideout. Yeah.
I was gonna say, dude, you went real German with that.
Yes, but
I've been having this issue all night.
And then Tiziana's sort of sitting there, and she goes, yes, if you think it would be easier without my presence, then by all means. But I'd much rather be there helping you.
I don't think the issue is easy. I think it's less risky. I think with you there, we potentially give him another ally to add to his army, and I'd prefer not getting stabbed in the back, not knowing you've been dominated. Nothing personal, just prefer not to be penetrated.
We all care about you a lot, so we don't want you to get hurt.
She would talk about that. She goes, yes, I just get in the way. I understand.
I look over at Calvira. I'm like, Calvira, we have not asked you about what you wish to do. Are you planning on accompanying us on this mission, or would you stay?
She's gonna look at you guys and then look to Ichabod and look back to you guys and say, the general weakness of your party seems to me you lack magical ability. I think you should have every single person there with that ability. I do intend to accompany you. Yes. Go big or go home.
I'm not gonna say this or anything, but if she wasn't coming, I wouldn't go.
Hell yeah. Go big, go.
She not out here giving us speeches about fucking like the moral greater good and then not gonna come.
Word.
I'm gonna say this one more out loud. I'm not sure if she heard me before.
You're not sure of what?
I'm not sure if she heard me before earlier in the day. But I'll say it again. I'm like, it's true. She really has grown a backbone.
Yeah, she definitely heard that. But yeah,
man, that helps her cause so much. Good job.
Say that again, Caleb.
No.
Okay. I was talking to my headset. I had said that earlier in the day.
Yeah, Roger. But yeah, so as Frederick was getting on about, if there are any artificial ways we could further weaken Veritas's mind state, that could improve our odds. As I said here, it seems like you lot are fairly capable of dealing with anyone physically. It seems our main fail state is if any of you get dominated.
Well, I don't suppose you're just asking if someone can make him lose his temper by acting smart, because even I can do that.
No, something a little more concrete. I'm spitballing here. If it's not possible, we go on what we have.
Yeah, I mean, we have the potions. I don't think there's much more we can do.
Taunting him, or trying to intimidate him could make him lose focus of his spell.
I'm pretty sure Brutus is pretty good at that.
Yes. Seems like even a small jab, from the sound of it, even a small jab might set him off. Although doing so would also probably make you a target.
I look over at Brutus. I'm like, alright, Brutus, we're going to have to go over some one-liners for you to use, possibly in the fight.
I already have a list.
Right then. Well then, that sounds solid enough to me as a plan.
Right.
If should anything else come up, we could further refine this throughout the week.
We have one more thing we've yet to cover. Our escape plan, assuming the job gets done.
Yes, once Veritas is dead, it's likely that many of the members of the Quiver would, upon seeing him die, a lot of the less loyal members would simply try to protect their own lives. But the more loyal members would likely try to fight us.
Do you know of the quickest area in which we can use to escape? And then once we are there, do you know the quickest exit out of the sewer system?
The sewer system.
I put out the map. I'm like,
yeah.
point us where we would land once we got out, and then let's find the quickest exit, and we'll
yeah,
go through there.
yeah. So you see that the sewer system sort of like mirrors like the map of this the map of the entire city, and he would pretty much give you locations where he's like, you know, we get around here in the sewer system, we'd be able to and that would be the sort of quickest way out. But he'd go admittedly, once Veritas is dead, and if we've dispatched his quote royal guard, then the rest of them shouldn't be too difficult for a lot of you. Escaping should not be an issue. Once Veritas is dead, we have essentially a 99% chance of succeeding.
It's good. Alright then, we've got our entrance plan, we've got our exit plan. We're all going in, just want to get an overview. Me and Coop go in, we take out the initial guards, hopefully. We hopefully stealth through the rest of the dungeon. We hopefully get a stealth attack on Veritas, and then we dip. And if anything else goes sideways, we're just going to have to fight through everyone.
Yes, that seems like that's our current plan. The members of the Quiver are likely to be more loyal to him, are more likely to be his dolls. You fought them before, haven't you?
Yes, and I dispatched them.
Rather easily, with a surprise attack. This time you'll be going in prepared.
Yes. Alright. I think we need to do some potion preparing in the meantime. Other than that,
alright then.
I think we're good.
And then Calvary will sort of speak up, and she goes, "It looks like our plan is in order. If during a week's time any of you get cold feet, feel free to back out. And once we're down there, we can't have any indecision. So we're going to have to move quick and be efficient. Is that understood?"
Uh-huh.
Understood.
Right then.
Everyone?
What I said earlier still stands. The three of you, you're not to sleep in my estate. The rest of you do as you please. I'm going to bed.
Let's go find some hoes.
Wait, I want to stop her real quick before
Oh
she
wait,
goes
is
to bed.
Veshna coming with us too? I'm not sure if she was part of this
Oh,
meeting.
oh no, yeah. She's fucking here. She's
Alright,
like, yeah,
bet.
she's in. She's full send. She
Is-
said that a while ago.
I just want to
Calvira is the only mage, right?
in Frederick.
Calvira and Frederick are both mages. You don't
Okay,
really
right.
know where their ability lies, but you know that they're both capable of casting Dimension Door to a similar ability,
Okay.
and it's based on caster levels, so you get the vibe that they're relatively
Okay.
similar in power,
Well, then
albeit
I'd like-
he's way younger than her.
I'd like
I
to
mean,
go
she's
up
way younger than him, but
I'd
go
like
on.
to go up to Frederick and ask him to identify some stuff.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Fucking, yeah, why not?
I got 2 daggers.
Yeah, fucking. He'd look at you, and then he'd look at the daggers and just be like, yes, these are both of the minimalist, the minimal possible magical nature for weapons. In English, they're both +1 daggers.
Okay.
Sell those bitches.
thanks. What else do I have? Do we have anything else?
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
a couple things. But I don't know if we're all 20
He'd say,
open.
yeah, he'd say, if you need anything else identified,
Ask someone else. I'm leaving. He's gonna go.
I'm about to go risk my life to fucking okay.
Right?
Okay. You know what?
Right?
You know what?
I mean,
The very first thing you established was that your goals were nowhere near.
Yeah.
Okay,
Goals are for
goals
the
or
ones.
not, I'm asking you to identify something. I'm about to fucking help you with your fucking moral shit.
He's
My
just
goals
a
shouldn't
piece of
matter.
shit.
I will say that freaking that when he said that he would have like sort of like motioned to Ichabod and like been like, hey, are you capable of this?
Says, you'll have to pay me.
You gonna fucking pour some liquid on it? What the fuck? What?
Oh, apparently you know absolute dick about shit. So
Yeah, why do you think I need somebody to identify 2 fucking daggers for me?
Wait, don't forget the alchemist fire.
I can't identify them. I'm charging you the normal rate though.
I'm not gonna pay for you to identify this.
Then fuck off and pay someone else.
Hey, do you know what this potion is?
Well, you already know the alchemist fire.
Okay.
God, that was so funny.
Yes, it's fire gel. You spread it all over yourself. It'll protect you from fire.
Jesus Christ.
Don't do that. I'm a licensed alchemist. He is lying.
He is a licensed alchemist, actually.
Wait, what does that mean? Do you have like a point in alchemy?
He put a substantial amount of points in alchemy. When Angie was going through all that bullshit, fucking Haywood went to ask Eliana what she did, and then she was like just like, oh, you're too novice to understand what I'm working on. And then he's like, nah, try me. So she pretty much quickly quizzed him on the basics of alchemy, and he rolled and he got it all right. So she explained to him exactly how it worked, and he's like, I see. he's got a decent amount of points into it, but yeah.
Alright, I guess I want to go grab, I mean, I'll just let them finish doing what they're doing. I'm just gonna buy potions.
No, but yeah, fucking, so all the prep work we could get done after this, but fucking, like you know, add another session or whatever. But yeah.
Before I leave, I'm gonna go up and put a hand on Inuyasha's shoulder, and I'm gonna say, coming from a person who only cares about greed, Zarkoris is doing fine, and he's fighting for what he believes in. And then I walk out.
Nice.
Alright.
I'll
make a note of that.
All right. So, at that, the lizard, the monkey, and the android are being kicked out. Anyone else can, you know, do whatever you want,
The gangster, the dealer, and the
and we can call the session there.
It's cool. Works for me. What was it? 4,000 upgrade in quotations enchant an item. 4,000, right?
What?
I want to give it like +2 to one of my stats.
I think it has to do with the weapons price, right?
Oh yeah. So if you wanted to do that, you'd have to have someone with the means and fucking. But I mean, I don't know. Fucking, you'd have to have someone with the means, which you'd be able to pay for, and then fucking
Well, what is it? 4,000 gold?
Bye, Alex.
By Alex. But yeah, well, I mean, whatever the price would be for the item, you'd just be paying that essentially, and just essentially paying for the item, but just, you know, in a different way. Which I believe is checking. Which item exactly are you talking about?
I want to enchant in quotations my cloak to give me +2 wisdom.
Let me see if that's because I mean it holds a special. I mean, actually, it doesn't even matter what slot it holds because it would the effect wouldn't stack anyway because it would be the same type of bonus. So, let me check.
By the way, Angie is going straight to Richter's house to crash for a couple weeks.
Who the fuck is Richter?
It's my homie, dude.
Yeah,
dude, you're always welcome.
Don't go
Literally, yeah, dude, he got the day off because
they
he helped make Softail's dragon cloak, and he did so well on it that he got the day off.
Dope, my fucking dragon cloak finish is dope as fuck. Yeah, it says right here, so like a headband of inspired wisdom is 4,000.
Bro, y'all best believe I'm about to snitch to fucking Adam about your goddamn allegiances.
Yo, I'm with you.
Oh,
I'm
it
with
says
you.
if you
fucking getting
construct,
attacked.
if you're constructing it, it's 2,000.
Oh no, that's only if you have the craft wondrous item ability, which you wouldn't. You'd be paying someone to do it for you. So yeah, it'd be 4K.
Yo, I'm about to try to get a bigger cut. You know what I mean?
Yo, I want to talk to DM Sama by himself.
Can I be there?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Did you degenerates need something? What?
Maybe.
How much time do we have before the raid?
For the raid, I'd say roughly a week or two, unless like anything super huge happens, which is entirely possible given the state of everything right now. It's entirely possible she could. There are 2 other bandit leaders out there. The council's investigating the quiver themselves now, albeit with very limited information, and so they wouldn't actually really get too far. But like anything could happen. The trader on the council is still acting in his best interests. So yeah, there's a lot.